Prologue: a blue jay swooped in and perched on the naked cherub's toe, too conceited to splash in the fountain with the abandon of the lowly sparrow. The jay took one sip of water, then jetted from the courtyard. He seemed disdainful of the serenity enclosed within the old brick walls, which were covered with clinging, flowering vines. Bumblebees buzzed industriously among the pastel blossoms. Hanging baskets of ferns still dripped from a pre-dawn shower. On the waxy leaves of philodendrons and camellia bushes, drops of rainwater glistened in the bright sunlight. So Rapunzel let down her cascade of lovely golden hair, and the prince used the heavy locks to scale the stone wall of the tower. Claire Laurent, who'd been listening intently, looked skeptically at her mother. "Wouldn't that hurt, Mama?" "Not in fairy tales, darling. I wish I had long golden hair." The girl sighed wistfully. Mary Catherine patted her 5-year-old daughter's tumble of russet waves. "Your hair is too lovely for words." The tranquility of the courtyard was shattered abruptly when Aunt Laurel barged through the screen door. "Mary Catherine, they're here again, and this time they have a paper saying they can take Claire away." Mary Catherine stared vacantly at her aunt. "Who's here?" Claire knew, even if her mother did not. Claire remembered the man in the dark suit who smelled of wintergreen breath mints and oily hair cream. He'd come twice to the house, contaminating Aunt Laurel's parlor with his offensive odors. A woman carrying a large leather satchel always came with him. They talked to Aunt Laurel and Mary Catherine about her as though she were deaf or not there at all. Claire didn't understand all the words, but she grasped the nature of these conversations. Always left Aunt Laurel distraught, but her mother suffered terribly. After their last visit, she had stayed in bed for 3 days, crying incessantly. It had been one of her worst spells and distressed Aunt Laurel even more. Claire scuttled behind the wrought iron chair where her mamma was seated, trying to make herself small and invisible. Fear clutched at her throat and made her heart pound in her narrow chest. "Oh dear, oh dear!" Aunt Laurel's chins were wobbling. She twisted the handkerchief clutched in her pudgy hands. "I don't know what to do. Mary Catherine, what can I do? They say they can take her." The man appeared first. His hawkish eyes darted around the courtyard authoritatively. He was as territorial in bearing as the blue jay had been. Finally his eyes pinpointed the lovely young woman who sat like a living portrait against the picturesque backdrop. "Good morning, Miss Laurent." Watching from her hiding place behind her mother, Claire saw him smile. She didn't like his smile. It was as insincere as the garish grin on a Mardi Gras mask. Even outdoors she could smell his sickeningly sweet hair tonic and breath candy. Aunt Laurel's words had terrified her. Take her where? She couldn't go anywhere without her mama. If they took her away, who would look after mama? Who would pat her shoulder and sing softly to her when she got sad? Who would go after her when she sneaked out of the house during one of her spells? "You no longer have a choice regarding your daughter's guardianship," the drab woman in the ugly gray dress told Mary Catherine. She spoke harshly, and the leather satchel weighed down her arm. "This is not a good environment for your child. You want what's best for her, don't you?" Mary Catherine's finely boned hand fluttered to her chest and fingered the strand of pearls that lay against her lace collar. "I don't understand these things. It's all so confusing." The man and woman glanced at each other. The man said, "Rest easy, Miss Laurent. Your little girl will be well taken care of." He nodded brusquely at the woman. She stepped around the chair and seized Claire by the arm. "No." Claire yanked her arm from the woman's hot, damp grasp and backed away. "I don't want to go with you. I want to stay with my mama." "Come on now, Claire," the woman cooed through a brittle smile. "We're going to take you to a house where there are lots of other children to play with. You'll like it, I promise." Claire didn't believe her. She had the pointed nose and furtive eyes of the rats that scurried through the garbage in the alleyways of the quarter. She wasn't pretty, soft, and good-smelling, and even though she was attempting to speak kindly, her voice didn't have the melodious rise and fall of Mama's. "I won't go," Claire declared with the obstinacy of a 5-year-old. "I won't go anywhere without my mama." "I'm afraid you must." The woman reached for Claire again. This time her grip held, although Claire struggled to free herself. "No, no." The woman's fingernails dug into her arm, breaking the skin. "Let me go. I'm staying with Mama and Aunt Laurel." Screaming, she wriggled and kicked and flailed her arms and dug the heels of her black patent Mary Janes into the bricks and everything else she could think of to do that might break the woman's hold on her. But it was inexorable. Aunt Laurel had regained her composure and was berating the man for separating a child from her mother. "Mary Catherine suffers from spells of melancholia, but who doesn't? Hers are just more deeply felt. She's a wonderful mother. Claire adores her. I assure you, she's perfectly harmless." Heedless of Aunt Laurel's earnest pleas, the woman pulled Claire through the screen door into the kitchen. The child looked back and saw her mother still sitting in her chair, limned in mellow sunlight. "Mama!" she cried out. "Mama, don't let them take me!" "Stop that yelling." The woman shook Claire so hard that she accidentally bit her tongue and screamed louder in pain. Yanked from her stupor by her daughter's wail, Mary Catherine suddenly realized that Claire was in peril. She pushed herself up from the wrought iron chair with such impetus that it fell over backward and cracked 2 of the courtyard bricks. She ran for the screen door and had almost reached it when the man clamped his hand on her shoulder. "There's nothing you can do to stop us this time, Miss Laurent. We have the authority to remove your daughter from these premises. I'll kill you first." Mary Catherine grabbed the neck of a vase on the patio table and swung it toward his head. With a sickening thunk, lead crystal connected with flesh. The blow opened up a 3-inch gash on the social worker's temple. When Mary Catherine dropped the vase, it shattered on the bricks. Water drenched the front of the man's dark suit. Roses fell randomly around their feet. He bellowed in anger and pain. "Perfectly harmless, my ass," he shouted into Aunt Laurel's face. She had rushed forward to restrain Mary Catherine, while her mouth filled with blood from the cut on her tongue. Claire continued to fight the woman as she dragged her through the house. The man lumbered behind them, stanching the flow of blood from his temple with a handkerchief. He was cursing liberally. Claire kept her eyes on her mother as long as she could. Mary Catherine's face was distorted by torment as she strained against Aunt Laurel's clutches. Her arms were extended beseechingly toward her daughter. "Claire, Claire, my baby girl. Mama, Mama, Mama." Claire sat up suddenly in her wide bed. Her chest was heaving and she couldn't catch her breath. Her mouth was arid, her throat raw from having silently screamed in her sleep. Her nightgown was stuck to her damp skin. She threw off the covers, drew her knees up to her chest, and rested her forehead on them. She didn't raise her head until all vestiges of the nightmare had vanished and the demons of memory had slunk back into their lairs in her subconscious. She left her bed and walked down the hall to her mother's room. Mary Catherine was sleeping peacefully. Relieved, Claire got a drink of water from the bathroom sink and then returned to her bedroom. She changed into a fresh nightgown and straightened the covers before getting into bed again. It would be a while, she knew, before she went back to sleep. Recently, she'd been plagued by recurring bad dreams that forced her to relive the worst moments of her troubled childhood. The origin of the dreams was no mystery. She knew their source. It was the same evil presence that was currently endangering the peace and security she had worked so diligently to maintain. She had thought these past heartaches had been buried so deep that they would never be unearthed, but they were being resurrected by a malevolent intruder. He was a threat to those she loved. He was wreaking havoc on her life. Unless she took drastic measures to change the course of events, he would ruin the future she had planned. Chapter 1. The Reverend Jackson Wilde had been shot in the head, the heart, and the testicles. Right off, Cassidy figured that was a significant clue. Hell of a mess. The medical examiner's remark was an understatement, Cassidy thought. He guessed the murder weapon was a .38 snub-nose revolver, fired at close range. Hollow-tip bullets. The perpetrator had definitely wanted to blow the victim away. Tissue was splattered on the headboard and sheets. The mattress was saturated with blood that pooled beneath the body, which, beyond the devastating damage from the bullets, hadn't been butchered or dismembered. Grisly as it was, Cassidy had seen much worse. What made this murder scene particularly messy was the identity of the victim. Cassidy had heard the startling news bulletin over his car radio while fighting morning rush-hour traffic. He'd immediately executed an illegal U-turn, even though he had no business rushing to the scene without authorization. The policeman who had cordoned off the Fairmont Hotel recognized him and automatically assumed that he was officially representing the Orleans Parish District Attorney's office. None had questioned his appearance in the 7th-floor San Luis suite that was crowded with investigators who were likely to destroy evidence in their eagerness to collect it. Cassidy approached the medical examiner. "What do you think, Elvie?" Dr. Elvira Dupuy was stout, gray-haired, and butchy. Her sex life was constant grist for the gossip mills, but none of the conveyors spoke from first-hand experience. Elvie was liked by few and despised by most. No one, however, disputed her competence. Cassidy loved having her on the stand if she was a witness for the prosecution. He could count on her answers to be forthright and unequivocal. When she took the oath on the Bible, she looked sincere. She always had a profound impact on jurors. In response to his question, the middle-aged pathologist pushed her eyeglasses more squarely onto her square face. "My initial guess is that the head wound got him. The bullet destroyed most of his gray matter. Chest wound looks a little too far to the right to have burst the heart, although I can't rule it out as the mortal wound until I've cracked his chest. The shot to his balls probably wouldn't have killed him, not instantly anyway." She looked up at the assistant DA and grinned mischievously. "But it sure as hell would have thrown a wrench into his love life." Cassidy winced with empathy. Wonder which shot was fired first. Can't say. My guess would be the head. Why? The chest wound, if it didn't kill him, would have immobilized him. His lungs would have flooded, and if somebody had shot me in the crotch, I'd have reflexively tried to protect the area, dying with a death grip around your balls. Something like that, she shook her head. Will's arms were at his sides, no sign of a struggle or adverse reaction of any kind. I'd guess he felt perfectly at ease with whoever offed him. He might have even been asleep. He didn't see it coming. Victims rarely do, Cassidy muttered. What time would you guess it happened? She lifted the corpse's right hand and revolved it around the wrist joint, testing the rigidity. Midnight, maybe before. Dropping the hand back onto the sheet, she asked, Can I have him now? Cassidy gave the brutalized body a final once-over. Be my guest. I'll see that you get a copy of the autopsy report as soon as I'm finished. Don't call and start bugging me for it before I'm through, or it'll only take longer. Dr. Dupuis had assumed that he would be prosecuting the case. He didn't qualify his involvement at this point. It was only a matter of time. He would have this case. Moving aside to give the forensic crew room to maneuver, Cassidy conducted a visual investigation of the hotel bedroom. The articles on the nightstand had already been dusted for prints. A fine black film clung to everything. Various items were being carefully placed in separate plastic bags and labeled. Robbery could be ruled out as a motive. Among the articles on the nightstand was a Rolex wristwatch. A police photographer was taking pictures. Another policeman wearing surgical gloves was on his hands and knees, examining the carpet for fibers. Has any press been allowed in yet? Nope, the officer on his knees replied. Keep them out as long as possible and hold all vital info close to your chest. Our office will prepare a statement later in the day when we know the facts. The officer acknowledged the instructions with a nod. Leaving the policemen to do their jobs, Cassidy wandered into the parlor of the suite. Opaque drapes had been drawn across the 2 walls of windows, making the room appear dim and gloomy in spite of its pastel and white decor. Huddled in the corner of a peach velvet sofa was a young woman, her head bent, her face buried in her hands. She was sobbing uncontrollably. The young man sat beside her. He looked nervous, even frightened, as he tried in vain to console her. They were being questioned by an NOPD homicide detective. Howard Glenn had been in the department for more than 20 years, although he was a rogue and not particularly liked by his colleagues. His appearance didn't attract companions or solicit friendships. He was dingy and disheveled. He chain-smoked unfiltered Camels, and overall, he looked like he belonged in a 1940s film noir. But he was well respected throughout the local law enforcement community for his dogged method of investigation. As he approached, Glenn glanced up and said, Hey, Cassidy, you got here quick. Crowder send you? Anthony Crowder was the district attorney of Orleans Parish. Cassidy's boss. He sidestepped the question and nodded down to the couple on the sofa. Who are they? Don't you watch TV? Not religious programs? Never saw his show? Glenn turned his head and set out the side of his mouth so that only Cassidy could hear. Too bad he's been canceled. Cassidy glanced over his shoulder into the bedroom where Elvie Dupuis was overseeing the transference of the bagged body from the bed to the gurney. He damn sure has. This is the evangelist's wife, Ariel Wilde, Glenn informed him, and his son, Joshua. The young man looked up at Cassidy. Cassidy stuck out his right hand. Assistant District Attorney Cassidy. Joshua Wilde shook hands with him. His grip was firm enough, but his hands were soft, smooth, and well-tended. Not a working man's hands. He had expressive brown eyes and ash-brown hair worn long and wavy on top. He was good-looking, on the verge of pretty. Born a century or two earlier on another continent, he would have frequented fashionable salons and dabbled in writing romantic poetry. Cassidy doubted that he'd ever thrown a baseball, camped out, or played shirts and skins with the guys. His voice was as southern and cultured as a cask of Jack Daniels. Find the monster who did this to my father, Mr. Cassidy. I intend to, and bring him to swift justice. Him? Are you sure it was a man who killed your father, Mr. Wilde? Joshua Wilde was flustered. Not at all. I only meant I used the masculine pronoun in a generic sense. Then it could have been a woman. Until now, the widow had failed to acknowledge the introduction while weeping into a shredding Kleenex. Suddenly, Ariel Wilde tossed her pale, straight hair over her shoulders and fixed Cassidy with a wild, fanatic gaze. Her complexion had no more color than the white plaster lamp on the end table, but she had beautiful blue eyes enhanced by extraordinarily long lashes and the shimmer of fresh tears. Is that how you solve murder cases, mister? What was it again? Cassidy. Do you solve crimes by playing word games? Sometimes, yes. You're no better than this detective. She sneered contemptuously at Howard Glenn. Instead of going after the killer, he's been questioning Josh and me. Cassidy exchanged a telling glance with Glenn. The detective shrugged, tacitly granting Cassidy permission to intervene. "Before we can go after the killer, Mrs. Wilde," he explained, "we have to learn exactly what happened to your husband." She gestured toward the blood-soaked bed in the next room and shrieked. "Isn't it obvious what happened?" "Not always." "Well, we don't know what happened," she wailed theatrically before cramming the Kleenex against her colorless lips. "If we'd known he was going to be murdered last night, do you think we would have left Jackson alone in the suite?" "The two of you left Reverend Wilde alone last night. Where were you?" Cassidy sat down on the edge of the adjacent love seat. He took a good look at the woman and her stepson. They both looked to be in their late 20s. "We were in my suite." "Rehearsing," Josh replied. "Rehearsing? Mrs. Wilde sings at all their crusade services and on the TV program?" Glenn provided. "Mr. Wilde here plays the piano. Tidy of Jackson Wilde to keep his ministry a family enterprise," Cassidy thought. He already had a jaundiced view of TV preachers and had seen nothing so far to dispel the stereotype. He asked, "Where is your suite, Mr. Wilde?" "Down the hall. Daddy had reserved all the rooms on this floor. Why? That's customary. It guarantees our privacy. Daddy's followers often go to any lengths to get near him. He loved people, but he needed rest and privacy between services. He and Ariel stayed in this suite. I took the next largest one so a practice piano could be moved into it." Cassidy turned to the newly widowed woman. "This suite has 2 bedrooms. Why weren't you sleeping with your husband?" Mrs. Wilde responded with a sniff of disdain. "He's already asked me about that," she said, shooting another disparaging glance toward Detective Glenn. "I came in late last night and didn't want to disturb Jackson's rest. He was exhausted, so I slept in the other bedroom." "What time did you come in?" "I didn't notice." Cassidy looked at Josh inquisitively. "Did you notice what time it was when she left your room?" "I'm afraid not. Late." "After midnight?" "Much later." For the time being, Cassidy let it pass. "Did you speak with your husband when you came in, Mrs. Wilde?" "No." "Went in and kissed him good night?" "No. I used the door opening directly into my bedroom from the hall." "I should have checked on him," she said weepily. "But I thought he was sleeping peacefully." Cassidy glanced up at Glenn and with a stern look warned him not to make the obvious quip. Instead, the detective said, "Unfortunately, Mrs. Wilde didn't discover her husband's body until this morning." When he didn't respond to his wake-up call, she said, her voice cracking. She used the wadded Kleenex tissue to blot beneath her nose. "To think he was in there dead all that time while I was sleeping in the next room." Swooning, she collapsed against her stepson. He placed his arm around her shoulders and spoke softly into her hair. "Guess that's all for now." Cassidy stood. Glenn followed him to the door. "Smells like yesterday's fish heads, doesn't it?" "Oh, I don't know," Cassidy said. "It's almost too pat to be a lie." Glenn made an unappealing snorting sound as he fished for a fresh Camel in the crumpled pack he took from his shirt pocket. "You're shitting me, right? It's plain to see. They've got the hots for each other and bumped off the preacher to get him out of their way." "Could be," Cassidy said noncommittally. "Maybe not." Glenn eyed him shrewdly as he lit his cigarette. "A smart boy like you didn't fall for those pretty blue eyes, did you, Cassidy? And all that crying hell before you got here, they were praying out loud together." He sucked deeply on the Camel. "Surely you don't believe they're telling the truth?" "Sure, I believe them." As Cassidy went through the door, he glanced over his shoulder and added, "About as far as I can piss through a hurricane." He rode the elevator down alone, and it opened onto pandemonium. The lobby of the Fairmont Hotel was a city block long. Ordinarily, it was a paragon of stately refinement and luxury with its matte black walls, red velvet furniture, and gold leaf accents, a grand old dame of a hotel. But this morning it was teeming with frustrated, angry people. Police were trying to ignore the aggressive media reporters who were in hot pursuit of the facts surrounding the astonishing murder of Jackson Wilde. Hotel guests who earlier had been rounded up by police and questioned in the ballroom were now being systematically dismissed. They appeared reluctant to leave, however, before venting their outrage. Hotel staff were being questioned while also trying to placate their disgruntled clientele. Cassidy elbowed his way through the noisy crowd. He overheard one woman with a Midwestern twang surmising that a psychopath was loose in the hotel and that they were all doomed to be slaughtered in their beds. A man was shouting at the top of his voice that they were going to hear about this, although it was unclear who they were. Disciples of the Reverend Jackson Wilde, upon hearing of their leader's demise, had contributed to the confusion by congregating in the lobby and making it a temporary shrine. They were weeping copiously and noisily, holding spontaneous prayer meetings, singing hymns, and invoking the Almighty's wrath on the one who had slain the televangelist, As he made his way toward the University Street entrance, Cassidy tried to avoid the local media, but to no avail. The reporters surrounded him. "Mr. Cassidy, did you see?" "Nothing, Mr. Cassidy," was he. No comment. "Mr. Cassidy," later. He maneuvered his way through them, dodging the cameras, deflecting extended microphones, and prudently declining to say anything until District Attorney Crowder placed him in charge of prosecuting Wilde's murder case, assuming Crowder would. No, there could be no assumption to it. He must. Cassidy wanted this case so badly he could taste it. Moreover, he needed it. Yasmin strutted through the automatic doors at New Orleans International Airport. A redcap, dwarfed by her extraordinary height and dazzled by her legs beneath the short leather mini-skirt, trudged behind her carting 2 suitcases. At the sound of a car horn, Yasmin spotted Claire's LeBaron parked at the curb as scheduled. Her suitcases were stowed inside the trunk, which Claire unlocked from the dashboard. The redcap was tipped, and Yasmin slid into the passenger seat with a flash of brown thighs and a waft of gardenia perfume. "Good morning," Claire said.
"How was your flight? Can you believe it about Jackson Wilde?"
Claire Laurent glanced over her left shoulder, then daringly pulled into the erratic flow of traffic made hazardous by buses, taxis, and courtesy vans picking up and depositing airline passengers. "What's he done this time? You haven't heard?" Yasmin gasped. "Jesus, Claire, what have you been doing this morning? Going over invoices, and why? You didn't see any TV news, listen to the radio?" Jasmine noticed that a cassette was playing in the car. "I've deliberately avoided newscasts all week. I didn't want Mama to catch Jackson Wilde taking pot shots at us while he's in town. By the way, we received another invitation to debate him, which I declined." Yasmin continued to gape at her best friend and business associate. "You really don't know." "What?" Claire asked with a laugh. "Is French silk under attack again? What did he say this time, that we're going to burn in eternal hell? That I'd better clean up my act or else? That I'm corrupting the morals of America with my pornographic displays of the human body?" Yasmin removed the large, dark sunglasses she wore when she didn't want to be recognized and looked at Claire with the tiger eyes that for a decade had graced the covers of countless fashion magazines. "The Reverend Jackson Wilde won't be saying anything about you anymore, Claire. He won't be bad-mouthing French silk or our catalog. He won't be doing nothing, honey," she said, lapsing into the black lingo of her childhood. "The man has been silenced forever. The man is dead." "Dead," Claire braked hard, pitching them forward. "Deader'n a doornail, as my mama used to say." Claire stared at her, wave-faced and incredulous, and repeated, "Dead? Apparently he preached one sermon too many. He pissed off someone enough to kill him." Claire nervously wet her lips. "You mean he was murdered?" A furious driver gave a blast of his horn. Another made an obscene gesture as he steered around them and sped past. Claire forced her foot off the brake pedal and back onto the accelerator. The car lurched. "What's the matter with you? I thought you'd be applauding. Do you want me to drive?" "No, no, I'm fine. You don't look fine. In fact, you look like shit. I had a rough night." "Mary Catherine?" Claire shook her head. "Some bad dreams that have been keeping me awake." "Dreams about what?" "Never mind, Yasmin. You're sure about Jackson Wilde?" "I heard it in the airport while I was waiting for my luggage. They had a TV on in the Avis booth. People were crowded around it. I asked somebody what was going on, expecting something like the Challenger explosion. This man says that TV preacher Dunn got himself shot last night. And since I have a voodoo doll in the image of one particular TV preacher, my interest was naturally piqued. I shoved my way closer to the set and heard the news for myself." "Was he killed at the Fairmont?" Yasmin looked at her curiously. "How'd you know that?" "I heard that's where he was staying from Andre. Andre, I forgot about him. Betty's having conniptions this morning." Before Yasmin could comment further on their mutual friend, Claire asked another question. "Who discovered the body, his wife?" "She found him this morning in his bed with 3 bullet holes in him. My God." "What time did she find him?" "Time? Hell, I don't know." "They didn't say. What difference does it make?" Yasmina took off her headscarf and shook loose the long, full afro for which she was famous. From her oversized handbag she retrieved several bangles and slid them over her slender hands. Next, she put on gigantic disc earrings. With no more than these few cosmetic changes, the image of the most successful ethnic model since Iman began to emerge. "Have they arrested anyone yet?" "Nope." Yasmin applied coral gloss to her lips with a fine-tipped brush. After dusting her cheeks with blush, she viewed her exquisite face from all angles in the visor mirror. Rush hour was over, but as always there was heavy traffic on the expressway. Claire weaved through it with the ease of experience and familiarity. She had lived in New Orleans all her life, since Yasmin now divided her time between New Orleans and New York. Claire usually picked her up at the airport. Did the killer leave clues? Did they find the murder weapon? Impatiently, Yasmin flipped the visor back into place. It was like a news bulletin, you know. The details were sketchy. The reporters were after some guy from the DA's office to make a statement, but he didn't say zip. What's with the 20 questions? I can't believe he's dead. Claire hesitated before saying the last word, as though she couldn't bring herself to utter it. He preached at the Superdome last night. They showed film of that on the news story. There he was on the TV screen, face red, white hair bristling, screaming about fire and brimstone. He pleaded with every American to get down on his knees and beg for redemption. Yasmin's sleek brows drew together. How could the Lord hear anybody else's prayers with Wilde yelling so loud? She shrugged. I'm glad he's finally been shut up now. He's out of our hair. Claire sharply cut her eyes toward Yasmin. You shouldn't say that. Why not? That's how I feel. I'm sure as hell not going to burst into tears and pretend to mourn his passing. She made a scoffing sound. They should give the one who plugged him a medal for ridding this country of a pest. The Reverend Jackson Wilde had used his television program as a forum for his crusade against pornography. He had adopted this issue as his special mission, pledging to eradicate obscenity from America. His fiery sermons had whipped thousands of his followers into a frenzy. Consequently, artists, writers, and others in the creative arts were being virulently and personally attacked, having their work banned and in some instances vandalized. Many viewed the televangelist crusade as a threat much more severe than the prohibition of peddling dirty magazines. They considered it an endangerment of rights granted by the First Amendment. The legal definitions as to what was obscene and what wasn't was unclear, and since the U.S. Supreme Court had been unsuccessful in establishing definite guidelines, Wilde's opponents naturally protested using his narrow opinion as the standard by which material was measured. Warfare had been declared in cities and towns. Battles were being waged in movie theaters, bookstores, libraries, and museums. Those opposing Reverend Wilde found themselves lumped together and labeled non-believing heathens. They were promoted as this era's heretics, witches, and pagans, anathema to every true believer. Because the catalog for the lingerie line, French Silk, had fallen under Jackson Wilde's censure, Claire, as its creator, had been thrust into the unwelcome limelight. For months he'd lambasted the catalog, grouping it with hardcore pornographic magazines. Yasmin had agreed with Claire's assertion that they should ignore Wilde and his ridiculous accusations rather than try to defend what neither felt needed defending. But Wilde wasn't easily ignored. When his sermons failed to provoke the response he wanted, a televised debate, he'd used his pulpit to attack Yasmin and Claire personally, citing them as lewd, lascivious, contemporary Jezebels. His sermons against them had heated up even more when a week earlier he'd brought his crusade to New Orleans, home of French Silk. Yasmin had been in New York taking care of other business interests, so Claire had had to bear the brunt of Wilde's vicious insults. That's why Yasmin was baffled by Claire's reaction to the news of his death. French Silk was Claire's brainchild. It had been her conception. Her business acumen, vivid imagination, and instinct for what the women of America wanted had made the mail-order business a stunning success. For Yasmin herself, it had prolonged a waning career. It had been her salvation, although even Claire didn't realize to what extent. Now the bastard who had threatened to end all that was dead. To her way of thinking, it was cause for celebration. Claire, however, saw it differently. Since Wilde had labeled us his enemies in considering that he was murdered, I don't think we should be heard gloating over his death. I've been accused of a lot of things, Claire, but never of being two-faced. I don't mince words. What I feel, I say. You were bred in a hothouse of gentility while I was scraping and clawing to survive in Harlem. Me, I come on like gangbusters. While you barely flutter the air when you move, I've got a mouth as wide as the Lincoln Tunnel. Your voice would melt butter. But there's a limit to even your patience, Claire Louise Laurent. This preacher man was on your ass for almost a year, since the first time he trashed French Silk's catalog from his gilded pulpit. It was like having your baby publicly spanked for being a wicked child. You've withstood his narrow-minded censure with a poise and grace that did your Southern heritage proud, but truthfully now, deep down, aren't you glad the pious son of a bitch is dead? Claire stared vacantly beyond her hood ornament. Yes, she said quietly, slowly. Deep down, I'm glad the son of a bitch is dead. Well, maybe you'd better follow your own advice and think of something else to tell them. Them? Claire snapped out of her trance, and Yasmin directed her attention to the next block. Several TV vans with satellite dishes were parked along Peter Street in front of French Silk. Reporters and video cameramen were milling around them. Damn, Claire muttered. I don't want to be involved in this." "Well, brace yourself, baby," Yasmin said. "You were one of Jackson Wilde's favorite targets. Whether you want to be or not, you're involved up to your eyebrows." Chapter 2. "You failed to get convictions on your last 3 cases." Cassidy had expected that argument. Even so, the criticism stung. Rather than showing his agitation, he assumed a self-confident air. "We knew going in that those 3 cases were weak, Tony. In each one, all the defense attorneys had to do was say, 'Prove it.' I did the best I could with what little evidence I had, and you damn well know that." District Attorney Anthony Crowder crossed his stubby, hairy hands over his vest and leaned back in his leather desk chair. "This conversation is premature. The police haven't even made an arrest yet. It might be months before they do." Cassidy stubbornly shook his head. "I want to work alongside them on the investigation to make certain something vital doesn't slip through the cracks. Then I'll have the police commissioner on my back for your butting in on what should be a matter strictly for his department. I'm glad you mentioned the PC, your buddies. Have a talk with him. See if you can get Howard Glenn on the Wild case. That's Seedy. He was first on the scene, and he's good. The best. Cassidy, don't worry about me overstepping my bounds. I'll exercise all my powers of diplomacy." "You don't have any powers of diplomacy," the district attorney reminded him. "Since you joined this office 5 years ago, you've done some good work, but generally speaking, you've been a pain in the butt." Cassidy grinned confidently, unfazed by Tony Crowder's gruff put down. He knew how the DA really felt about him. Unofficially, he was Crowder's heir apparent. When his current term was up next year, he planned to retire. It was tacitly understood that Cassidy would get first crack at Crowder's office and his endorsement. He might exasperate the older man, but Crowder recognized in Cassidy the same combination of ambition and grit that had once characterized and driven him. "I've prosecuted and won more cases for you than any other lawyer in the department," Cassidy said without false modesty. "I know that," Crowder snapped. "You don't have to remind me, but you've also caused me more trouble. You can't accomplish anything if you're scared of making waves. In your case, tidal waves." Cassidy sat forward and fixed Crowder with a compelling stare. His steady gray eyes had intimidated reluctant witnesses, impressed cynical judges, swayed skeptical jurors, and, in his private life, made sweet talk superfluous. "Give me this case, Tony." Before Crowder could verbalize his decision, his secretary poked her head around the door. "Ariel Wilde is holding a press conference. It's being broadcast live on all the TV stations. Thought you might be interested." She withdrew, closing the door behind her. Crowder reached for the remote control on his desk and switched on the TV set across the room. The widow's pretty, pale features appeared on the screen. She looked as frail and defenseless as a refugee angel, but there was steely conviction behind her voice. "This tragedy will not put an end to my husband's crusade against the devil's handiwork." That won her a chorus of amens from the faithful followers who were pressing against the ranks of security people, reporters, and photographers surrounding her. Satan knew we were winning this battle. He had to take desperate measures. First, he used this corrupt city as a tool against us. City officials refused to provide my husband the round-the-clock protection he requested. "Oh shit," Crowder said, groaning. "Why'd she have to blame the city? The whole damn world is watching." "Nobody knows that better than she does." Cassidy left his chair, sliding his hands into his trousers pockets as he moved closer to the television set. As eloquent tears trickled down her ivory cheeks, the widow continued her speech. "This beautiful city is rank with sin and corruption. Take a walk down Bourbon Street if you want to see the stranglehold the devil has on New Orleans." Jackson Wilde was a conscience whispering into the ear of this city that it had become a moral cesspool, a slimy reservoir for crime and immorality. Other than these few here who have come to lend support and mourn his passing, local officials resented Jackson for his divinely inspired honesty. The camera panned a somber group that included a judge, a congressman, and several city officials. Crowder made a rude sound. "Politicians," some thought. Jackson Wilde and voters made good bedfellows. "I'd rather fuck a goat," Crowder grumbled. "My husband was treated with an indifference that bordered on hostility." Ariel Wilde cried. "That indifference to his safety cost him his life." When the roar of agreement from the crowd subsided, she continued, "Then the devil used one of his demons to silence his staunchest foe, Reverend Jackson Wilde, with a bullet through his heart. But we won't be silenced," she shouted, raising her thin arms and shaking her fists. "My beloved Jackson is with the Lord now. He's been granted a well-deserved rest and peace, praise the Lord." "Praise the Lord," the flock echoed. "But my work isn't finished. I'll continue the crusade Jackson began. We'll ultimately win this war against the filth that would foul our hearts and minds. This ministry won't stop until America is swept clean of the offal that fills its theaters and book racks, until museums supported by your tax dollars are rid of pornography that passes itself off as art. We're going to make this country an ideal for the rest of the world to follow, a country free of smut, a nation whose children are reared in an environment of purity and light. A shout of approval went up. Policemen had a difficult time holding back the surging crowd. Camera angle widened to take in the entire chaotic scene. Ariel Wilde, seemingly spent and on the verge of collapse, was led away on the arm of her stepson. Wilde's entourage protectively closed ranks around her. Random close-ups of the crowd showed faces, streaked with tears, streaming eyes pinched shut in soulful anguish, lips moving in silent prayer. The mourning disciples linked arms and began singing in unison, Jackson Wilde's theme song, Onward Christian Soldiers. With a precise flick of his wrist, Tony Crowder switched off the set. Damned hypocrites! If they're so concerned about the welfare of their children, why aren't they home with them teaching them the difference between right and wrong, instead of parading for a dead saint? He sighed in exasperation and nodded toward the TV. Are you sure you want to get involved in that mess, Cassidy? Absolutely. Off the record, it's going to be a friggin' three-ring circus, especially when the police start rounding up suspects, which right now is limited to about 600 people. Everyone in and around the Fairmont Hotel last night. I'd whittle it down real quick to the widow and stepson. They're tops on my list, too. Cassidy grinned engagingly. Does this mean I have the case? For the time being? Come on, Tony. For the time being, the older man repeated loudly. You're putting yourself in a hot spot, and it's bound to get hotter. I hate to think what will happen if you provoke Ariel Wilde. She's as loved and adored as her husband was. You might incite a riot if it ever comes down to arresting her for killing him. There'll be skirmishes, sure, I'm prepared. Cassidy returned to his chair and sat down. I've taken heat before, Tony. It doesn't bother me. Doesn't bother you? Hell, you thrive on it. I like to win. Cassidy locked gazes with his superior. His grin faded until his lips were a thin, firm line. Which is the real reason I want this case, Tony. I'm not bullshitting you now. I need a win. I need one bad. Crowder nodded, appreciating his protégé's candor. There are less volatile cases I could throw your way if a win's all you're looking for. Cassidy shook his head. I need a big win, and bringing Jackson Wilde's killer to justice is going to be one of the biggest legal coups of this year, if not the decade. So you're after headlines and coverage on the 6 o'clock news, Crowder said, regarding him with a frown. You know me better than that, so I decline to honor that comment with a rebuttal. Since this morning, I've taken a crash course on Jackson Wilde. I don't like what the preacher was or what he stood for. In fact, I disagree with just about everything he advocated. His version of Christianity doesn't jibe with the one I was taught in Sunday school. You went to Sunday school? Cassidy ignored that barb, too, and stuck with the point he was trying to make. Whatever else Wilde was, he was a human being with a right to live to a ripe old age. Somebody denied him that right. Naked and defenseless, he was murdered by someone he trusted. How do you know that? There wasn't a sign of forced entry on any of the doors into the suite. The locks hadn't been jimmied. So either the perp had a key or Jackson let him in. Apparently, Jackson was lying in bed, either sleeping or talking to whoever killed him. He was a religious fanatic, possibly the most dangerous one since Rasputin, but he didn't deserve to have someone cold-bloodedly put a bullet through his brain. And heart and balls, Crowder added. Cassidy's eyes narrowed. That's quirky, isn't it? The shot to the head and the heart were already overkill. Why the balls, too? The killer was pissed. Good and pissed. It smacks of self-indulgence, doesn't it? Female vengeance, for instance. You think the wife offed him like some others of his ilk? You think Wilde had a sweet young thing on the side and Ariel found out? I don't know. I just have a strong hunch the killer was female. Why's that? It only makes sense, Cassidy said. If you were a woman and wanted revenge on a guy, isn't that where you'd shoot him? Claire was breathless by the time she reached her living quarters at the French silk offices. She heard Yasmin and her mother talking together in another room, but she slipped down the hallway unnoticed and went directly to her bedroom, closing the door behind her. Their arrival at French Silk had created a tumult among the reporters who had the building staked out. They had swarmed Yasmin and her the moment they alighted from the car. Claire was tempted to duck her head and dash inside, but knew that avoidance would only prolong the inevitable. The media wouldn't leave until she made a statement. They would continue to be an impediment to her business, an annoyance to her neighbors, and possibly a source of anxiety to her mother. Never sure of what Yasmin might say, Claire asked her to go inside and see that Mary Catherine was kept unaware of what was happening outside. After mugging for the cameras, Yasmin did as Claire requested. Dozens of questions were shouted at Claire, but she caught only snatches of one before the next one was hurled at her. It was impossible to answer them all, and she wouldn't have anyway. Finally, she held up her hands for silence. Speaking into the microphones directed at her, she said, "Although Reverend Wilde had proclaimed me a sinner and his enemy, I'm terribly sorry about his death. My heart goes out to his family." She moved toward the entrance to French Silk, but her progress was blocked by the clamoring journalists. "Miss Laurent, is it true that despite his repeated invitations, you refused to debate Reverend Wilde?" "They weren't invitations, they were challenges. I only wanted to be let alone to run my business." "How do you respond to his allegations of, 'I have nothing more to say'? Who murdered him, Miss Laurent?" The question stopped Claire in her tracks. She gazed with stupefaction at the balding reporter who had rudely asked the question. Smirking, he met her stare unflinchingly. The others fell silent, expectantly awaiting her answer. In that startling instant, Claire realized that her conflict with Jackson Wilde wasn't over. He was dead, but she wasn't free of him. Indeed, the worst might be yet to come. Why had the reporter asked her specifically about the murder? Did he have a reliable source in the police department? Had he heard rumors about possible suspects? Although she kept her features composed, fear, like icy fingertips, tiptoed up her spine. In spite of the sweltering heat and high humidity, she felt chilled to the bone. "Excuse me, that's all I have to say." She forcibly pushed her way through the reporters and didn't stop until she was safely inside, upstairs in her private quarters. The experience had left her shaky and agitated. Her clothes clung to her damply, and she peeled them off with frantic haste. In the bathroom, she leaned over the sink and bathed her face, throat, chest, and arms with cool water. Feeling somewhat refreshed, she stepped into a strapless cotton jumpsuit, one of French Silk's most popular items from the summer catalog, and pulled her shoulder-length hair into a ponytail. Emerging from the bathroom, she soberly regarded the massive cherrywood armoire across the room. 3 years earlier, when she had picked out the old warehouse for French Silk's headquarters, she'd converted the top floor into her private apartment. It was only the second address Claire had ever had. Before that, she had lived in her great-aunt Laurel's house on Royal Street near Esplanade. Following Aunt Laurel's death, Claire and Mary Catherine had moved out of her house, but Claire hadn't yet had the heart to clean it out and sell it. She couldn't bring herself to dispose of Aunt Laurel's things because the funny lady unkindly referred to as an old maid had derived such joy from her possessions, probably because they compensated for her lack of a husband and children. The house on Royal Street remained intact. The cherrywood armoire was the single exception, the only piece Claire had brought with her when she moved. She had always admired it. Its clean lines blended well with the apartment's contemporary design. She had specifically requested that the architect design a wall in her bedroom large enough to accommodate the piece. Claire crossed to the armoire, pulled open the doors, knelt in front of the bureau drawers, and tugged open the bottom one. It took some effort because it was so heavy, filled to capacity with clippings that had been cut from newspapers and magazines. The dates on them spanned the last several years. Claire had spent hours poring over the articles, digesting the information they contained and assimilating her reactions to it. She regretted having to destroy them. Collecting them had been like a hobby to her, one she had found habit-forming and fascinating, but now it would have to be disposed of immediately. It would be folly for her to keep printed documentation of every move made by the Reverend Jackson Wilde. The hotel suite was overrun with people. Some were merely curious hangers-on. Others were sincerely trying to help. All seemed confused by the sudden loss of their leader as they wandered aimlessly through the suite, gathering in small groups and then dispersing, shaking their heads and whispering tearfully as though it were a refrain. "I just can't believe it." After being questioned by Cassidy, Ariel had been moved out of the San Luis suite. Her present accommodations were smaller and less luxurious. Her privacy was limited. The constant ebb and flow of mourners was maddening, she signaled to Josh, who immediately rushed to her side. After a hushed, brief exchange, he raised his voice in order to get everyone's attention. "Ariel is exhausted. Could we ask you please to clear the suite now and let her get some rest? If either of us needs anything, we'll notify you." Wilde's entourage filed out looking forlorn and abandoned. They cast sympathetic glances at the widow who was curled in a corner of the sofa, her legs tucked beneath her. Her black dress seemed to be slowly consuming her as though she were melting inside it. As soon as Josh had closed the door behind the last straggler, Ariel sat up and swung her legs off the couch. "Thank God they're gone, and shut that damn thing off."
I don't want to look at her.
She pointed to the TV set. The volume had been muted, but the image of a woman trying to avoid a horde of reporters filled the screen. "Who's she?" Josh asked. "That French Silk person. A minute ago, they had her name superimposed on the screen." "So that's Claire Laurent," Josh said, standing back to get a better look. "I wondered what she looked like. She doesn't have horns and a pointed tail, as Daddy would have had everyone believe. Nor does she look like a scarlet woman. Quite the contrary, I'd say. Who cares what you'd say?" Ariel marched to the set and shut it off herself. "Aren't you curious about what Ms. Laurent has to say?" Josh asked. "Not in the slightest. She'll get hers, but not today. All in good time. Order me something from room service, will you? I'm starving." She disappeared into the next room. Joshua Wilde, the 28-year-old son of Jackson Wilde by his first marriage, called room service and ordered a light lunch for his stepmother. He figured a grieving widow shouldn't have too healthy an appetite. For himself, he ordered a muffuletta, a New Orleans specialty sandwich for which he had acquired a taste. While he waited for their order, he moved to the window and gazed down. People on the street were going about their everyday lives as though nothing extraordinary had happened. Hadn't they heard? Jackson Wilde was dead. Josh hadn't yet assimilated it, although he'd seen the body and the bloodshed. He hadn't really expected the earth to stop turning, but he'd thought something momentous would occur to mark his father's passing. Jackson would never again fill a room with his crackling, parasitical energy, which drained the life force out of everyone else. His voice would never be heard again, whether raised in prayer or laden with malice. Never again would Josh be subjected to one of his father's cold stares, which too frequently conveyed either disappointment or disgust, and always criticism. 7 years ago, Josh's mother, Martha, had died with as little fanfare as that with which she had lived. Josh received the news that she had died instantly of a stroke while he was in New York, studying music at Juilliard. He never got to say goodbye. Her life had been so inconsequential that her death had barely caused a pause in the well-oiled operation of his father's ministry. When she died, Jackson had been actively expanding his ministry to cable television. He was driven inexhaustible. Immediately following his wife's funeral, he had returned to his office to get in a few hours' work so that the day wouldn't be entirely wasted. Josh had never forgiven his father for that particular display of insensitivity. That's why he didn't feel guilty now for the appetite that was making his stomach growl, even though he'd viewed his father's bloody corpse only hours ago. That's also why he didn't feel guilty about committing adultery with his father's second wife. He reasoned that some sins were justified, although he had no scriptural reference to support that belief. Ariel was only 2 years older than Josh, but as she came out of the bedroom dressed in an oversized t-shirt, her long hair held away from her face by barrettes. She looked several years younger than he. Her legs and feet were bare. "Did you order some dessert?" Jackson always taunted her about her overactive sweet tooth and never let her indulge it without hassling her. "Chocolate layer cake," Josh told her. "Yummy? Ariel?" He waited until she turned to face him. "Only a few hours ago you discovered your husband's body. Are you trying to spoil my appetite? I guess I am. Aren't you the least bit upset?" Her expression turned sulky and self-defensive. "You know how much I cried earlier?" Josh laughed without humor. "You've been crying on cue ever since that night you came to Daddy with a special prayer request for your little brother after he'd received a life sentence. You wrenched Daddy's heart and sang on his podium at the very next service. I've seen you be very effective with your tears. Others might mistake them as genuine, but I know better. You use them when it's convenient or when you want something. Never, because you're sad. You're too selfish ever to feel sad. Angry and frustrated and jealous, maybe, but never sad. Ariel had lost a lot of weight since marrying Josh's father 3 years earlier. Then she'd been rather plump. Her breasts were smaller now, but the areolas were still wide and the nipples large and protrudent. Josh hated himself for noticing them beneath her soft cotton t-shirt as she propped her hands on her hips. Jackson Wilde was a mean-spirited, spiteful, self-centered son of a bitch. Her blue eyes didn't blink once. "His death isn't going to spoil my appetite because I'm not sorry he's dead, except for how it might affect the ministry. And you took care of that during the press conference." "That's right, Josh. I've already laid the groundwork for continuing the ministry. Somebody around here should be thinking about the future," she added snidely. As though suffering a splitting headache, Josh pressed the tips of his long, slender musician's fingers against his hairline and squeezed his eyes shut. "Christ, you're cold, always scheming, always planning, relentless." "Because I've always had to be. I didn't grow up rich like you, Josh. You call your grandparents' place outside of Nashville a farm," she scoffed. "My family had a real farm. It was dirty and stank of manure. I didn't help groom fancy horses like you did only when you felt like it. Whether I wanted to or not, I had to weed the vegetable garden and shell peas and slop a hog so he'd be fat in November when we butchered him. I only owned one pair of shoes at a time. The girls at school laughed at me for wearing hand-me-downs. And from the time I was 12, I had to ward off the groping hands of drunken uncles on Saturday nights, then look into their smug faces from the choir loft on Sunday mornings. Oh yes, we always went to church on Sundays and listened to sermons that glorified poverty. But I never believed a word of it. She shook her long, straight, platinum blonde hair. I've been poor, Josh, and poor sucks. It makes you mean. It makes you desperate. You reach a point where you'll do anything to escape it. That's why my little brother is in prison for the rest of his life. After he got sent up, I knew I had to do something drastic or wind up worse off than he is. So yes, I cried for your daddy. And if he'd asked me to wipe his butt or give him a blowjob on the spot, I would have done that too. I learned from him that money makes all the difference. Being rich and mean is a whole lot better than being poor and mean. When you're poor, you go to jail for your meanness. But if you're rich, you can do what you please and nobody can touch you. I'm a schemer, all right. I will be for the rest of my life because I'm never going to be poor again. She paused to take a breath. Don't try to tell me you're sorry he's gone, Josh. You hated him as much as I did, if not more. He couldn't quite meet her direct gaze. I guess my feelings could be classified as ambivalent. I don't feel any remorse, but I don't feel relieved as I imagined I would. She moved toward him and slid her arms around his neck. Don't you see, Josh? If we play it smart, this can be a beginning for us. The public loves us. We can go on as before, except that life will be so much better without him harping on us all the time. Do you really think our adoring public will accept us as a couple, Ariel? He smiled wanly over her naivete. Or was it her rapacity that amused him? He couldn't hold any of it against her, really. She had not had the advantages he'd grown up with and taken for granted. Even before Jackson Wilde had become a household word, he'd had a faithful and generous following. The offering plates were always full. In addition to Martha's inheritance, it amounted to a sizable income. Josh had never lacked for anything material. The first time he'd seen Ariel, she was wearing a cheap, loud dress and too much costume jewelry. Her speech and crude accent had been offensive to his ears. Even so, he'd admired the audacity it had taken for her to approach his father and solicit prayers for her convicted brother. Today she was slim, articulate, and immaculately groomed. But Josh knew that when she looked into the mirror, Ariel still saw a plump, disheveled, desperate young woman making a last-ditch effort to alter the course of her life. When she gazed at her manicured hands, she saw garden dirt beneath her fingernails. The public will accept our new relationship in time, she was saying. If we bring the Lord into it often enough, we can say we fought our romantic love for each other because it didn't seem right. But then through prayer and Bible study, God convinced us that it had been His will all along. They'll eat it up. Everybody loves a happy ending. She kissed his lips softly, teasingly, releasing a slender thread of her breath into his mouth. I need you now, Josh. He shut his eyes tightly, trying valiantly to ward off the lust that was gathering in his center. Ariel, we shouldn't be together for a while. They'll think. She moved closer, bumping his pelvis with her own. Who'll think what? The police, that Mr. Cassidy from the DA's office? We're bound to be suspects. Don't be silly, Josh. We have each other for our alibis, remember? Her nonchalance was exasperating, but his attraction to her was based on frustration and forbiddenness, rather than shaking her as he felt like doing. He slipped his hands beneath her t-shirt and clasped her around the waist, pulling her roughly against him. His lips ground over hers. He pressed his tongue into her eager, wet mouth while the heels of his hands caressed her pelvic bones. His sex was swollen and hot. He was impatient with his clothing, but as he went for his zipper, there was a knock at the door. That'll be our lunch, Ariel sighed. She kissed him one final time, brushed her hand across his distended fly, then drifted out of his arms. Have the waiter bring the tray into the bedroom. We'll eat first. Cassidy? Here. He juggled the telephone receiver while trying to depress the volume button on the remote control and keep from dropping his bologna sandwich and his beer. It's Glenn. I've been officially assigned to the Wilde case. Good, Cassidy thought. Crowder had come through. Detective Howard Glenn would be the point person, or the main liaison between him and the police department. Once Glenn selected his platoon of officers to investigate the case, he, Cassidy, would be constantly apprised of developments. He knew that Glenn was difficult to work with. He was a slob, untidy in every respect except his detective work. But Cassidy was willing to overlook Glenn's character flaws in exchange for his competence. Got anything? He asked, setting aside the tasteless sandwich. The lab report's back. We're going through it now. How's it look? No prints other than his old lady's, and the housekeeper in charge of the suite. Of course, we've got hundreds of partials that belong to the people who stayed in that suite before him. Although Cassidy had figured as much, it was still dismal news. Any sign of a weapon? Zilch. Whoever walked into Wild's suite and offed him walked out with the gun. The lack of a murder weapon was going to make solving this case and getting a conviction a real challenge. Luckily, Cassidy liked challenges, the harder the better. How soon could you get a few phone taps in place? He asked the detective. First thing tomorrow. Who else besides the wife and son? We'll discuss it in the morning. Stay in touch. He hung up, took another bite of his sandwich, another swig of tepid beer, and returned his attention to the TV set. Earlier, he had called the cable station that aired Jackson Wild's Prayer and Praise Hour and asked for copies of all available tapes. The station management had promptly delivered the tapes to his office. He'd then brought them home where he could watch them without interruption. The programs were slickly produced. Wild put on a dazzling show complete with flying white doves, an orchestra, a 500-voice choir, a gold-leaf pulpit, and Joshua's mirrored piano, which resembled the one once owned by the late Liberace. The format never varied. The program opened with a trumpet blast loud enough to herald the second coming. The choir broke into song. The doves were released with a flurry of white wings, and Wild descended a curved staircase as though he'd just wrapped up a visit with the Almighty, which is exactly what he intimated in his opening remarks. Ariel, always dressed in pristine white, her only jewelry a simple gold wedding band and a pair of discreet pearl earrings. Wild, stressed that the only treasures they stockpiled were their spiritual rewards, was introduced with the trilling of trumpets in the background. Then the audience got a close-up of Joshua Wild as he played the introduction to Ariel's first song. Her singing voice, marginal at best, was greatly enhanced by the orchestra, the choir, and a sound system whose staggering cost would have made a large dent in the national debt. Ariel threw beatific smiles toward her husband, toward Josh, toward the audience, and toward heaven. Invariably, by the end of the song, at least one eloquent, glistening tear had spilled from her celestial blue eyes. Cassidy was a skeptic by nature and rarely took anything at face value. Generously allowing for that, he still couldn't understand how anyone of reasonable intelligence could fall for Wild's glitzy sideshow. His sermons were gross distortions of the gospel. He preached much more vehemently about admonition than grace, more about condemnation than love, more about hellfire than forgiveness. More was said of Satan than of Christ. It was easy to see why he was held in such contempt by clergymen of most organized Christian sects. It was also plain to Cassidy how Wild was able to induce such fanaticism in his narrow-minded followers. He told them exactly what they wanted to hear, that they were right and anyone who disagreed with their opinion was wrong. Of course, God was always on their side. After viewing the tapes several times, making notes as he watched, Cassidy switched off the set and headed for his bedroom. An inventory of clean shirts and shorts revealed that he could go another couple of days before a trip to the laundry. When he was married, Chris had taken care of his wardrobe just as she had kept the house, done the shopping, and cooked their meals. The divorce hadn't come about because she was negligent, and by most standards he would have been judged a fairly good husband. He always remembered anniversaries and birthdays. He had a sixth sense that told him when sex was out of the question, and on those nights he refrained from asking. The dissolution of their 4-year marriage could be blamed more on apathy than on animosity. It had cracked under external pressure, and their love for one another hadn't been strong enough to hold things together. Chris hadn't even wanted to discuss relocating, and after a pivotal incident that had unbalanced his perfectly balanced life, he'd been adamant on relocating. When word reached him of an opening in the Orleans Parish, Louisiana, DA's office, he applied for the job and a divorce on the same day. The last he'd heard of Chris, she was still living in Louisville, happily remarried and pregnant with a second child. He wished her every happiness. It certainly wasn't her fault that his work had been more important to him than she had been, and that when his career went awry, he'd had to reevaluate everything in his life, including their marriage. In some respects, he was still shackled to his past mistakes. He'd been hacking away at those problems for 5 years and wasn't yet completely free of them. He might never be, but his marriage wasn't a link in those chains. It had been a clean, unemotional break. The only time he thought of his former wife was when he needed sex very badly and no one was available, or when he was out of clean shirts. That wasn't fair to Chris. She deserved better than that, but that's the way it was. He stripped and got into bed, but his mind was too preoccupied to settle into sleep. He realized to his surprise that he was also semi-erect. Lust for a woman hadn't caused it. It was residual excitement looking for an outlet. He was supercharged mentally and physically. As he lay there sleepless, he reviewed the facts of the Wild case, acknowledging that there were damned few of them. All he knew for certain was that it was going to be a difficult, jealous bitch of a case that would consume his life for months, if not years. Undaunted by the prospect of that, he was itching to get started. He'd overseen the writing and issuance of the press release that gave an account of the murder. It was now a matter of record that he would be heading the investigation and prosecuting the case when it came to trial. He'd asked for the opportunity, and it had been granted. He couldn't blow it. He had to prove to Crowder that his trust wasn't misplaced. Cassidy also had to prove it to himself. Chapter 3. The building was located on North Peter Street, 1 block from where it merged with Decatur. It was last in a row of scarred brick warehouses that had thus far withstood the path of progress in this old industrial district of the French Quarter. Most of the buildings, including the nearby Jack's Brewery, had been gutted and redeveloped into fashionable eateries and shopping malls. The renovation had resulted in a discordant blending of authentic New Orleans with crass commercialism. The old-timers who wished to preserve the mystic atmosphere of the Vieux Carré considered such commercialization an abomination, a desecration of the district's uniqueness. Those who clung to it did so with tenacity and defiance, as the facade of French silk evinced. The ancient bricks had been painted white, although the side of the building that was exposed to the intersecting street bore the cruel marks of age. In keeping with Creole architecture, there were glossy black shutters on all the windows. Black grillwork simulating balconies had been added to the second and third floors. Above the entrance, suspended from twin black chains, was a discreet sign bearing the name of the business written in cursive. Cassidy soon discovered, however, that the front door was also a facade and that the real entrance to the warehouse was a heavy metal door on the Conti Street side of the building. He depressed the button and heard a loud school bell ringing inside. A few seconds later, the door was opened. "What do you want?" The woman who confronted him was built like a stevedore. Oralf Eep-Aish, spelled out in blue letters and centered in a red heart, had been tattooed on her forearm. Her upper lip was beaded with perspiration that clung to the hairs of a faint mustache. She looked no more like she belonged in a lingerie factory than a linebacker did at a debutante ball. Cassidy's heart went out to Ralph. "My name is Cassidy. Are you Claire Laurent?" She uttered a sound like a foghorn. "Is that supposed to be a joke?" "No. I'm looking for Claire Laurent. Is she here?" She gave him a suspicious once-over. "Just a minute." Propping the door open with her foot, she picked up a wall-mounted telephone and pressed 2 digits on the panel. "There's a guy here to see Miss Laurent." "Kennedy somebody?" "Cassidy," he corrected with a polite smile. He was no Schwarzenegger, but he could hold his own in an ordinary brawl. Still, he'd hate to tangle with this tugboat Annie. She glared at Cassidy while waiting for further instructions. Cupping the mouthpiece of the telephone, she spat past his shoulder. Finally, she listened, then said to him, "Ms. Laurent wants to know what about. I'm from the district attorney's office." He removed the leather folder from his breast pocket and flipped it open to show her his ID. That won him another glare and a slow, distrustful once-over. "He's from the district attorney's office." After a moment, she hung up the telephone. "This way." She didn't look pleased about her boss's decision to see him. Her rubber sole struck the concrete floor like each footfall might have a cockroach beneath it. She led him past row upon row of box goods that were being labeled and loaded for shipping. Large fans mounted in the walls at ceiling level were blowing hard and noisily, but they succeeded only in circulating warm, humid air. Their blades interrupted the sunlight streaming in, creating an effect like a strobe and lending a surreal atmosphere to the warehouse. Cassidy felt a trickle of sweat running down his side and forgave the woman her sweating upper lip. He shrugged off his suit jacket and held it over his shoulder. Then he loosened the knot of his necktie. As he moved across the warehouse, he noticed that it was spotlessly clean and highly organized. Busy workers, seemingly unaffected by the heat, chatted happily among themselves. A few glanced curiously at him, but none had glared at him like Tugboat. He supposed that suspicion was the nature of her job, which was obviously to keep out the scumbags and undesirables like himself. When they reached the freight elevator, she slid open the heavy double doors, second floor. "Thank you." The doors clanged shut, sealing him in an elevator larger than his apartment's bathroom. On his way up, he rolled his shirt sleeves up to his elbows. He stepped into a corridor that ran the width of the building. Branching off it were other hallways and offices from which he could hear sounds of clerical activity. Directly in front of him was a set of wide double doors. Instinctively, he knew that he would find Miss Laurent behind them. Indeed, the doors opened onto a carpeted, air-conditioned office that was exquisitely furnished, complete with a smiling receptionist behind a desk made of glass and black lacquer. "Mr. Cassidy?" she asked pleasantly. "That's right." He hadn't expected so plush an office above an ordinary warehouse. He shouldn't have removed his jacket and loosened his tie. However, he didn't have time to correct that before the receptionist escorted him to another set of double doors. "Ms. Laurent is expecting you. Go right in." She opened the door for him and stepped aside. He went in and received the next in a series of surprises. He had anticipated a glamorous office that lived up to the lavish reception area. Instead, this was a workspace, space being the operative word. There seemed to be acres of it. The room was as wide as the building and half as deep. A wall of windows offered a panoramic view of the Mississippi River. There were several drawing tables, each outfitted with a vast assortment of implements, and 3 headless dress forms and easels and a sewing machine and swatches of fabric and a woman. She was seated on a high stool, bending over one of the drawing tables, pencil in hand. As the door closed behind Cassidy, she raised her head and looked at him through a pair of square tortoiseshell eyeglasses. "Mr. Cassidy?"
Ms. Laurent?
After removing her glasses and leaving them and the pencil on the table, she came toward him with her right hand extended. "Yes, I'm Claire Laurent." Her face, figure, and form weren't at all what he had expected. For a moment, while he clasped her hand courteously, his head went a little muzzy. What had he expected Claire Laurent to look like? Another tugboat Annie? Another petite doll like the receptionist? She was neither. It hardly seemed that she and the doorkeeper belonged to the same species, much less the same sex. For while Claire Laurent was wearing wide-legged trousers the color of ripe tobacco and a loose, tailored silk shirt, there was certainly nothing masculine about her. Nor was she pert and cute like the secretary. She was tall, slender. She had fashionably wide shoulders, her breasts were compact but definitely discernible. Supported by lace, he guessed, because he caught glimpses of it between the soft lapels of the ivory shirt. Her eyes were the color of expensive whiskey, and if whiskey had a voice it would sound like hers, like a blend of satin and wood smoke. "You wanted to see me?" He released her hand. "Yes. Can I offer you something to drink?" She indicated a sitting area comprised of a divan with deep cushions and a low table between 2 upholstered chairs. In one of the chairs was a basket overflowing with what appeared to be crochet or knitting. On the table were several crystal decanters reflecting the late afternoon sunlight and casting rainbows on the white plaster walls and hardwood floor. "No, thanks, nothing. May I hang up your jacket?" She reached for it. He almost passed it to her before thinking better of it. "No, thanks. I'm fine. Sorry to be so casual, but downstairs is a sweatbox." Because she wasn't what he'd expected, it had cost him a few seconds of control. Cassidy liked always to be in control, and somehow he wanted to pay her back for stealing that from him. Feeling ornery, he had spoken the statement innocently, but he'd intended it as a dig, which she'd have to be a real airhead to miss. She wasn't, not by a long shot. Her eyes flickered defensively, but she obviously decided to let it pass. "Yes, it can sometimes get uncomfortably warm. Please, sit down."
Thanks.
He moved to one of the chairs and sat down, draping his jacket over his knee. She sat on the divan facing him. He noticed that her lipstick was wearing off, as though she'd been pulling that full lower lip between her teeth while deep in concentration. Her hair was a light shade of auburn that shimmered like fire in the sunlight. She must have been raking her hands or her pencil through it, because the curls and waves were tousled immediately. He knew several things about her. First, Claire Laurent was a working woman. She wasn't hung up on feminine affectations and vanity. She was also a woman trying to hide her nervousness behind hospitality. Only the pulse beating at the base of her elegantly smooth throat gave her away. From her throat, his eyes moved to the trinket hanging from a black silk cord around her neck. She followed his gaze down and said, "It was a gift from my friend Yasmin. What's in it?" The small vial lying against her chest contained a clear liquid. A love potion? His gray eyes connected with hers with an almost audible click. Suddenly Cassidy wished that he hadn't gone to bed last night with a semi-hard on. He also wished that his errand here today weren't an official one. She removed the stopper from the vial. At the end of the short wand was a minuscule spool. She raised it to her lips and blew through it. Dozens of tiny iridescent bubbles burst from it and drifted up and around her face. He laughed, partly because the bubbles surprised him and partly to release some of the energy building inside him. "A whimsical distraction for when work gets me down," she said. "Yasmin frequently gives me gadgets like this because she says I take myself too seriously." Smiling, she recapped the vial. "Do you?" She met his direct gaze. "Do I? What? Take yourself too seriously?" He knew from her reaction that he'd overstepped his bounds. Her smile congealed, still cordial, but with a hint of impatience, she asked, "Why did you come to see me, Mr. Cassidy? Is it regarding that hot check I reported to the DA's office?" "Hot check? No, I'm afraid not. Then I'm at a loss. Reverend Jackson Wilde." He tossed out the name without preamble. It lay like a gauntlet between them. She didn't pick it up, but merely continued to gaze at him inquisitively. He was forced to elaborate. "I assume you've heard about his murder." "Certainly. Didn't you see me on TV?" That took him aback. "No, when was that?" "The day Reverend Wilde's body was found. The day before yesterday, wasn't it? Reporters came here to get my statement. It must not have been as dramatic as they wanted because I didn't make the evening news." Were you relieved or disappointed that you were cut? What do you think?" Her smile had disappeared. Cassidy took another tack. "What do you know about the murder?" "No," she repeated with a shrug. "Only what I read in the newspapers and see on television. Why? Were you acquainted with Reverend Wilde?" "Do you mean had I ever met him?" "No." "Never?" "No, but he knew you." She remained silent, although she didn't look quite as calm, cool, and collected as she had a few moments ago. "Didn't he, Miss Laurent?" "Well enough that your opinion was sought by the media when he was found dead." She wet her lips with a dainty, pink tongue that momentarily distracted him. "Reverend Wilde knew me by name as the owner of French silk. He condemned me from his pulpit as a pornographer. Smut peddler is how he referred to me." "How did you feel about that? How do you think I felt?" Suddenly giving vent to the agitation he'd sensed behind her calm facade, she stood up and rounded the divan so that it was between them. "I'll bet you didn't like it one damn bit." "You're absolutely right, Mr. Cassidy. I didn't. The term smut doesn't apply either to my business or to my catalog. Did you know you were on Wilde's hit list?" "What are you talking about?" Cassidy removed a sheet of paper from the pocket of his jacket, which still lay across his knees. He shook out the folds and handed it to her, yet she made no move to take it from him. "Among Wilde's personal effects," he said, "we found this handwritten list of publications. Playboy, Hustler, all the girly mags you'd expect, along with the French silk catalog." That morning, when he and Howard Glenn had discussed the few facts they had on the case, Glenn had expressed little interest in this list. The veteran detective was focusing his investigation on Ariel and Joshua Wilde. To his way of thinking, they were the most likely suspects. He was probably right, but Cassidy hadn't wanted to leave a single clue dangling. His offer to check out French silk had earned him an indifferent shrug from Glenn, who obviously felt that he was wasting his time. Having met Claire Laurent, Cassidy didn't think so. She hardly fit a criminal psychological profile, but she was sure as hell intriguing, and she had had a real axe to grind with the late preacher. She stared at the sheet of paper for a moment, then gestured at it angrily. "I don't know anything about this list. My catalog has nothing in common with those magazines." Apparently, Wilde thought it did. He was wrong. "Miss Laurent, your company was targeted for defamation and harassment until you were forced out of business. According to the date on this, Wilde made a holy vow a few weeks before his death and signed his name to it in his own blood. Obviously, he was insane. He had thousands of devoted followers. So did Adolf Hitler. Some people are sheep who have to be told what to believe because they can't think for themselves. If they're told what they want to hear often enough, they'll follow anyone and adhere to any misinformation they're fed. They're brainwashed. I pity them. But they're free to make their own choices. I only want to be let alone to make mine. That's the only quarrel I had with Jackson Wilde. He presumed to impose his beliefs on everyone. If he didn't approve of my catalog, fine. But who gave him the right to condemn it? He would say God had. But we only have Wilde's word on that, don't we?" She was drawn up tighter than a guitar string threatening to snap. Her breasts rose and fell, disturbing the liquid in the small bottle hanging from her neck. Cassidy learned something else about Claire Laurent in that heated moment. Beneath her cool reserve beat a passionate heart. He suddenly realized that he was standing, although he didn't remember rising to his feet. "You had a real problem with the televangelist and what he might do to your business, didn't you, Miss Laurent?" "He was the one with the problem, not I. He had pronounced you his enemy and pledged not to let up on you until he won. Then it was his own crusade. I wasn't a participant. Are you sure?" "What do you mean? Hadn't open warfare been declared between the two of you?" "No." I ignored him. "Where were you the night of September 8th? Her head snapped back. "Pardon me?" "I believe you heard me. September 8th was the night Wilde was murdered. Am I to understand that you're implicating me?" "That's the general idea. You can go straight to hell." With her succinct words still electrifying the space between them, the double doors opened behind Cassidy. He whipped his head around, almost expecting Tugboat Annie to come barging in with a bent to forcibly evict him from the premises. The woman who came in looked too delicate to bend the wings of a butterfly. "Oh, my goodness!" she exclaimed when she saw Cassidy. Flattening her hand against her chest, she said, "I didn't know we had a caller. Claire, dear, you should have told me I'd be receiving this afternoon. I would have changed into something more appropriate." Composing herself, Claire moved to the other woman and took her arm. "You look as lovely as always, Mama. Come meet our guest." As he watched them approach, Cassidy wished to hell he had control of this situation. He'd lost it when the Amazon downstairs had let him in, and he'd never fully regained it. The tenuous hold he'd been grappling for had slipped away with the appearance of the woman at Claire's side. "Mama, this is Mr. Cassidy. He's here on a business matter, Mr. Cassidy. This is my mother, Mary Catherine Laurent." "Mrs. Laurent," he said. Demurely she extended her hand. He had an insane impulse to bend at the waist and kiss it, for that seemed to be what she expected. Instead, he gave her fingers a light squeeze and released them. Soft brown hair waved away from her smooth, youthful face as she looked up at him. She tilted her head to one side. "You're the spit and image of your daddy, Mr. Cassidy. I remember when he attended the cotillions in his dress uniform. My goodness, we girls swooned over him." She laid her fingers against her cheek as though trying to stave off a blush. "He knew he was good-looking and shamelessly broke all our hearts. He was quite a rascal until he met your mama that summer. She came visiting from Biloxi. The first time he saw her, she was wearing an apricot organza dress and had a white camellia pinned in her hair. He was instantly smitten. They made such a lovely couple. When they danced together, they seemed to scatter fairy dust. Baffled, Cassidy looked to Claire for help. She was smiling as though what her mother had said made perfect sense. "Sit down, Mama. Would you like some sherry?" Cassidy caught a whiff of Mary Catherine Laurent's rose perfume as she sat on the chair next to his and decorously pulled her skirt over her knees. "Since it's coming up on 5 o'clock, I suppose I could indulge in a sherry. Mr. Cassidy, you'll join me, won't you? It's quite improper for a lady to drink alone." Sherry? He'd never tasted the stuff and didn't care if he ever did. What he could use right now was a solid belt or two of straight Shivas. But Mary Catherine's inquiring smile was too much for even a jaded prosecutor like him to resist. God forbid that he'd ever have to put her on the witness stand. One smile from her and a jury would be convinced that the moon was made of Philadelphia cream cheese if she said it was. "I'd love some," he heard himself say. He cast a smile toward Claire. She didn't return it. Her expression was a frosty contrast to her warm coloring, made even rosier by the hues cast by the late afternoon sun. "Tell me all about the Naval Academy, Mr. Cassidy," Mary Catherine said. "I was so proud for your parents when you received the appointment." With the help of a basketball scholarship, Cassidy had attended junior college in his small hometown in Kentucky before laying out a year to work and raise enough money to attend a university. He sure as hell had never been a candidate for a military academy. A voluntary stint in the post-Vietnam Army had helped him finance law school after his discharge. "It was everything I'd hoped it would be," he told Mary Catherine as he accepted the glass of sherry. She had poured for him from one of the glittering crystal decanters. "Claire, would you care for some?" Mary Catherine lifted a glass toward her daughter. "No, thank you, Mama. I've still got work to do." Mary Catherine shook her head sorrowfully and said to Cassidy, "She works all the time, way too much for a young lady, if you ask me. But she's very talented, so I see." He had already noted the framed designs hanging on the walls. "I tried to teach her knitting and crochet," the older woman said, pointing to the basket now at her feet. "But Claire Louise's only interest was in making clothes. She started out with paper dolls. When the wardrobes and the books ran out, she would draw color and cut her own." The woman smiled fondly at her daughter. The fashions she designed were much prettier than the ones in the books. She went from paper dolls to sewing. "What year did you ask for a sewing machine for Christmas?" "I was 12, I believe," she replied tightly. Cassidy could tell she didn't like being discussed in front of him. 12, Mary Catherine exclaimed, and from the day she got it, she spent all her spare time sewing, making garments from patterns she bought or those she designed herself. She's always been so clever with cloth and thread. Her cheeks blushed, and she ducked her head coyly. "Of course, I don't approve of some of the things Claire makes now. There's so little to them. But I suppose I'm old-fashioned. Young women are no longer taught to be modest, as my generation was." She took a sip of sherry, then gazed at him with interest. "Tell me, Mr. Cassidy, did your Uncle Clive ever strike oil in Alaska? Such an unpleasant and risky business, petroleum." Before he could answer the question about his non-existent Uncle Clive, the door behind them opened again. This time it was accompanied by a rush of air, as though it had been thrust open from the other side. He was so startled by the appearance of the woman who entered that he shot to his feet, almost spilling his sherry. "Thank God," she exclaimed when she spotted Mary Catherine. "I was afraid she'd sneaked out again." The new arrival was at least 6 feet tall, with limbs as long and graceful as a gazelle. Her spectacular body was wrapped in a short, white terry-cloth kimono that skimmed the middle of her thighs. Another towel had been wrapped like a turban around her head. Even without makeup, her face was captivating. Widely spaced agate eyes, a small, straight nose, full lips, a square jaw, and a well-defined chin, high, prominent cheekbones. The haughty carriage of African royalty was in her walk as she came farther into the room. "Sorry, Claire. I let Harry go early and decided to take a quick shower." When I came out, Mary Catherine had vanished. Everyone else has gone home for the day. Christ, I thought I'd really goofed this time. Everything's fine, Yasmin. Who's he? She turned to Cassidy with frank curiosity. Claire made rudimentary introductions. He shook a hand as long as his, but much more slender. Even up close, her skin was flawless, seemingly poreless, the color of heavily creamed coffee. It was dappled with beads of water, indicating that she hadn't even taken the time to dry off. The robe was undoubtedly all she had on, but she exhibited no modesty at all as she broke a dazzlingly white smile for him. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Cassidy. The same. I've admired your work. Thanks. She looked to Claire for clarification, then back at Cassidy. Am I supposed to know who you are and why you're here? No. A short, awkward silence ensued. Finally, Claire ended it. Yasmin, would you please take Mama back upstairs? She can take her sherry with her. I'll be up for dinner as soon as I conclude my business with Mr. Cassidy. Yasmin looked at her friend quizzically, but Claire's expression remained impassive. Come on, Mary Catherine, she said. Claire has business to attend to. Mary Catherine didn't argue with the plan. She rose and extended Cassidy her hand again. This time he figured what the hell and raised the back of it to his lips. She simpered and smiled and asked him please to extend her regards to his family. Then, trailing the mingled scents of roses and sherry, she drifted out of the room on the arm of the stupefying Yasmin. As soon as the door closed behind them, he turned to Claire. I'm sorry, that can be tough. My father was afflicted with Alzheimer's for several years before he died. My mother doesn't have Alzheimer's, Mr. Cassidy. It's just that she often confuses the present with the past. Sometimes she believes people to be someone else, someone she knew before. Before what? Before she became the way she is, she replied stonily. She is what some would call off her rocker daft batty, one brick shy of a load. I'm sure you've heard all the cruel terms. I know I have, many times. You see, she's been like this all my life, and although I appreciate your treating her kindly, I don't intend to discuss her mental illness with you. In fact, I don't intend to discuss anything with you. She stood, signaling that as far as she was concerned, their meeting was concluded. I didn't know Jackson Wilde, Mr. Cassidy. If that's what you came here to learn, now you know. I'll show you to the door. As she stalked past him, he caught her upper arm and brought her up short. You don't get it yet, do you? Or if you do, you're too smart to let it show. Let go of my arm. The fabric of her sleeve was so soft and crushable. His fingers seemed to have melted it until he was touching her skin. His knuckles were embedded in the giving fullness of her breast. Slowly, and with a shocking amount of regret, he relaxed his fingers and released her. What am I supposed to get, Mr. Cassidy? That I didn't come here for chit-chat and sherry? No. No. I came to formally question you in connection with the homicide of Jackson Wilde. She drew in a sharp, sudden breath and shivered reflexively. That's ridiculous. Not when you consider all that you stood to lose if his plans for your business had been realized. It never would have happened. Maybe you wanted to make damn certain it didn't. She ran her hand through her hair and visibly composed herself, unwrinkling the lines of consternation in her forehead. When she again looked up at him, her features were as smooth as a porcelain doll's, Mr. Cassidy, as I've already told you. I never met Reverend Wilde. I never corresponded with him directly, nor did we ever speak by telephone, although I was contacted by personnel within his ministry, challenging me to publicly debate him, which I repeatedly declined to do. I had nothing whatsoever to do with him. I certainly didn't kill him. He placed your business in jeopardy. He entertained the delusions of a fanatic, she cried, her composure slipping a notch. Do you honestly believe that he could have toppled the Playboy empire? But you're much smaller game. Granted. So what? So you're also headquartered right here in New Orleans. Maybe when he brought his crusade to town, you seized the opportunity to shut him up forever. Complacently, she folded her arms across her stomach. That would have been rather obvious, wouldn't it? You might believe me to be capable of committing murder, Mr. Cassidy. But please, never underestimate my intelligence.
No,
He said softly as he peered into the depths of her amber eyes. You can be sure I won't. His stare lasted a few heartbeats too many, switching from accusatory to something closer to interest. Cassidy became profoundly uncomfortable with it. She, however, was the one to break it. It's obvious that you don't have any physical evidence linking me to this crime. How do you know? Because none exists. I wasn't there. She raised her chin. You came here because you're grasping at straws, scavenging for a case because neither your office nor the police have arrested a suspect, and the murder is now over 72 hours old. The widow is accusing the local authorities of laziness, incompetence, and indifference. You're taking a beating from the media, and Wilde's followers are demanding swift and sure justice. In short, Mr. Cassidy, you need a scapegoat. She paused to draw a breath. I'm sympathetic to your problem. but my sympathies don't extend to having my character insulted and my privacy violated. Please leave." Cassidy was impressed by the effectiveness and accuracy of her speech. It was true that Crowder was getting nervous over the sticky situation created by the Wild murder. The press coverage of the police investigation was becoming more sly and sarcastic with each report. Ariel Wild and the late evangelist's entourage were growing increasingly vocal in their criticism of everyone from the honorable mayor to the lowliest cop on the beat. The widow wanted to take Wild's body to Tennessee for burial, but the police were reluctant to release it, hoping that in spite of L.V. Dupuis's thorough autopsy, they might find a previously overlooked clue. The whole situation, just as Crowder had forecast, had grown nasty, a three-ring circus run amok. Claire Laurent was correct on all accounts. The sad fact was that Cassidy didn't have a shred of evidence that could tie her or anyone else to the murder scene. On the other hand, since entering this room, he'd felt that she was withholding something. She'd been inordinately polite, but gut instinct told him she didn't want him here. When he had been a defense attorney, that same gut instinct had always told him when his client was guilty despite his avowals of innocence. It was the sixth sense that let him know when a witness was lying through his teeth. It was the gut quiver of either victory or defeat that he felt just before a verdict was read. That instinct was rarely wrong. He trusted and relied on it. He knew there was more to Claire Laurent than what one saw on the surface. Her eyes might be windows to her soul, but the shutters were closed. Only occasionally did one catch a glimpse of the woman living behind them. She was more than a savvy businesswoman and devoted daughter, more than a mess of sexy hair, more than a mouth that made him glad some laws were unenforceable. There were elements to her that she kept carefully concealed. Why? Cassidy resolved to dig until he knew. "Before I go, yes, Mr. Cassidy? I want to see a copy of your catalog." Chapter 4. Claire was surprised by the request. "Why? I tried buying one at several newsstands and couldn't find it. The catalog isn't sold at retail stores. It's mailed to subscribers only." What's in it that had Reverend Wild so hot and bothered? "You should have asked him." "Well, since he's unavailable for comment," he said dryly, "I'd like to see it for myself." She had thought that once the media stopped hounding her for a statement, her worries regarding the murder would be over. Never had she expected a visit from an assistant DA, although she congratulated herself on handling the situation well so far. But now she desperately wanted him to leave so that she could collect her thoughts. Conversely, she didn't want to appear hostile or, more to the point, as though she had something to hide. He had only asked to see the catalog, after all. As long as his questions didn't become too personal, she felt there was no danger in humoring him. "By all means, Mr. Cassidy. Sit down." She handed him the latest quarterly issue of French Silk's catalog. To avoid looking nervously at him, she gazed through the windows. The sky was streaked with the brilliant colors of sunset. The river had turned the color of molten brass. "It's officially the cocktail hour. Would you care for a drink now?" "Does it have to be sherry?" he asked. "Wine or something stronger?" "Scotch, if you have it. Rocks, water, or soda." "Rocks." She prepared his drink and poured herself a glass of blush wine. When she returned to the divan, he was thumbing through the catalog. He let it fall open across his lap, blinked, and yanked his head back as though he'd been clipped on the chin. He released a stunned breath. "Wow!" Looking at the page upside down, Claire remarked on his assessment. "We try to appeal to feminine fantasies with his eyes still fixed on the glossy pages." He smiled with self-derision. "Well, I'm sure as hell not feminine, but I'm close to fantasizing. Forgive me for noticing that this model's practically naked. She's clothed in a teddy that leaves absolutely nothing to the imagination." "That's our stock and trade, Mr. Cassidy. We sell lingerie and boudoir accessories, and we want our customers to feel pampered, lovely, and desirable when they wear our garments. Hey, I'm not Jackson Wild. You don't have to defend your product or your marketing strategy to me. In fact, how can I subscribe to the catalog?" When he looked across at her and grinned, an odd sensation flurried in Claire's midsection. She wasn't flirted with often because most of the men she knew were strictly business associates. There were occasional flirtations on airplanes or in elevators, but they rarely went beyond eye contact and a casual greeting. She discouraged anything more, so her reaction to Cassidy's roguish grin was unexpected and startling. She sipped her wine in an attempt to quell it. "Actually, the catalog is Yasmin's bailiwick," she explained. "Not the subscriptions, of course. We use a telemarketing service for that. Yasmin produces it, you could say. She begins with a concept and then designs the layout and models." He turned the magazine toward Claire. A full-page ad for silk pajamas featured all 72 inches of Yasmin reclining on a rumpled bed. Unbuttoned pajama top revealed nothing except the inside curves of her breasts. The bottoms rode about an inch below her navel. Respectable enough, but wet, slightly parted lips, and the hungry tigress look in her eyes made the photograph provocative. "She sells?" Claire said. He studied the photo for several seconds. "I can see why." "She's also smart. She began modeling to pay for art school," Claire explained. "Even after her modeling career took off, she continued studying. When we formed our partnership." "How and when did that come about?" 6 years ago, I had a small local business making specialty lingerie, mostly for trousseaux. I wanted to expand, so I took my designs to New York in the hope of finding someone to manufacture and market them for me. I wasn't successful, she said ruefully, recalling all the polite but firm no thank yous she had received on 7th Avenue. Quite by accident, I met Yasmin in one of the showrooms. In friendly conversation, she asked what had brought me to New York. Naturally, I was starstruck and flattered when she complimented me on my samples. She even ordered some of the items for herself. We hit it off and had several long lunches together. She's gorgeous, no question, but she's also an astute businesswoman who knows that a model's career is short-lived. And she understood what I wanted to do, which is to design and manufacture a line of unique lingerie and sell it at a price the average woman can afford. Each season we feature new fabrications and designs that we hope will spark the buyer's imagination. We offer goods that are different and exciting but affordable. Women can buy bras, panties, and slips at Penny's. French Silk sells them fantasy garments. We've made sexy lingerie respectable. Jackson Wilde didn't think it was respectable. I didn't respect him either. Cassidy indicated with a slight nod that her point was well taken. Back to Yasmin, when did you cut her in? A week following our initial meeting. That soon? I knew it would work. She was looking for a new enterprise where she could utilize her artistic talents. I needed her professional know-how. In exchange for a piece of the business, she introduced me to insiders who could bankroll us. After the first catalog went out, we couldn't fill the orders fast enough. By our 3rd year, we had paid off all our investors. The business continues to flourish. A real success story. Thank you. Cassidy turned another page. You use men too. That's a recent innovation. Yasmin broached the idea with me. I liked it and designed some intimate apparel for men. I'll bet Wilde had specific objections to this. The ad featured a woman leaning over a handsome young man who was lounging in a wingback leather chair. Her hands, braced on the arms of the chair, were supporting her. Her satin robe was hanging open. Is there any doubt at all where the guy's left hand is? Do you think it's erotic, Mr. Cassidy? Hell yes, he said thickly. Don't you? He glanced up at her, and Claire felt like she'd been nipped on the belly by sharp but playful teeth. She lowered her eyes to the ad. I'm stimulated in a different way. The price of the model's robe is $125. That's the high-ticket item in that issue. The garments are made in Hong Kong. They cost us a fraction of the sale price. Even figuring in the processing, packaging, shipping, and handling it takes to get the piece to the consumer, our margin of profit is tremendous. I look at that photograph and hope that every woman who sees it is enticed to place an order, in the hopes of luring a guy with sapphire eyes and corrugated abs. Claire laughed. Why, Mr. Cassidy? You're a disgruntled sexist exercising the double standard. Her laugh only deepened his frown. Am I? I don't like to think so. But you'd just as soon the young man not be in the picture? He's a lot to live up to. Now you understand how a woman feels when her lover ogles an airbrushed centerfold. We appeal to our subscribers' fantasy by making her feel that she can be just as lovely as that. The message we convey is that any woman can be beautiful and desirable. Wear this and be adored. Perhaps her only fantasy is to lure a couch potato away from Monday Night Football. After listening carefully to her explanation, he returned his attention to the catalog. Claire lapsed into silence, watching his gray eyes move across the pages. Occasionally he raised his drink to his lips. His mouth was narrow, masculine, softened only by a fuller lower lip and a vertical dimple in his left cheek. From a purely objective point of view, he was very good-looking. The sprinkling of gray in his sideburns was attractive. His chestnut hair feathered over the tops of his ears in an appealing fashion. Few men were taller than Yasmin, but when Cassidy had shaken hands with her, Claire had noticed that he topped her by 2 or 3 inches. He had a trim physique, yet the forearm resting on his knee looked powerful, and there was strength in his heavily veined hand. After looking at every page, he closed the catalog. Thanks, you're welcome. Do you think Jackson Wilde was justified? Do you think it's smut? Off the record, hell no. It's sensual, erotic, but hardly porno. On the record, I have to be impartial. It pleased her to know that he wasn't ready to stone her. She placed her glass of wine on the table and stood up. Take that copy with you. You might decide to order something. Picking up the catalog, he, too, came to his feet. I doubt it. I'm strictly the white cotton fruit of the loom briefs type.
You might enjoy a pair of the silk boxers for lounging. I might. Do you own a gun?
The question stunned her, following so closely behind the disarming statement. No, I don't, Mr. Cassidy. Do you have access to one? No. Back to my original question. Where were you the night Jackson Wilde was killed? She bit back an angry retort and answered calmly, I don't recall going out. I believe I spent a quiet evening at home. Can someone corroborate that? Does it need corroboration? Do you think I'm lying? She held his stare even though it stretched out interminably and made her want to squirm. Finally, he said, Thanks for the drink. He reached for his jacket and slung it over his shoulder, hooking it with his index finger. You're welcome. The wall of windows caught his eye. Twilight had fallen. From this side of her building, one had an unrestricted view of the river. Lights on the levee and the bridge spanning the river sparkled in the glow that ranged from deep purple to shimmering gold. Great view. Thank you. She'd guaranteed retaining the coveted view by purchasing the property that extended from her corner to the levee and turning it into a parking lot. It was profitable, and it was a safeguard against her view being blocked by a high-rise hotel or shopping center. The land had appreciated 1,000 times over since she had bought it, but she wouldn't part with it for any price. I'll show you out. She preceded him out the door, past the glitzy reception desk, and into the elevator. Once they were on their way down, he asked, What's on the 3rd floor? My apartment? Not many people hold to that quaint custom living above their place of business. They do in the Vieux Carré, spoken like someone who knows. I was born here and have never lived anywhere else. I even went to college here, commuting every day by trolley to Tulane. Happy childhood? Very. No major upheavals or crises? None, not even with your mother. Claire shrugged. Because I never knew her to be any other way, I adapted to her illness as any child with a handicapped parent does. What about your father? He died when I was a baby. Mama never remarried. We lived with her Aunt Laurel. Shortly after she died, we moved here. Your mother still lives with you? That's right, no one else? Yasmin when she's in town. Who's Harry? Miss Harriet York, our housekeeper and mother's nurse. She doesn't sleep over unless I go out of town. How often is that? Twice a year I travel to Europe and the Orient to buy fabrics. I'm also required to make several trips a year to New York. How often does Yasmin come to New Orleans? That depends. On what? Several things.
Like where we are on the next catalog.
There was no need to inform him that Yasmin's trips to New Orleans had recently become more frequent, or why. Volunteering information to him would be foolhardy. As a child, Claire had learned not to trust authority figures. They could turn information against you whenever it better served the bureaucracy. For all his manly hands and vertical dimple, Mr. Cassidy was a bureaucrat. Is there anything else, Mr. Cassidy? Lots. What's Yasmin doing in New Orleans this time? Claire released a sigh of resignation. We're consulting on the next catalog. She's developed the concept and has already picked a location for the shoot. Together we're deciding which items to feature and which models to use. What about the rest of the time when she's not in New Orleans? She lives in New York. Modeling. Until last year she had an exclusive contract with a cosmetics company. She was bored with it, so now the only modeling she does is for the French silk catalog. Between her responsibilities here and keeping track of her investments, she stays very busy. Claire was relieved when they reached the 1st floor. The ride had never seemed so lengthy, the elevator so small and confining. His penetrating gaze made her want to pull a protective cloak around herself. He slid open the heavy doors. She muttered a hasty thank you and stepped into the cavernous warehouse. It was silent, still, and dark now. The fans in the windows stood motionless. The warehouse had acted as a combustion chamber, storing the oppressive heat all afternoon until it now seemed to have texture. It not only settled against the skin, but seeped into it and stifled the lungs. Only strategically placed security lights had been left on. They formed pools of light on the smooth, shiny concrete floor. Claire didn't pause in those circular islands of light. Reminded her of prison movies, of sinister searchlights seeking out doomed escapees. She unbolted the main door and held it open for her unwelcome visitor. Goodbye, Mr. Cassidy. Are you eager to get rid of me, Miss Laurent? Claire could have kicked herself for being so transparent. She groped for a logical explanation. Mama's on medication. She has to eat at certain times. I don't want dinner to be delayed on my account. Very neat? What? That excuse. I'd have to be a real bastard to challenge it, wouldn't I? It's the truth. His sly grin said he knew she was lying, but that he chose to let it drop. One more question, and I'll go. Promise. Well, have you ever been in trouble with the police? No. Ever been arrested? You said one question, Mr. Cassidy. That's 2. Are you refusing to answer? Damn him. She hated giving anyone in authority the upper hand, but refusing to answer would only complicate matters. I've never been arrested, but I take umbrage at your asking. Exception noted, he said unrepentantly. Good night, Miss Laurent. We'll be seeing each other again soon. She was glad she was standing in shadow so he couldn't see her alarmed expression. I've already told you everything I know. He subjected her to another deception-flaying stare. I don't think so. He had rolled the catalog into a tube, which he now used to tip his forehead in a mock salute. Thanks again for the drink. You stock very good whiskey. Claire slammed the door in his face, hurriedly clicked the bolts into place, and leaned against the cool metal. She gasped for each breath as though she'd been running for miles. Her heart was beating so wildly that it ached. Her skin was covered with a fine sheen of perspiration which she attributed to the heat even though she knew better. Chapter 5. His tongue flicked over and around her stiff nipples. Caress elicited sounds from her that had pagan origins. You're killing me, baby, she gasped. Oh God, don't stop, don't stop. She caught his earlobe between her strong white teeth and bit it hard. He grunted in pain, but her untamed responsiveness increased his excitement. His fingers made deep impressions in her firm ass as he clamped her to his hips and thrust himself deep inside her. His mouth captured one taut nipple and sucked it hard. She screamed and clutched handfuls of his hair, bucking against him wildly, lost in the throes of her climax. Seconds later, he came in long, ecstatic bursts, panting and straining and grimacing. Yasmin's skin was slick with sweat. It gleamed, reflecting the glow of the bedside lamp like polished bronze, except that none had ever been sculpted as exquisitely as she. She rose above Congressman Alistair Petrie's limp, spent body, and with adoration gazed down into his flushed face.
Not bad, sugar?
She whispered as she brushed an affectionate kiss across his lips. You found my G-spot. Keeping his eyes closed, he chuckled. Get off me, you insatiable bitch, and pour me a drink. Yasmin gracefully left the bed and moved to the dresser, where earlier she'd arranged a bottle of his favorite brand of scotch, a bucket of ice, and 2 glasses. Articles of clothing were strewn on furniture and across the carpeting. She was attired only in a pair of large gold earrings that brushed her smooth shoulders whenever she moved her head. Their love play had begun the moment he'd entered the hotel suite. During a lengthy, tongue-twining kiss, she had guided his hand beneath her skirt, pressing it between her open thighs. You know what to do, baby? Make me crazy? You mean this? His fingers separated the moist flesh and slipped inside her. Lucky for you, your customers wear your merchandise, he whispered as he stroked her. What if everybody decided to go without underwear? Everybody would have a lot more fun. They eagerly shed their clothes without compromising the carnality of the kiss or his manual stimulation. Naked, they fell onto the bed, a tangle of brown and white limbs. Now Yasmin mixed his drink while watching him in the mirror. She always loved him best immediately after making love, when his sandy hair was uncharacteristically mussed and his lips were soft and relaxed. They were almost identical in height. But he had more physical stamina than his lean, compact physique indicated. The sheen of perspiration on his smooth chest reminded her of how vigorously he made love, and she felt another tingle of expectation between her thighs. He stacked the pillows behind his back and sat up against the headboard. Returning to the bed with his drink, she stirred it with her index finger, then ran it across his lips. How is it? He sucked her fingertip. I taste you, he said huskily. And me. Delicious. Perfect. Smiling with pleasure, Yasmin handed him the highball and lay down curled against his side. He kissed her forehead. You do everything perfect, Yasmin? You are perfect. No shit. Snuggling closer, she applied her mouth to his nipple and damply agitated it with her tongue.
No shit,
he moaned. I'd make you a perfect wife. His reaction was abrupt and negative. He stiffened, and not with heightened desire. Don't spoil our time together, Yasmin, he urged softly. These hours are so hard to come by, so precious to me. Don't spoil them by bringing up a topic that makes us both unhappy. She rolled onto her back and stared at the ceiling. It doesn't make me unhappy to think about becoming Mrs. Alistair Petrie. That's not what I meant. You know what I meant? I think about it all the time. It's what I want more than anything in the world, she said fiercely. Tears formed in her eyes and shimmered in the soft light. Me too, darling. He set his drink on the nightstand and turned onto his side to face her. You're so beautiful. His hand glided over her breast. Her nipples were only slightly darker than her skin and very responsive. He bent down and kissed one, raising it with gentle plucking motions of his lips. Am I a fool to love you? She asked. I'm the fool. Do you ever intend to leave her? Soon, Yasmin, soon. You've got to trust me to choose the right time. This is a difficult situation. It's going to take a lot of finesse to escape it without someone getting hurt, namely you. They had met a year earlier in Washington, D.C. at a black tie reception in an African nation's embassy. Yasmin had been invited because she was reputed to have roots in that country. The story had been fabricated by some unknown source, but her agent had liked it and kept it alive for publicity purposes. It certainly had more romance and intrigue than the truth, that her family had lived in Harlem for 4 generations. Resplendent in a gold lame dress, she had been introduced to the handsome young congressman by one of his colleagues. For several minutes Alistair had been tongue-tied, but her laughs and gentle teasing soon put him at ease. Ignored everyone else at the reception, eventually left together in a limo provided for her, and concluded the evening in bed in a suburban motel. It wasn't until the following morning that he confessed to having a wife and children at home in New Orleans. The passion that Yasmin had exhibited in bed hadn't prepared him for the passion of her unleashed fury. She had railed at him, called him scandalously filthy names, and threatened him with voodoo curses that would shrivel his manhood and render it useless. "You fuck 'em and forget 'em? Is that it, Congressman? Well, sugar, you're not dealing with any ordinary dumb chick here. I'm Yasmin. Nobody screws me over and gets away with it." Once he had calmed her down, he explained the sad state of affairs. "My and my wife's families were friends. Belle and I grew up together. Big fucking deal. Please, Yasmin, hear me out. You don't understand our society down there." "I understand enough. I've read the historical novels. I know that the rich white men marry rich white ladies, but take their pleasure in bed with black mistresses." Groaning her name, he had slumped onto the edge of the bed and plowed all 10 fingers through his hair in abject despair. "I swear to you, oh Jesus, you'll never believe me." He looked up at her imploringly. "I never loved Belle, but once my folks died, hers took me under their wing. I did what was expected of me, what was expedient. I've been a good husband, and I've tried to love her. God knows I've tried. You have every right to be angry with me, Yasmin," he'd said. "I should have told you I was married before we left the party together, before things got out of hand. Better still, after meeting you, I should have turned my back and walked away, because I knew then that, well, you dazzled me." He was a tormented man playing tug-of-war with desire and honor, but the attraction was just too strong. I was thunderstruck. "I simply had to be with you." He bowed his head and stared at the carpet between his shoes. "Now that you know about my family, you've got every right to despise me." He raised his tortured eyes to hers. "But I'll never forget our one night together. It was the most erotically charged and sexually satisfying experience of my life. Forgive me, but I refuse to apologize for it." He swallowed, visibly emotional. "I'm 34 years old, but until last night I didn't know what it felt like to fall in love." Yasmin's heart had melted. Dropping to her knees, she embraced him. They wept and laughed and then made love again. Since that morning they had met whenever their schedules permitted, stealing a few blissful hours in Washington, New York, or New Orleans. Yasmin didn't feel guilty about her affair with a married man. To her, adultery was just a word. What she shared with Alistair was right. It was his marriage that was wrong. "Now," she whispered yearningly, "I get so lonesome for you, baby. I want to be with you all the time. I can't wait for the day when we won't have to sneak around. I'm running out of patience too, but I'm making headway." "How?" "I've been suggesting to Belle, very subtly. You understand that perhaps she isn't fulfilled, that perhaps we married before she had a chance to discover herself. That sort of thing. Is it working?" I've noticed a coolness. Yasmin's heart skipped a beat, and a hopeful smile flickered across her solemn face. "And we're not, sleeping together much anymore. It's been months." He drew Yasmin against him and whispered fervently into her hair. "Thank God for that. Every time I had to be with her, all I could think about was you, how you feel and smell and taste, how wanting you drives me insane." Their mouths met, melded, desire was rekindled. Yasmin's lips skimmed his chest and belly, then she took his penis into her mouth, using her agile tongue to bring it to steely hardness. Rising, she teasingly drew the glistening tip across her nipples, transfixing him with her shameless sexuality. His face flushed, he clutched at the sheets. When he finally entered her, they were half crazed with lust. Both climaxed in a feverish rush. Alistair showered while Yasmin languished in the tousled bed. She liked to linger as long as she could amid the linens that bore the musky scents of their sweat and their sex. Eventually she forced herself to get up and began dressing. Before he'd arrived, she had discarded her panties and placed them in her large leather shoulder bag. As she reached into the bag for them now, her hand closed around something familiar, her revolver. Alistair emerged from the bathroom. "Whoa!" He dropped the towel he'd been drying himself with and raised both hands in a sign of surrender. "Was my performance unsatisfactory?" Laughing, Yasmin aimed the gun at the juncture of his thighs. Bang, bang. He laughed too, then gathered his clothing and began dressing. "What the hell are you doing with that?" "I don't know." He gave her a quizzical glance. I mean, I thought I'd lost it. I wish you had. You shouldn't be toting that thing around. Where I grew up, carrying one of these helped ensure survival. She balanced the revolver in her palm. I thought I'd misplaced it in a piece of luggage on one of my trips between here and New York. I figured it would turn up sooner or later, but I didn't know it was in this bag when I left with it tonight. Shrugging, she tossed the revolver back into her bag. I'm glad Mr. Cassidy didn't have a search warrant. Cassidy? The assistant DA? Yasmin stepped into her dress. Oh, I didn't get a chance to tell you earlier. He came to see Claire this afternoon. About what? You'll never believe it, Reverend Jackson Wilde. Alistair, straightening his cuffs, checked his reflection in the hotel dresser's mirror. What about him? He wanted to know what Claire was doing the night Wilde was killed. Alistair turned to face her. Get real. Yasmin laughed as she buckled her oversized belt. That was Claire's reaction, too. That crazy evangelist was a pain in the ass while he was alive, and now he's plaguing us from the grave. What's the connection, other than the obvious? Wilde had a hit list, as this Cassidy called it, a list of magazines that he wanted to abolish. French Silk's catalog was one of them. Did you know about that? How would I? Well, you and Wilde were so chummy, she teased. I attended a few receptions welcoming him to the city because Belle thought it politically beneficial for me to do so. Personally, I think he was full of shit. Amen. I wonder who had the pleasure of shutting him up permanently, she said with a wicked grin. The police must be scrounging for leads. Anyone on that list would have motivation for killing him. But since French Silk is headquartered here in New Orleans, Cassidy thought that maybe you get the picture. Anyway, she continued sliding on her bangles. It wouldn't have looked too good for me to be toting around a gun, would it? Especially if the DA's office discovered that I was in New Orleans with you that night and not in New York as everyone believes. If it came down to it, would you vouch for my whereabouts? Don't even joke about it, Yasmina. He took her by the shoulders. I know Cassidy by reputation. He's ambitious and shrewd and always goes for the jugular. It sounds as though he's grasping at straws to connect French Silk to Wilde's murder, and it might look silly to us, but you can be damn certain that he's serious. Well, I'm not worried. He's got nothing on Claire. He can't build a case around her catalog's appearance on a stupid list. Of course not. Then why the frown? Because I don't want him snooping around you. He didn't question me. That doesn't mean he won't. If he does, I can't be used as your alibi. Listen, Yasmin, he said urgently. Until I resolve my marriage in my own time and in my own way, it's imperative that no one find out about us. I know that, she said sullenly. You can't indicate to anyone that we're seeing each other. She was glad he'd brought up the topic because she'd been wanting to address it for a long time. I want to tell Claire about us, Alistair. I hate tricking her and acting out games like having her pick me up at the airport when I've already been in town for 12 hours. Can't I confide in her? She's not going to tell anybody. He was stubbornly shaking his head before she'd even finished making the request. No, Yasmin, you can't tell anybody, promise? Angrily, she thrust his hands off her shoulders. Her eyes glittered dangerously. Are you so afraid that word will leak out and reach Belle? Yes, I am. If she ever learned the real reason I want a divorce, she'd try to stop it any way she could. And when she realized that I was determined and that it was inevitable, she'd stall and drag out the proceedings indefinitely. He sighed and drew Yasmin into his embrace. Don't you see? Why give Belle ammunition to hurt us even more than we're hurting already? I'm thinking of you. I don't want you dragged into a nasty scandal. No one would understand what it's like between us. The public would think the worst. She cupped his face between her hands. I love you, Alistair, but I'd kill you if I thought you were lying to me. He turned his face into her palm and kissed it. I want to be with you more than anything in the world. I want to be married to you, having babies, all of it. They kissed until tenderness blossomed into passion. We can't, Yasmin. He moved her questing hand away from his fly. I'm already late. You ain't that late, sugar, she whispered seductively as she opened his zipper. The time came, however, when he had to leave. It did no good to pout, cry, threaten, or cajole. When he had to go, he had to go. It was as simple as that. She didn't like it, but she had learned to accept it. She made their goodbyes as painless as possible. When will I see you? I've got several meetings with the re-election committee this week, he told her, as he checked the room for anything he might have left behind. November will be here before we realize it. Then there's a family reunion in Baton Rouge over the weekend. It'll be hell, but I have to go. Belle and the children will be there? Of course. He tipped up her lowered chin and kissed her again. How about Sunday night? Here. I'll make up some excuse. They'll be tired after the weekend. I should be able to get away for an hour or so. Sunday night, she agreed, trying to look happy about it. It was 5 days away. If I run into a problem, I'll call you. She had a private telephone line in her bedroom in Claire's apartment. It wasn't answered if she wasn't there. He was almost through the door when he turned back. Do you need some money, Yasmin? Her wistful smile disintegrated. For services rendered, she snapped. How much do you figure one of my blowjobs is worth?
I merely want to help. I should never have told you I was in a cash crunch.
In a weak moment several months earlier, she had mentioned to him that her expenditures were running slightly higher than her income. Each month she got a little further behind. Some of her creditors were making threats. It's more serious than a cash crunch, Yasmin, Alistair said reasonably. You've been in financial straits for months. When her contract with the cosmetics line expired, the company had decided against renewing Yasmin in favor of a new look, a youthful, bouncy blonde. Yasmin had pretended to be unfazed by their decision, but it had been a blow to her ego. She'd always known that the lifespan of a cover girl was short, but when that last major contract had expired, the bitter reality of being a has-been had caused her bouts of depression. At least she hadn't depended exclusively on that contract for her livelihood. Neither had she taken into account just how lucrative it had been. She hadn't reduced her spending to compensate for the loss. In addition, some of her investments hadn't paid off as well as anticipated. Unreal as it seemed, Yasmin was now broke. The situation is temporary, Alistair, she said with asperity. My accountant and I are working out a solution. Things are already beginning to turn around. In any event, I won't take money from you. I'd feel like a whore. Don't offer again. What about Claire? She'd be glad to help you. It's no more her problem than it is yours. It's mine, and I'll work it out. She sensed that he wanted to argue further and was glad that he didn't. Instead, he came back and playfully swatted her fanny. Sassy and sexy. No wonder I love you so much. He whisked a kiss across her mouth. See you Sunday? Yasmin and Claire arrived at French Silk at the same time. Yasmin paid her taxi fare, then joined Claire at the door. What are you doing out at this time of night? Claire unlocked the door and turned off the security alarm. I could ask you the same question, but then I already know the answer, don't I? After resetting the alarm, they crossed the warehouse toward the elevator. Don't be sarcastic, Yasmin said. Where have you been? Walking. And I wasn't being sarcastic. You went out walking alone at this hour? You could have been mugged. I know every crumbling brick of the French Quarter. I'm not afraid of it. Well, you should be, Yasmin said as they got into the elevator. When you roam these streets at night alone, you're asking for trouble. The least you could do is carry an insurance policy with you. Insurance policy? Claire looked down to where Yasmin was patting the side of her shoulder bag. A gun? You bought another one? They had discussed the revolver when Yasmin reported it missing. I didn't have to. The original wasn't lost after all. I wish it had been. They emerged from the elevator on the 3rd floor. Claire quickly checked Mary Catherine's room to make certain she was safely in bed. Claire hadn't been away for more than half an hour, but her mother had been known to disappear in much less time. Everything all right? Yasmin asked, when Claire joined her in the kitchen. I'm surprised you left her alone. I had to get some air. I needed to think. I hoped you'd get back, but... She shrugged. Yasmin flung down the apple she'd taken from the fruit bowl on the counter. Okay, that's 2 pricks in a row. Instead of throwing these little poison darts, why don't you come right out and spear me? Say that you disapprove of my affair. I disapprove of your affair. The 2 women exchanged a hostile stare. Yasmin was the first to break it. She plopped down onto a bar stool with a muttered, "Oh hell," and began picking at the peel of the apple with her sharp fingernails. Claire went to the refrigerator and poured herself a glass of orange juice that Harry had squeezed fresh that morning. I'm sorry, Yasmin. I had no right to say that to you. Who am I to approve or disapprove of your private life? You're my best friend, that's who. That entitles you to an opinion, which I should have kept to myself.
Our friendship's based on candor?
Oh, I always thought so too, but you haven't been candid? You've never even told me his name. If I could tell you about him, I would. Claire studied her friend's tense facial muscles and red eyes. She'd been crying. Claire sat down on a stool next to Yasmin, removed the apple from her nervous hands, and clasped them between her own. I've been rude only because I'm worried. And I'm worried because you're miserable 90% of the time. That's why I disapprove of this affair. You're unhappy, Yasmin. Ideally, being in love is supposed to make people happy. The circumstances are hardly ideal. In fact, it's the worst scenario you can imagine, she said with a bleak smile. He's married. Bingo. Claire had been afraid of that, but knowing it for fact didn't make her feel better. I couldn't see another reason for the secrecy. I'm sorry. It was evident to Claire that Yasmin's suffering was genuine and deeply felt. This wasn't a capricious romantic adventure like so many of her previous love interests had been. When they had become friends, Yasmin was living a high-spirited social life. Her dates ranged from professional athletes to business tycoons to movie stars to foreign royalty. About a year ago, Yasmin's whirlwind romances had stopped, and she began going away for unspecified lengths of time to inexact destinations. She was evasive and secretive. She was either ecstatic or abysmal, and her mood swings were swift and drastic. They still were. Besides this secret lover, she saw no one else as far as Claire knew. Undeniably, her friend was in love, and the love affair was making her dreadfully unhappy. "Does he meet you here in New Orleans?" she asked gently. "Actually, he lives here," Yasmin replied. Claire was surprised. "You met him here?" "No, actually, we met in back east last year. It was purely by coincidence that we both have lives in New Orleans, too. A convenient coincidence." Claire hated herself for what she was thinking, that the man knew a good thing when he saw it and was taking advantage of Yasmin's ties to his hometown. "It's not that convenient," Yasmin replied grimly. "He's paranoid about his wife finding out about us before he has a chance to divorce her." "That's the plan." Yasmin whipped her head around. "Yes," she answered testily, "that's the plan. You don't think I'd be having a lengthy affair with a married man unless it was really love, do you? As soon as it's possible, he's divorcing her and marrying me." "Yasmin, he is. Claire, he loves me. I know he does." "I'm sure he does," Claire murmured, unconvinced. If he loved her so much, why would he cause her this much misery, she wondered. "Does he have children?" "2, a boy, 10, and a girl, 6. He's nuts about his kids." "I've thought of them, Claire. Don't think I haven't." "I wonder what a divorce will mean to them. Oh, God." She propped her elbows on the bar and buried her face in her hands. "When I think of breaking up a family, it makes me sick to my stomach. But he doesn't love his wife. He never has. Sex between them has always been lousy." Claire's silence must have conveyed her skepticism, because Yasmin raised her head and looked at her. "It has," she insisted. "He's told me, but I knew even before that. First time I went down on him, he was so overwhelmed I thought he was going to cry. And he's told me that his wife would rather die than let him put his mouth down there, even if she could conceive of such a thing. She believes there's no such thing as sex without guilt. So it's straight missionary position all the way." Yasmin had never been squeamish when talking about sex. Before this affair, she had frequently regaled Claire with the lurid details of her active love life. Now she stabbed the cool marble countertop with her index fingernail. "I'm the best damn thing that's ever happened to him, Claire. I'd make him a good wife. Then why doesn't he make a clean break? Why torture you both?" "He can't," she said with a melancholy shake of her head. "The divorce is going to have a profound effect on his career. He's well known. He's in thick with his in-laws and all their friends. Jesus, it'll be a mess. He has to work it out and wait until the time is right. Until then, I have to be patient and look forward to the day we can be together." Claire was less optimistic and felt it was her duty as a friend to play devil's advocate. "Yasmin, affairs like this seldom turn out sunny." "Affairs like this? How the hell would you know what it's like?" Claire could see Yasmin's temper emerging, so she kept her own at bay. "All I'm saying is that it goes against the law of averages. Men who are well positioned in the community rarely leave their wives and families for their mistresses." "Yasmin?" she asked softly. "Is he white? So what if he is?" Yasmin's chilly reaction indicated that he was. "This is the South, New Orleans. Men here have a tradition of—" "He's not like that," Yasmin interrupted vehemently. "He's the least racially prejudiced person I've ever met." Claire forced a smile. "I'm sure he must be, or you couldn't love him." She knew when to back down. Yasmin's frame of mind wasn't conducive to an honest discussion. She was wounded, and like any wounded animal, she would lash out at anyone who tried to help her. "Forgive me for bringing it up." "Don't patronize me, Claire." "I'm not." "The hell you're not." Yasmin jumped off her stool. "I doubt if you believe a word I've told you. You probably think he's just screwing me for the hell of it." Claire pushed back her own stool and stood up. "Good night. I'm going to bed." "You're running away from an argument, right?" she shouted back. "I refuse to argue with you about this because it's a no-win situation. If I say anything negative, you'll leap to his defense. I don't care who or what your lover is. My only concern is your unhappiness. If you want to live like this, that's your business. As long as it doesn't affect your work, it's got nothing to do with me. Oh, no. What about your jealousy?" "Jealousy? Don't strike that innocent posture with me, Claire. I can see through it. I'm crazy in love with a guy who's willing to overturn his entire life for me, while your personal life is as sterile as a nun's." Claire silently counted to 10. When Yasmin was upset with herself, she picked fights in order to redirect her anger. It was a character flaw that Claire, over the course of their friendship, had learned to tolerate. Nevertheless, recognizing it didn't make it any less exasperating. Tomorrow morning, Yasmin would be gushing sincere smiles and apologies, calling herself a selfish bitch and begging Claire's forgiveness. But Claire wasn't up to the exhausting exercise tonight. Think what you want to. I'm tired. Good night. That Cassidy? Does he have a first name? I don't know. Claire switched out the lights on the way down the hall toward her bedroom. Yasmin didn't take the hint. She was on Claire's heels like a pesky puppy. Did you go all cool and haughty on him? I was hospitable. Did he realize he was being buffaloed? Claire came to a sudden halt and spun around to confront Yasmin. What are you talking about? You're damn good at equivocating, Claire, but based on my first impressions of Mr. Cassidy, I doubt he takes crap like that from a woman. I'm sure he wasn't regarding me as a woman in that sense. He was here in an official capacity. He stayed an awfully long time. He had a lot of questions to ask. Did you have answers? Again, Claire gave her friend a hard look. Only a few. He wanted to connect me to Jackson Wilde's murder, and there is no connection. Did you think he was sexy? Yasmin asked. I assume you're referring to the assistant district attorney and not to the evangelist. You're equivocating, Claire. Answer the question. I didn't give Mr. Cassidy's looks much thought. Well, I did. He's sexy in a dark, intense way, don't you think? I don't remember. I'll bet he fucks with his eyes open and his teeth clenched. Makes me hot just to think about it. Yasmin was trying to provoke her. Refusing to be baited, Claire stepped into her bedroom. I thought you were in love. I am, but I'm not blind, and I'm not dead. Through Claire's closed bedroom door, Yasmin added, and even though you'd like for Mr. Cassidy and every other man to think your drawers could form icicles, neither are you, Claire Laurent. As she listened to Yasmin's withdrawing footsteps, Claire glimpsed her reflection in the mirrored door of the armoire. Quite unlike herself. She looked agitated, confused, and afraid, and Mr. Cassidy was the reason. Chapter 6. Andre Philippi finished his dinner and neatly placed the silverware on the rim of his plate. He blotted his mouth on the stiff linen napkin, folded it, and laid it aside. He then rang for a room service waiter to retrieve his tray. Roast duck had been a trifle dry, and the vinaigrette on the fresh cold asparagus had had a trace too much tarragon. He would send a memo to the head chef. As night manager of the Fairmont Hotel, New Orleans, Andre Philippi demanded optimum performance from everyone on staff. Mistakes simply weren't tolerated. Insolence or slipshod service was grounds for immediate dismissal. Andre believed that hotel patrons should be treated as pampered guests in the finest home. In the small washroom adjacent to his private office, he washed his hands with French-milled soap, gargled with mouthwash to guard against halitosis, and took pains to dry his pencil-thin mustache as well as his lips. He smoothed his hands over his oiled hair, which he wore combed straight back from his receding hairline, chiefly because that was the neatest style he could derive, but also to combat the natural tendency of his black hair to curl. He checked his nails. Tomorrow was his day to have them clipped, filed, and buffed. He had a standing weekly manicure appointment which he religiously kept, always with an eye on the hotel's operating budget. He conscientiously switched off the light in the washroom and re-entered his office. Ordinarily his position wouldn't have warranted a private office, but Andre had more seniority than anyone else, including the upper echelon executives, and he knew how to keep a secret. Over his tenure, he'd been granted many favors because often his discretion had been required by his superiors. He'd kept secrets about their vices, ranging from one's predilection for young boys to another's heroin addiction. The private office was just one expression of appreciation that Andre's confidence had earned him. Other tokens of appreciation from hotel personnel and from guests who had required his special services were earning compound interest in several city banks, making Andre a wealthy man. He rarely had occasion to spend money on anything other than keeping his wardrobe up to snuff and buying flowers for his maman's tomb. Elaborate bouquets of flowers as exotic as she were delivered to the cemetery twice weekly. Floral arrangements were more elaborate than the ones his papa had sent her when Andre was still a boy. That was important to him. He wasn't tall, but his rigid posture gave him presence, although he wasn't given to vanity. He was meticulous. He checked his appearance in the full-length mirror on the back of his bathroom door. His trousers still had a knife-blade crease. The red carnation in his lapel buttonhole was still fresh. Collar and cuffs of his starched white shirt were so stiff that a tennis ball would have bounced off them. He always dressed in an impeccably tailored dark suit, white shirt, and conservative necktie. He would have felt comfortable wearing a morning coat and spats, but that might have attracted his guests' attention to him rather than to the excellent service they were receiving, and that would have been tantamount to failure. Andre Philippi considered himself a servant to the guests of the Fairmont Hotel, and he took his job seriously, following a knock on his office door. A young man in a room service waiter's uniform stepped in. "Are you done with your tray?" "I'm finished." "Yes." Critically, he assessed the young waiter's appearance and technique as he replaced the lids on the serving dishes and loaded them onto the tray. "Will that be all for you tonight, Mr. Philippi?" "Yes, thank you. You bet." Andre frowned over the idiomatic parting words, but generally speaking, the waiter had performed well. No doubt he would return to the kitchen and joke with his friends among the hotel's staff until his next assignment. Andre didn't have many friends. He'd attended the finest private schools, including Loyola University, but because he could never claim his father and vice versa, he'd always been a social outcast. He didn't mind. The only world that existed for him was the hotel. What went on outside its walls was of only negligible interest or importance to him. He wasn't ambitious. He didn't have his eye on a corporate position. For him, heaven would be to die while on duty at the Fairmont. His cramped apartment was within walking distance of the hotel, but he actually resented the time he had to spend there. If it were allowed, he would never leave the Fairmont. Andre had but one vice. He indulged it now as a gourmand might savor an after-dinner liqueur. Opening the lap drawer of his desk, he gazed down at the framed autographed picture. Ah, Yasmin. So exquisite. So beautiful. To a hell of a guy she'd written before signing her name with a plethora of curlicues. He was more than just an ardent fan. For years he'd had an affection for her that bordered on obsession. It wasn't a sexual attraction that would have been profane. No, he worshipped her as an art enthusiast might covet an unattainable painting. He admired and adored her and yearned for her happiness, as he had yearned for his beautiful maman to be happy. Eventually he shut the drawer, knowing that there would be other opportunities tonight for him to gaze at the breathtaking face that was never far from his mind. Now, however, it was time for his hourly inspection of the front desk. Things seemed to be running smoothly. He spotted a cigarette butt on the carpet in front of the elevators, but at a snap of his fingers a bellman rushed forward to dispose of it. He pinched a wilting rose off one of the floral arrangements and inquired courteously of returning guests if they were finding everything to their liking. They assured him that, as usual, everything was perfect. As he traversed the lobby, he shuddered to recall that horrible morning following the Jackson Wilde murder. What an appalling incident to have happened in his hotel. He didn't regret that the televangelist was dead, particularly. The man had served his own needs before serving others. His smile had camouflaged a nasty disposition. He had laughed too loudly, spoken too abrasively, shaken hands too heartily. Andre had extended the man and his family every courtesy, but his heart hadn't been in it because he had a distinct personal dislike for Jackson Wilde. Andre was still holding a grudge. Wilde's murder had cast a pall over the hotel. No hotel could guarantee that such a thing would never occur in one of its rooms, no matter what security precautions were taken. Nevertheless, some local journalists had outrageously suggested that the hotel should share liability. Well, the lawyers were handling that aspect of it. That was beyond Andre's realm. But it made him queasy to remember the chaotic aftermath, this serene lobby crawling with policemen and reporters and rightfully disgruntled guests who had been interrogated like miscreants. It had been like witnessing a regal dowager being mauled by street thugs. What should be obvious to the authorities was that someone had walked in off the street, taken an elevator up to the 7th floor, and been welcomed into Wilde's room. After shooting him, and without attracting anyone's attention, the killer had left the same way. Should all the guests in the hotel that night be treated as suspects? Were the police justified to suspect everyone? Andre didn't think so. That's why he had no qualms about protecting those who couldn't possibly have had a quarrel with Jackson Wilde. As a matter of routine, the policemen had questioned him too. They seemed not to doubt his statements. Mr. Cassidy, however, was another matter. He had been more thorough and more dogged than that disheveled detective with 2 first names. Cassidy hadn't outright accused Andre of lying, but the prosecutor seemed to know that he was concealing information. "Look, Mr. Philippi," he had said, scooting closer to Andre in a gesture designed to inspire confidence. "I don't care what drug deals might have gone down in the rooms upstairs that night. Nobody's going to get hauled in by vice if they were with a prostitute who handcuffed them to the furniture and took dirty pictures. I don't care who was banging whose wife. What I do need to know is the identity of every person who came through the doors that night. I know you keep a tough vigil on the lobby area. You see a lot of people? Someone you consider insignificant might not be. Any scrap of information could be vital." "I understand, Mr. Cassidy," Andre had replied, his face impassive. "But I've already listed everyone I saw that night. I've instructed the staff to give you their full cooperation. You have access to our computer, which you and I both know saves only what it's told to save. Data can be deleted more easily than it's entered." Cassidy had raised his voice, demonstrating his impatience. When he realized this, he took another tack, assuming the tone of a caring parent about to administer punishment. "Why don't you come clean with me, Andre? If you're caught withholding information, you could be implicated. I'd hate for it to come to that, wouldn't you?" Cassidy could change tactics till his face turned blue and he wouldn't prize anything out of Andre. He was resolved never to reveal information that would compromise individuals he respected. Facts that had absolutely no bearing on the murder of the Reverend Jackson Wilde were none of Mr. Cassidy's business. Mr. Cassidy wasn't originally from New Orleans. He was under the misconception that the law was absolute, unbendable, and applicable to everyone. No doubt he thought that blanket rules covered everybody. Evidently, he hadn't yet learned the code of honor that governed the Crescent City. Outsiders might not understand and adhere to it, but Andre Philippi certainly did. When Claire entered the kitchen area, her mother was sitting alone at the table in the breakfast nook. She was fully dressed and had applied makeup. Those were encouraging signs. There were days when Mary Catherine couldn't leave her bed, imprisoned there by depression. Coffee smells good, Mama," Claire said, as she clipped on her earrings. "Good morning, dear. Sleep well?" Yes, Claire lied as she stirred cream into her coffee. She looked over her shoulder and smiled at her mother. Her smile congealed when she saw the familiar face that filled the screen of the portable TV in the etagere. It was tuned to a morning news program. "She really shouldn't shout like that," Mary Catherine remarked. "It's so unflattering. A lady should cultivate a soothing speaking voice." Ariel Wilde was ringed by reporters, all eager to broadcast her latest and most vicious criticisms of the city, parish, and state authorities that had thus far declined to release her husband's body for transport to Nashville. Claire gingerly sat down across from her mother. She watched Mary Catherine rather than the TV. "Mrs. Wilde should be allowed to bury her husband as soon as possible," Mary Catherine said. "But it's hard to work up sympathy for people who are so unpleasant." "Why do you say they're unpleasant, Mama?" Mary Catherine looked at her with bald surprise. "Why, Claire, have you forgotten all the trouble this preacher caused you, all the horrible things he said? He was a detestable human being, and apparently so is his wife. This is one of her lucid days," Claire thought. They occurred rarely, but on such days Mary Catherine made perfect sense, and was fully aware of what was taking place around her. When her eyes were clear and her voice was resonant with conviction, one could easily doubt that she was ever any other way. Claire, looking at her now, wondered what triggered these bouts of sanity and the all too frequent lapses. For decades doctors had tried and failed to diagnose and cure the problems. "The things that man said about you were so hateful," she was saying. "Why couldn't he have minded his own business and left you alone?" Claire was stunned by her mother's vehemence. "I don't have to worry about him any more, Mama." Mary Catherine's lips turned up into a beatific smile. "Oh yes, I know. He died of 3 gunshot wounds." Abruptly changing the subject, she pushed a plate of croissants toward Claire. "Have one, dear. They're wonderful."
"Just coffee for now," Claire said distractedly. "Mama, I've been wanting to talk to you about something very important. I love this weatherman, don't you? He has such a nice conversational manner. Mama?" Claire waited until Mary Catherine's attention was again focused on her. "Do you remember meeting Mr. Cassidy the other day? Of course. Only a few minutes ago they showed his picture and quoted him in a news story. I didn't know when I met him that he's so important."
"He'll be prosecuting the Jackson Wilde case for the district attorney's office?" "That's right. And because Reverend Wilde had been so hostile toward me, Mr. Cassidy wanted to meet me. He might be coming back." "Oh, how lovely. He was very nice." "Well, he's not always nice. In his work, he often must ask people a lot of questions, personal questions about their lives, their backgrounds. He must delve into their pasts and try to uncover things that they'd rather remain private." She paused to let that sink in. Mary Catherine gazed back at her inquisitively. "If Mr. Cassidy should come back and start asking you about the years we lived with Aunt Laurel, what would you tell him?" Mary Catherine was nonplussed. "I suppose I'd tell him how lovely it was." Claire, sighing with relief, took her mother's hand and clasped it warmly. "It was, wasn't it? We had some wonderful times in Aunt Laurel's house. I still miss her, you know. This Sunday after Mass, let's take some flowers to her tomb." Mary Catherine stood up and moved toward the built-in desk. "Now, Claire, you'll have to excuse me. I've got to make a shopping list before Harry gets here. She's so forgetful. If I don't write down everything we need at the market, she doesn't remember a thing." Mary Catherine began adding items to her shopping list while Claire watched her, a disturbed frown on her face. It was inevitable that Cassidy would come back. She only hoped it wouldn't be today. She was glad that Mary Catherine was enjoying a good day, but she'd just as soon Cassidy talk to her mother when she couldn't converse so lucidly about Jackson Wilde and his murder. The cold water tap was on full blast, and it was still only lukewarm. Cassidy supposed he should be grateful that at least it was a powerful spray. As the water struck the back of his neck, it worked out some of the tension, but not all of it. Eventually, he soaped, shampooed, rinsed, and stepped out of the shower. By that time, his coffee had brewed. He followed the rich smell of New Orleans coffee and chicory into his postage stamp-sized kitchen and poured a cup, scalding and bitter. It gave him twin jolts of caffeine and optimism. Maybe today would produce something. He padded to the front door of his Metairie condo and opened it to get his morning paper. A woman who lived across the narrow stone walkway was putting letters into her mailbox. She looked him over and grinned with amusement. "Good morning, Cassidy." He gripped the knot of the towel wrapped around his waist. "Good morning. I haven't seen so much of you lately." Ignoring the double entendre, he said, "I've been busy, so I've been reading." She nodded toward the newspaper he'd tucked under his bare arm. From there, her eyes ventured to the water-beaded hair on his lower belly. "Have you had a chance to use that sample soap I gave you last week?" She worked at Maison Blanche, representing an international cosmetics line. She was constantly leaving samples from their men's collection on his doorstep. Thanks to her, he had more cosmetics than the female impersonators who pranced in the clubs on Bourbon Street. He stuck the dial in a splash of shaving lotion, but he hated to hurt her feelings. Feeling a tingle from every hair follicle that she was studying, he said, "Yeah, it was great. Smell good?" She looked into his face and her eyes lingered. They'd run out of things to say. He recognized her soft expression for what it was. He toyed with the idea of inviting himself into her condo for croissants and coziness, but dismissed the thought before it was fully formed. "Well, I'm running late. Bye." He closed the door seconds before the knotted towel slipped over his buns, then fell to the floor. His neighbor Penny or Patty or Peggy or something like that was pretty and available, as far as he knew. She'd made overtures before, which he'd ignored for one reason or another, chiefly due to lack of time and interest. Maybe this morning he should accept her subtle invitation. Maybe getting laid was just what he needed to improve his outlook. "Hell, I doubt it," he muttered. If it were that easy, he could have climbed out of this slump days ago. Women weren't that hard to come by. He kicked the wet towel out of his path and stalked naked into the kitchen. He sipped his coffee while waiting for his toaster to spring 2 slices of wheat bread. Opening his Times-Picayune, he noted that the Wilde murder story had been demoted to page 4. But there in black and white was an article suggesting that the authorities were baffled. Incompetence was strongly suggested. For those who didn't already know, and since the media had been saturated with reports, it seemed impossible that the facts weren't known to everyone. The crime scene was restaged according to the press release Cassidy had helped compose. The reporter quoted him as saying that the combined forces of the police department and the district attorney's office were following several good leads, which was true, and that an arrest was imminent, which was a lie. Weren't even close to arresting anybody. They didn't have shit. His toast popped up. He buttered both slices, sprinkled them with sugar and cinnamon, and bit off a piece. Claire Laurent sprang to mind. Her mouth would taste like warm butter and cinnamon sugar. Damn it. He braced his hands on the countertop and leaned forward, his chin lowered to his chest. Even though his shower wasn't 5 minutes old. He began to perspire. The tiny droplets trickled down his sides, chest, back, and belly. Arousal curled around his sex-like tendrils of mist off a bayou, taunting and teasing and, to his greater frustration, causing quite a reaction. Ever since his visit to French Silk, he'd been suffering night sweats. Like malaria, the debilitating symptoms recurred night after night. They made him weak, made him crazy, made him horny. He wanted to blame his adolescent malady on the product French Silk manufactured. If a normal guy looked at enough models wearing skimpy underwear, he would get turned on. It was a rule of nature. Every garment featured in the French Silk catalog was sexy. Either sexy sweet, sexy cool, or sexy hot, but always sexy. Those glossy pages were a definite turn-on, but he'd studied centerfold since about age 12 and had never been plagued with a fever like this. The difference was the woman who inspired the catalog. Claire Laurent was as provocative as the merchandise she peddled. He couldn't get her out of his mind, and not necessarily within the context of his investigation. He had wondered more than once if those damn bubbles she'd blown weren't in fact a voodoo love potion. How'd it go at that underwear place yesterday afternoon? Crowder had asked him at their routine morning meeting. "You mean French Silk? Is there another one involved in this case?" "It's quite an operation. I had no idea the business was that expansive. I don't care about the business. Did you talk to the Laurent woman?" "Yes." "At length? Anything?" She says she never met Wilde, and that's essentially it. Did you believe her? For reasons he didn't fully understand, Cassidy had answered evasively. She didn't give me a reason not to. Because Crowder expected elaboration, he provided it, telling him about Mary Catherine Laurent and the model Yasmin. I know who she is, Crowder said. Saw her on Johnny Carson once, a real heart-stopper. Yes, she is. Ms. Laurent, that is the mother, is mentally incapacitated. You don't say? In what way? Crowder had asked for specifics. Cassidy didn't have any. He doubted that Crowder wanted to hear that his cock got hard every time he thought about Claire Laurent. Not an auspicious sign for an assistant DA trying to build a murder case, especially one on which his career was balanced. This was the kind of juicy, well-publicized case that ambitious young prosecutors had wet dreams about, and it belonged to him. He'd been granted a golden opportunity to prove to Crowder that he was capable of taking over the reins when the older man retired. He needed to convince the voting public that he was the right man for the tough job. And he needed to prove to himself, as he had strived to do for 5 years, that he was one of the good guys and didn't belong behind bars himself. All that was going to be doubly difficult to achieve if one of his suspects made him sweaty and horny. Claire Laurent couldn't have committed cold-blooded murder. Look at the way she treats her mother, he argued with himself. That logic wasn't worth spit, and Cassidy knew it. He'd known serial killers who could weep on command, especially around their mothers. So forget sentiment. Look at it from a practical viewpoint. It wouldn't have made sense for her to kill Wilde. She would risk more by killing him and getting caught than she would if his plans to ruin her business had panned out. Right, she wouldn't have done it. Even so, something about that situation at French Silk was askew. What was odd about it? He mentally recalled everyone he had encountered. Tugboat Annie, the receptionist, Claire, Mary Catherine, Yasmin. Suddenly it occurred to him. No men. No men. All the warehouse workers were women. Harry, the housekeeper, was a nickname for Harriet. Was that exclusivity significant? Was French Silk a prime example of reverse sex discrimination? Was there more to the relationship between Claire and Yasmin than friendship and business? Thought left a bitter taste in his mouth, stronger than the coffee and chicory. He pitched the dregs into his kitchen sink. No, that couldn't be. He would have sensed it. They'd silently communicated on the level of confidants, but not lovers. In any event, Claire Laurent was no killer. On the other hand, she struck him as a woman who, if she had already killed a man, wouldn't have any compunction about blowing his balls to smithereens just for the hell of it. His telephone rang. It's Glenn. Good morning, the detective grunted as though he disagreed. I got a call from the PC, he says, the Wilde woman, and that pun is to be taken literally, is demanding that we release the body. We've got to let it go, Cassidy. He plowed his fingers through his damp hair. Shit, I guess we don't have a choice, but give me one more crack at her and the stepson. We've taken their statements. I've questioned them a dozen times myself. It's going to start looking like harassment. I know, but I want to try one more time. I'll be there in half an hour. The interview with Ariel and Joshua Wilde got off to a bad start. They were already seated in Cassidy's office when he arrived. The widow was dressed in black silk, making her look frail, wan, and unarguably innocent. Mr. Cassidy, we're leaving for Nashville in a little over an hour. We don't want to miss our flight. I apologize, he said, rounding his desk and sitting down. I ran into some traffic. I'll see that you get to the airport in plenty of time, if it means a police escort. That seemed to appeal to her. She settled back in her chair. Thank you. I was informed on my way in that the casket with Reverend Wilde's body will also be aboard that flight. She dabbed at her eyes with an embroidered handkerchief. Jackson was murdered more than a week ago. Not only have you failed to arrest his assassin, but you've prevented me from burying him. Cassidy mentally applauded her. She was damn good. Her knees were chastely covered by her skirt. Her pale, straight hair was held back by a black velvet headband. She had made no attempt to be alluring, and yet she exuded an inexplicable charisma. Her stepson laid a comforting hand on her shoulder. This has been a grueling ordeal for us, Mr. Cassidy, especially for Ariel. I'm certain it has. We want to take Daddy's body home, bury him, and then rest. However, we plan to return to New Orleans as soon as the culprit is apprehended. I want to ask him personally why he did it. I'd like to ask that myself. Cassidy opened the file that one of the legal clerks had handed him before he came in. For clarity, I'd like to recheck some times with you. He shuffled paper to make the question look legitimate. You, the three of you, along with a few of the entourage, arrived at the hotel when? 10:05, Ariel replied impatiently. Mr. Cassidy, we've been over this 1,000 times. I know it seems repetitive, but sometimes in the retelling of events, a witness remembers something he's previously forgotten. Please indulge me. She exhaled a long-suffering sigh. We arrived at 10:05. We were all hungry. We ate in the Sazerac on the lobby level. I'm sure the staff can verify that. They have... Did anyone leave the table at any time? I don't think so. Josh, do you remember anyone leaving the table during the meal? No. Why is that important, Mr. Cassidy? How the perp got into the Wilders suite was still unclear. Cassidy thought someone from the inner circle could have had access to a key and been waiting for Wilde when he returned from dinner. Just thought I'd check. I don't remember anyone leaving until we'd finished, Ariel told him. We all rode in the elevator together, getting off on our designated floors. Was it a convivial group? Everyone was still full of the Spirit. The Spirit? Holy Spirit. That night's service had been particularly blessed. I see, Cassidy rifled through more papers. So, Mrs. Wilde, you, your husband, and Josh got off the elevator together on the 7th floor? That's correct. Jackson always reserved a floor exclusively for us so the family would have absolute privacy. I kissed Jackson goodnight at the elevator, then went to Josh's suite to practice our songs for the next evening's service. Do you always sing on a full stomach, Mrs. Wilde? Pardon? Cassidy leaned back in his chair and threaded a pencil through his fingers as he closely regarded the two. I've known a few singers. I've never known one who liked to sing right after eating. A full stomach crowds the diaphragm, doesn't it? What does that have to do with anything? You said you went to Josh's suite to practice? I can explain that, Josh said hastily. When Ariel and I are rehearsing outside the auditorium, we're only working on timing, rhythm, that kind of thing. She doesn't sing full voice until we're in the auditorium, where the sound technicians can set mic levels. Oh, Cassidy said, that must be why nobody heard you singing that night. No one else was on the 7th floor, remember? Ariel sweetly reminded him. That's true. But the rooms above and below Josh's suite were occupied, yet the occupants never heard any singing or piano playing. What are you implying, Mr. Cassidy? That maybe you went to Josh's suite to make music of a different sort? The widow shot to her feet and glared down at him. How dare you? Nobody can corroborate your story, Mrs. Wilde. No one can dispute it either, and I think you planned it that way. Think what you want. I think that in order to continue your affair, one or both of you slipped back down the hall that night and shot your husband while he was asleep. You left him there all night, then the following morning staged this dog and pony show for the press and the public. Her blue eyes narrowed menacingly. The devil is using you. Very possibly, Cassidy replied blandly. He's always found me willing. Are you prepared to arrest us on the basis of this hunch of yours? Ariel asked loftily. Without any evidence? You know as well as I do, Mrs. Wilde, that I couldn't make any charges stick. Precisely. She turned and sailed through the door. Josh remained, but he shared her agitation. That accusation was uncalled for, Mr. Cassidy. Rather than upsetting my stepmother with nasty allegations, why aren't you out beating the bushes for the real killer? Come off it, Josh. Cassidy deliberately lapsed into the familiar form of address. If he was going to wear either of them down, it would be Josh. I know you're boinking her. I wouldn't give a damn unless you iced your old man so you could keep on boinking her. Stop saying that. Then talk to me, damn it. He slapped the surface of his desk with his palms after a moment of tense silence. Josh asked sullenly, What do you want to know? Cassidy curbed his temper, knowing intuitively that Josh would retreat if he wasn't handled with finesse. Look at it from my perspective, Josh, and see what conclusions you draw. Ariel's young, pretty, talented, and in love with her young, handsome, talented stepson who returns her love. Only there's a hitch. She's married. The unwanted husband gives her a motive I can't discount, and she was the only person other than your father who had a key to that suite. What about the maids, the hotel staff? Professional burglars don't need keys. They break into locked hotel suites all the time. Jackson was killed by someone familiar, someone he didn't mind seeing him naked and sprawled on the bed. It wasn't Ariel. Was it you? The younger man blanched. My father and I had our differences, but I didn't kill him. Did he know about your affair with his wife? I don't know what you're talking about. Cassidy's reclining chair sprang erect, practically catapulting him across the desk. Don't bullshit me, Josh, did he? The younger man squirmed beneath Cassidy's hard gray stare. Eventually, his shoulders slumped slightly and he looked away. No, I don't think so. Aha, he now had a confession that they were involved in an illicit relationship. He screened his happy reaction. You think you were clever enough to conceal it from your father when I guessed 30 seconds after meeting you? It isn't that we were so clever, Josh said with a mirthless laugh. It's that he was so egomaniacal, he would never suspect Ariel of choosing me over him. Cassidy looked him in the eye and believed him. He was a real son of a bitch, wasn't he? Yes, he was. Did you hate him? Sometimes. Enough to kill him? Sometimes. But I didn't. I couldn't. I wouldn't have the nerve, Cassidy believed that too. Joshua Wilde was named after the Hebrew warrior of the Old Testament, but it was a misnomer.
Undoubtedly, Jackson Wilde, with his thunderous voice and avenging angel temperament, had been sorely disappointed in his mild-mannered, soft-spoken son. A kid could stockpile a lot of resentment against an overbearing, supercritical parent. Better parents than Jackson Wilde had been blown away by their stressed-out children, but Cassidy didn't think Josh had it in him to put a bullet through a man's head. What about her?
Cassidy asked, pointing his chin toward the door through which Ariel had made her huffy exit. Think before you answer, Josh. We might turn up incriminating evidence at any moment, something we missed before. If you protect Ariel, you're an accessory, and the punishment's the same. Did she kill him? No. Could she have done it without your knowledge? Did you make love with her that night, Josh? He cast his eyes down, but answered without hesitation, yes. Did she leave your suite at any time? No. Not until she left for good sometime in the wee hours. Too late for the murder, which Elvie Dupuy had placed between 12 Oaken and 1 a.m., you're sure? Positive. Do you suspect her of killing him? No. He shook his head so adamantly that several locks of hair fell over his brow. How can you be so sure? He raised his head and met Cassidy's stare head-on. My father was Ariel's ticket to greatness. Without him, she's zero. It was a dead-end street. They were guilty as hell. The rub was that Cassidy didn't know if they were guilty only of adultery or of a sin more grievous. But even if they had offed Wilde, he had no evidence to hold them. Have a nice trip, he said in a clipped voice. Joshua Wilde was taken aback. You mean I can go? Unless you want to sign a confession. I've got nothing to confess, and neither does Ariel. I swear it, Mr. Cassidy. You may have to yet in a court of law. For the time being, goodbye. Cassidy watched him go, wondering if he was releasing a murderer onto an unsuspecting public, although he reasoned the only danger Ariel and Josh posed to the general public was fleecing them of hard-earned cash in the name of the Lord. Querulous and feeling at odds with the world, he snatched up his phone after its first shrill ring. Cassidy! It was Crowder, who wasn't too pleased to hear the results of the interrogation. A bottom line is they walked, Cassidy summarized. Crowder had several choice comments about the widow and the ruckus she had left in her wake. She's flying off to Nashville smelling like a rose, looking like a goddamn martyr, and leaving us with a stinking pile of shit to shovel. Cassidy, you there? What? Oh yeah, sorry. Shit. Right? What's the matter with you? Cassidy was gaping at the stuffed folder that Howard Glenn had just carried into his office and dropped onto his desk with a triumphant flourish. I'll call you back, Cassidy hung up, leaving Crowder in mid-sentence. He looked up at Glenn, who was standing at the edge of his desk, a smug grin on his unshaved face. Hey, Cassidy, this might be the break we've been looking for. Let's go. Chapter 7. It's yours, isn't it, Ms. Laurent? Where did you get it? Claire asked the unpleasant man who confronted her with the stance and glower of a gladiator. One of my men found it in the garbage dumpster a few blocks from here. Didn't you figure on us checking the contents of the garbage bins located near anyone involved in the Wilde case? I'm not involved, Claire said evenly. This indicates otherwise. He brandished the incriminating folder an inch from her nose. She batted it aside. Glenn, back off, Cassidy said abruptly. Odious man frowned at him, but took a couple of steps backward. Cassidy turned to Claire. Frankly, I thought you were smarter than this. Why didn't you just throw the folder in the river along with the murder weapon? She had thought that the rooms in her apartment, which had been designed for maximum light and spaciousness, would make her feel less claustrophobic. But the moment she'd admitted Cassidy, the walls had seemed to start closing in, especially since he was accompanied by the detective whom she regarded with unconcealed distaste. He was repugnant to her, not so much because of his unkempt appearance, but for his mean, suspicious smirk. When she spotted what they'd brought with them, her heart had lurched and her palms had grown damp. She felt trapped, afraid, but she was determined not to show it. Come clean, Ms. Laurent. What about this? Detective Glenn dropped the folder onto the bar in her kitchen. Dozens of clippings spilled out and scattered across the glossy surface. Claire hated being backed into a corner by someone in authority. Her instinct was to fight back, as she had done as a 5-year-old, but she was no longer a child. She couldn't kick and claw and bow her back. It would be futile to lie. They had her, they knew it, she knew it too. The best she could do was brazen it out. It was mine, she admitted. Considering that Reverend Wilde was murdered, I thought it would be imprudent for me to keep the file. Imprudent? Glenn snorted. Is that a 50-cent word for fucking crazy? Claire's eyes snapped furiously. Her back went rigid. Cassidy stepped between her and the detective. "Excuse us." He pushed the detective toward the door. After a whispered but heated discussion, Glenn shot her a dirty look before going out, soundly pulling the door closed behind him. "Thank you," she said to Cassidy as he came back around. "I don't believe I could have stood him for another second. He was thoroughly obnoxious. I didn't do it for you. I did it for me. I've got a lot of questions to ask." It was obvious that Glenn was going to get nowhere with you, so I asked him to give me a shot. "What questions?" "What questions? We've got incriminating evidence on you, Miss Laurent." "A collection of clippings?" she asked scoffingly. "Hardly, Mr. Cassidy. I was about to make myself a sandwich for lunch. Would you like one?" Never taking his eyes off her. Cassidy flipped back his suit jacket and propped his hands on his hips. He gazed at her as though trying to figure her out. "You're a cool customer, aren't you?" he said tightly. "As well as a liar. You never asked me if I kept a file on Jackson Wilde. I'm surprised you didn't deny ever having seen these." He gestured at the pile of clippings on the bar. Claire rounded the bar and moved toward the refrigerator. "Denying it would have really made me look guilty, wouldn't it? Is shrimp salad all right? Fine. Wheat bread or white?" "Christ," he muttered, raking his fingers through his hair. "Don't you ever stop with the Southern hospitality? Why should I? Because Glenn is downstairs waiting to arrest you, and you're talking wheat or white? I won't be arrested, Mr. Cassidy, and we both know that." Having taken all the ingredients from the refrigerator, she kept her back to him while she made the sandwiches. She hoped he wouldn't notice that her hands were trembling. In hindsight, disposing of the file seemed like a desperate measure taken by someone with blood-stained hands. She'd been foolish to toss it into the dumpster. Nothing should have been left to chance. Why hadn't she done as he quipped and thrown it in the river? Of course, on the day following the murder, things had happened so quickly that she hadn't been thinking clearly. She'd made an error in judgment, and it was proving to be a costly one. She'd also underestimated Cassidy and the seriousness of his initial interrogation. His questions had made her uneasy and cautious, but they hadn't been cause to panic. Finding the folder had changed everything. Now he was more than mildly curious about her feelings toward Wilde. He actually suspected her of killing him. He would be watching her, looking for the slightest scrap of evidence. But Claire had had plenty of practice at thwarting authority figures. The first lesson she had learned was never to be intimidated. She turned to face him. "You haven't got enough evidence to make an arrest stick, Mr. Cassidy. I had collected a few articles relating to Jackson Wilde." "That's hardly a smoking gun." "The gun's in the Gulf by now," he said as he picked an olive off the plate she handed him. "Carried away by the river's current, more than likely." Since the bar was covered with the clippings, she nodded him toward the glass-topped table in the dining room. "Tea or a soft drink?" "Tea? Sugar?" "Nothing." After returning with 2 glasses of mint-sprigged iced tea, she sat across from him. He picked up half of his sandwich and took off a corner in a strong bite. "Some of those clippings are years old. My interest dates back several years." "You have that much interest in religion?" "No, Mr. Cassidy," she said with a retiring smile. "I'm Catholic by birth, but have never embraced any organized church. I certainly wasn't enamored of charismatic televangelists. Wilde attracted my attention because I believed him to be one of the most dangerous men in America." "So, you considered it your civic duty to ice him? Do you want to hear my explanation or not?" She snapped. He gestured for her to go ahead. "You're very rude, Mr. Cassidy." "Yes, I know." Their stares locked and held for several seconds. Claire wasn't about to back down, so she began speaking. Unlike some of the other TV preachers, Wilde threatened to rob people, not of their money, but of something much more valuable, their rights guaranteed by the First Amendment. About the time French Silk's first catalog went out, he began his crusade against everything he considered pornographic. From the beginning, his message bothered me tremendously. "Because his influence could hamper your business?" "No, because I never wanted to be placed in a position of having to defend my work. I saw that as a very real possibility, and as it turned out, my prediction was right. French Silk's catalog has nothing in common with child pornography and bondage magazines, but it was being lumped in with them and lambasted in the same breath. Reverend Wilde was waging war against freedom of the press. You can't have carte blanche freedom, Ms. Laurent. Hand in hand with freedom goes responsibility. I agree." She laid down her sandwich and leaned slightly forward. "The thought of men, women, and children being exploited for profit makes me sick to my stomach, but that crime won't be solved by banning quality erotica from museums and bookshelves. Censorship belongs in one's mind and heart and conscience. If you don't approve of R-rated movies, spend your $7 on something else. If you oppose a TV show's scripts, switch channels and don't buy the products that sponsor it, but give those who don't share your views the opportunity to watch whatever they like. It's not the privilege of the government or an appointed committee of so-called experts or one preacher to dictate what people, adults, should or should not be permitted to see. When Hitler came to power, one of the first things he did was burn the books that he deemed unsuitable. So everybody who has a hang-up over the Catcher in the Rye is a neo-Nazi? Please, Mr. Cassidy, don't be insulting. I only meant that it's fascist for those who don't approve of something to forcibly impose their opinion on everybody else. Claire felt a heated flush rising in her cheeks. She was so close to this issue that sometimes she sounded as dictatorial and uncompromising as Wilde.
I didn't enter this war willingly, Mr. Cassidy. Given the choice, I would never have been a part of it. I was drafted into it when Wilde began name-calling from his pulpit. I chose to ignore it as much as possible and declined his repeated invitations for a public debate, but one probably would have been inevitable. You were arming yourself by keeping those clippings? Exactly.
Only thing that file proves is that I had thoroughly researched my opponent so I'd know what I was going up against if and when the time came. Why didn't you show me your collection of clippings and explain this the other night? I had already thrown it away. You could have mentioned it. I could have, yes, but you're under pressure from City Hall to bring in a viable suspect. Wilde's followers are demanding a culprit to bring to trial. I didn't want to be your scapegoat, even temporarily. If all you'd done was taken me downtown for formal questioning, it could have adversely affected my business and family. I still might do that. You'd be wasting your time. I've told you everything I know. He regarded her closely. So that red ink mark underlining the date that Wilde would appear in New Orleans was merely coincidence. Color and heat rushed to her face again. I remember underlining that, yes. I can't explain why I did. I was holding a red pen while I was reading the article, she said with a shrug. It was reflexive. He'd eaten quickly and cleaned his plate. He wiped his mouth with his napkin and laid it next to his plate. On the surface, that all sounds so damn reasonable. It's almost too reasonable an explanation, Miss Laurent. It's as though you rehearse what to say just in case that folder turned up to haunt you. Would you care to have some coffee with your delusions? His lips tilted into a half smile. No thanks. She carried their plates from the table into the kitchen. I thought Harry would do that for you, he said conversationally, following her as far as the bar that divided the two rooms. Ordinarily she would. She took Mama out this afternoon. How convenient. What do you mean? What do my mother's outings have to do with you? I needed her corroboration on where you were the night Jackson Wilde was killed. Claire drew a quick breath. I won't have my mother interrogated, Mr. Cassidy. Understand that and spare yourself the time and effort. Mama wouldn't remember the events of this morning, much less what happened a few weeks ago. If pinned down, she couldn't possibly give you a credible answer, and any attempts to force one out of her would only cause her distress, which I won't allow. You can't expect Glenn and me to take your flimsy answer to that all-important question as a concrete alibi. You've got no choice, she replied, shuddering at the mention of the detective's name. You'll have to take my word for it. I was at home that night. You didn't go out at all? The hard glint in his eyes caused her to hedge. Nervously, she pushed back her bangs. Perhaps I did. It would have been a brief errand because I can't leave Mama alone for extended periods of time, especially at night. Frankly, Mr. Cassidy, I don't remember. The date held no significance for me. He gave her an extended stare, then asked, Where's Yasmin? She went back to New York yesterday. As she had known would happen, the morning following their spat, Yasmin had been contrite and apologetic. They'd hugged, made up, and worked hard to finalize the layout for the next catalog. Yasmin had dashed to her bedroom to answer her telephone several times. Twice before returning to New York. She had spent the night out, returning the following morning looking depressed and dispirited. But Yasmin's affair with her married lover was her business. She would have to deal with it. Claire had enough problems of her own, all of them sparked by the man who kept staring at her in the same penetrating way as the human resources personnel once had, as though she were a case study and they were looking for irregularities in personality or behavior. What's this? He gestured toward a framed item on the kitchen wall. That's Aunt Laurel's recipe for French silk. Cassidy angled his head quizzically. I'd had trouble coming up with a name for the lingerie, she explained, smiling at the memory. Yasmin and I had deliberated over it for months and couldn't agree on anything. One cold afternoon, I got in the mood for chocolate pie and began thumbing through Aunt Laurel's recipe box. French silk, she said, pointing out the name written in a spidery cursive. That was it. I knew it the minute I saw it. Aunt Laurel was so pleased when I told her I was naming my company after her recipe. It made her feel a part, as if she'd contributed to it. Her expression turned wistful. She died only a few weeks after that. Leaning nearer the frame, Cassidy read the ruled card. Gradually cream sugar into the mixture of butter and melted chocolate. Add vanilla, beating constantly on low. Sounds delicious, it is. It's rich and sensual and feels on your tongue the way I want my lingerie to feel against bare skin. The very name implies self-indulgence. When she stopped talking, Claire realized how still they had become, how close, how soundless. He was looking at her mouth, then into her eyes, and if his hearing was as keen as his eyesight, he could hear her heartbeat. He cleared his throat and put space between them, as though he, too, had found the long silence uncomfortable. That's all interesting, but back to the reason I'm here. Your only beef with Jackson Wilde was this First Amendment issue, right? That's right, nothing else. What are you driving at, Mr. Cassidy? Is your method of investigation to shoot in the dark until you hit something? That's not a very economical way to spend the taxpayers' money. Your time would be much better spent hunting down the actual murderer, and my time would be. Are you and Yasmin lovers? The question was as unexpected as a falling star and rushed at her with about as much impetus. She stared at him, aghast, her lips parted, her eyes wide. Whatever gave you that idea? Well, are you? When she began to laugh, his expression grew darker. Wilde also stirred up a lot of homophobia in this country. The gay activist groups were on his ass about several issues. I see. You figured that he was my enemy on 2 accounts? She asked with amusement. Honestly, I'm not laughing at you, Mr. Cassidy. I'm only imagining how Yasmin would react to your question. Don't you read the tabloids? She's had scores of lovers over the years, all men, and has diligently cultivated a reputation as a femme fatale. That could be a pose. She'd be crushed to hear you say that. Even if you believed I'm inclined toward lesbianism, how could you possibly think that Yasmin is anything but heterosexual? Because this setup is a little out of kilter, that's why. Setup? Your business here? How so? Claire asked, genuinely curious. I've been here twice and have yet to see a man. I know cutthroats on death row who would run from that Amazon you've got guarding the door downstairs. Every employee I've seen is female, from those folding tissue paper into boxes to those driving the forklifts. What have you got against men? Nothing? Are you married? No. Ever been? No. Engaged? She hesitated. No. He raised his index finger as though to snag the lie on the tip of it. Try again. Claire felt her temper ignite like kindling. Have you been prying, Mr. Cassidy? I've been doing my job. Tell me about your relationship with David Allen. Damn you, did you bother him? I didn't have to, but I will if you don't start talking. Claire was seething, but he'd won the contest of wills. It was a long time ago, she said curtly. Before French silk, he wanted to marry me.
What happened?
She started to tell him that it was none of his damn business, then thought better of it. Any hostility on her part would only make matters worse. Yasmin, who had more experience handling men, had doubted that Cassidy would take any crap from a woman. Claire thought she was probably right. Besides, this wasn't really dangerous territory. They could traverse it without mishap. David expected me to commit Mama to an institution, she said softly, lowering her eyes. I wouldn't hear of it. He issued an ultimatum, so I returned his engagement ring. You didn't love him as much as you love your mother? Obviously not. No serious affairs since then? Don't you know? Not yet. I can keep digging, or you can spare me the manpower and yourself the embarrassment and just tell me. Is my personal life pertinent to your investigation? Maybe. Let's go with it and see where it leads. He sat on a bar stool and folded his arms. Demonstrating her dislike for the topic, she finally said, I've had a couple of emotional entanglements, but nothing really serious since my breakup with David. Does that satisfy you? For the time being, he turned away and for several moments dallied with the clippings scattered across the bar. Where's your father, Miss Laurent? Claire shifted her weight. I told you before, he died shortly after I was born. You don't remember him? No, I was too young. What'd he die of? Heart attack, I believe. Watching her, he eased off the bar stool and advanced on her slowly until he was standing inches from her and she had to tilt her head back in order to look into his incisive eyes. You're lying to me again? On your birth certificate, there's a big fat question mark in the space for the father's name. You son of a bitch. She drew her hand back to slap him, but he caught her wrist, stopping her hand inches from his cheek. Tears of rage and frustration formed in her eyes. You have no excuse for delving into my private life. A corpse with 3 bullet wounds gives me a damn good excuse. Claire wrenched her wrist from his grip, then drew her crossed arms close to her body and hugged her elbows. Well, since you're so smart, Mr. Cassidy, what else did you learn on your nasty little fact-finding mission? The Laurents, your grandparents, were the creme de la creme of New Orleans society, An old family with lots of old money. The apple of their eye was their only child, Mary Catherine. She attended the finest parochial schools and was being groomed to assume her place in society. But following one of those cotillions she mentioned to me the other day, she was seduced by one of the rich young gentlemen in attendance. She became pregnant. When she acknowledged her condition and told her parents, she refused to name her partner. Unfortunately, he never came forward to claim responsibility for the child she was carrying. Her parents did what they believed was justified. They disowned and disinherited her. Only her Aunt Laurel, her father's maiden sister, took her in. The scandal knocked society on its proper ass and took its toll on the family. Within 2 years, Mary Catherine's parents were dead, shamed to death, some said. Before he died, her father altered his will and left his considerable estate to the church, which also treated my mother like an outcast even while espousing mercy, grace, and forgiveness, Claire added. But they obviously allowed her illegitimate daughter to attend catechism school. No, Mr. Cassidy. I learned Christianity from Aunt Laurel. She was a dotty old maid. Most people considered her life pointless, but she loved my mother and me unconditionally. During Mama's spells, it was Aunt Laurel who reassured me during thunderstorms, nursed me when I was sick, and helped me through the trials and tribulations of childhood. She was the only person I ever knew who actually lived Christianity the way Jesus intended it to be. She didn't preach, she exemplified. But my account of your mother's history is accurate? Very. Her cousin Charles was thorough to the nth degree. How do you know my information came from him? Because he's the only one left from that branch of the Laurents. Do you have contact with him? She laughed bitterly. No, thank God, never. He's as stiff-necked and pompous as the rest of them. From what Aunt Laurel told me about them, I'm not surprised that they banished my mother when she needed them most. She was just a kid, 17. She cocked her head to one side. You're slipping, Mr. Cassidy. You sound almost sympathetic. It was the early 60s, for Christ's sake. Actually, the late 50s. Eisenhower was still president. America hadn't lost its innocence. Proper young ladies didn't have erogenous zones. Cassidy shook his head with misapprehension. But even then, families didn't disown their daughters for getting pregnant. The Laurents did. My grandparents never spoke to my mother again. As far as they were concerned, she ceased to exist, and so did I. She never disclosed who your father was. No, and he never acknowledged you, even secretly? No. I'm sure he was afraid of the consequences. He was a member of the same social circle and apparently enjoyed the benefits. He saw what happened to my mother and didn't want the same to happen to him. I don't blame him, really. Bullshit? Excuse me? You wouldn't be human if you didn't hold him accountable. Claire, feeling like an insect pinned to a corkboard, took a cautious step backward. Are you trying to make a point, Mr. Cassidy? Whoever killed Wilde had a grudge against men.
You've deduced that? How clever.
Not so clever. It was an obvious case of overkill. He was shot one extra time. You're referring to the shot to his groin. How'd you know? It was in all the newspapers that Wilde had been shot in the testicles. She shook back her hair and faced him defiantly. So, because I was born on the wrong side of the blanket and have numerous women on my payroll, you've leaped to the brilliant conclusion that I'm the one who pulled the trigger on Jackson Wilde.
Don't be cute. Then don't be ridiculous, she said, raising her voice. I freely admitted that I abhorred everything that man stood for. I disagreed with virtually everything he said. So what? Many did. True. But only the livelihoods of a few were being threatened, so that places your name high on the list of suspects. You're wasting your time investigating me. I don't think so. I've caught you in too many lies. I explained about the clippings. I'm not talking about that.
I lied to you about my father only to protect my mother. Surely you'll concede that she's suffered enough humiliation without my sharing her past with you. I'm not talking about that lie either, he said. Then what? The suspense is killing me. He turned his back on her and stalked to the door. He wore his dark suit well. The tailored vest snugly fitted his trim torso, and there was no wasted fabric in his trousers. It would have been a luxury if she could have concentrated on his considerable attractiveness, as most women would. But Claire saw him through the eyes of a frightened child. She couldn't separate the man from the bureaucracy he represented. She'd learned at an early age to fear, loathe, and strike out against it. She projected her antipathy for it onto him. How dare he dig into her mother's sorrowful past? It had caused Mary Catherine so much grief that, in order to survive, she had barricaded herself inside a dream world. Her delusions were rose-colored but as protective as iron gates. They had guarded her against heartache and scorn for 3 decades. It was unfair that her misfortune should be exposed for strangers to scrutinize again. He had reached the door. His right hand was on the knob. Claire knew she was about to test the limits of his patience, but she couldn't help herself. She charged him, taunting, "You're bluffing." He came around quickly. "You told me that you'd never met Jackson Wilde?" He raised his free hand and crushed a handful of her hair in his fist, tugging her head back. Lowering his face close to hers, he spoke rapidly and softly, with emphasis and urgency. "You didn't spend a quiet evening at home the night he was killed. I got several videotapes from the local cable company which had been hired to document Wilde's New Orleans crusade. One of the tapes was a recording of the last service he conducted. It was recorded in its entirety. When Wilde extended an invitation at the conclusion of the service, hundreds of people flocked to the podium from every tier of the Superdome. Among the first to reach him was a young woman who clasped his hand and spoke to him face to face. He stared at her hard, as if to imprint the image of her face on his brain. Then he released her hair and opened the door, adding as he went out, "It was you, Claire." When his telephone rang, Andre Philippi jumped guiltily and slammed shut his desk drawer. The bell was like a conscience, reminding him that he was gazing at his beloved's photograph on company time. He answered the telephone and, with crisp and businesslike enunciation, identified himself. "How may I help you?" "Bonsoir, Andre,"
Bonsoir.
he replied in a warmer tone, instantly recognizing the caller, although the voice was soft and muffled. "How are you?" Still shaken by what happened week before last, Andre's small mouth formed a mow of sympathy. "It was a ghastly night. I called to thank you again for your discretion. I assure you, no thanks are necessary. I felt no obligation to the police. They herded my guests together like cattle and questioned them like criminals. You took care of the details for me? No need for concern. There's no record of your having been here that night. Has anyone interrogated you about it?" "The police," Andre replied with distaste. "I also spoke with a man named Cassidy." "Cassidy's questioned you?" "Twice. But don't worry," I answered only specific questions and didn't elaborate. "Did my name come up?" "No, and natural element, I wouldn't mention it." "I'm certain you didn't," the caller said. "It's just that, well, no one needs to know I was there." "I understand. I rely on your confidentiality. It's enormously valuable to me." "That's the highest compliment you could pay me." "Mercy. I need to ask one more favor, Andre. I would consider it an honor if Cassidy or anybody else asks about me directly. Will you notify me, certainment, immediately, although I assure you your fears are unfounded?" Almost inaudibly, the caller replied, "I hope so." Chapter 8. Ariel Wilde had a captive audience in the board members of Jackson Wilde Ministry. They were bound by deference to her recent widowhood, by reverence for the man who had been interred only yesterday, and by their own fear that a very lucrative enterprise was about to collapse following the demise of its leader. Ariel was holding court from the head of the long conference table in the boardroom on the top floor of the ministry's office complex in Nashville. Garbed in black, she looked thin and wan, almost incapable of lifting the translucent china cup of virtually colorless herbal tea to her chalky lips. Her weepy eyes, which had contributed largely toward making her the patron saint of the hopeless, seemed to have receded into her skull. They were surrounded by violet shadows of fatigue and despair. No one except Ariel knew that these evidences of grief washed off with soap and water. She replaced her cup in its saucer. That tiny clink of china against china was the only sound in the room. The indirect lighting, dark paneling, and plush carpeting encouraged a hushed atmosphere similar to that of the funeral home where Jackson Wilde had, for 2 days, lain in state inside a sealed casket. Those seated around the conference table waited in breathless anticipation for the widow to speak, sympathizing with her while at the same time trying to conceal their personal anxieties. "Gentlemen, let me begin by thanking you individually and collectively for the support you've given me and to Josh during these dark and troublesome days following Jackson's death. You're a living tribute to him. The way you've rallied around me is well emotionally overcome." She dabbed at her eyes, letting her tears speak for themselves. Recovering her composure, she continued, "When Jackson was at the helm, he expected you to give 100% of yourself in dedication to him and to doing the Lord's work. In his absence, you've maintained that tradition. I know I speak for him when I say how proud you've made me." She gave each of them in turn a gentle smile, then took another sip of tea before cutting to the heart of the matter. "Unfortunately, none of us expected Jackson's tragic demise. It's caught us unprepared. Who could have predicted that a madman would silence one of God's most effective messengers?" That earned her a few mumbled amens. "The devil expects us to surrender and retreat to lick our wounds. He expects us to buckle beneath the burden of our grief. When he silenced Jackson, he figured he'd silenced us all." As rehearsed, she paused strategically, "But the devil underestimated us. We're not going to be cowed and silent. The Jackson Wilde ministry will continue as before." A dozen dark-vested chests relaxed. The escaping tension was as palpable as steam rising from a simmering kettle. Sweat began to evaporate off furrowed brows. Sighs of relief were sensed if not heard. Ariel could barely contain her smug smile. She now had them in the palm of her hand. They might consider themselves men of God. No doubt a few of them genuinely believed in their mission. But they were still men, subject to the foibles of every descendant of Adam. They had feared for their futures. Fully expecting her to announce the dissolution of the ministry, they had prayed for a miracle. She'd just handed them one. Of course, there was always at least one skeptic. "How, Ariel?" the doubting Thomas asked. "I mean, without Jackson, how can we possibly continue? Who's going to preach? I am." Everyone gaped at her, flabbergasted. It was obvious that they all doubted her abilities. She gave her head a small shake that sent her platinum hair rippling across her shoulders. It was a gesture of resolution and supreme confidence. We thought we'd bring in another evangelist." "Well, you all thought wrong," she said sweetly. "That's why I called this meeting, so I could explain my plans to everyone at once and save having to repeat myself." She clasped her hands together on the edge of the table. Her recent frailty had been supplanted by a quivering vitality. The spark of life in her eyes, so faint just minutes ago, had grown into a conflagration. "Our followers will be curious to know my feelings regarding Jackson's death. He died unexpectedly, violently. That's fodder for at least a dozen sermons. And who better to deliver those sermons than his widow?" The board members glanced at one another, stupefied and speechless. Brother Williams wrote all Jackson's sermons. "Now he'll write mine," she said, nodding to the gentleman sitting to her left about midway down the table. He coughed, uncomfortably, but said nothing. "Gradually we'll fade out the emphasis on Jackson's murder and move into other areas. We'll take up where Jackson left off on the pornography issue because it's become so identified with the ministry. I'll continue to sing. Josh will continue to play piano. Occasionally, we might bring in a guest preacher, but the reason all those folks tune in week after week is to see Jackson and me, right? He's gone. I'm not. And if you thought he preached hellfire and damnation, wait till you hear me." They were uncomfortable with her bluntness, but none dared rebuke her. She wanted it understood from this moment forward that she was indisputably the one in charge, as Jackson's word had been law, now hers was. "Brother Ray?" He sprang upright. "Yes, ma'am." "You canceled the Cincinnati crusade. Why?" "Well, I assumed that with the after Jackson, don't ever make a decision like that without consulting me. Reschedule it. We'll conduct the crusade as planned. But that's only 2 weeks away, Ariel. You need time to." "Reschedule it," she repeated icily. Brother Ray furtively glanced around the table in a desperate search for support. None was offered. The others kept their eyes averted. He looked at Josh imploringly, but he was staring down at his hands, turning them this way and that as though they were alien appendages recently sprouted from his arms. Finally, Brother Ray said, "I'll reschedule it immediately, Ariel, if you feel up to it." "By the time we get there, I will. Right now, however, I'm exhausted." She stood. Others followed suit, slowly coming to their feet with the unsure, shuffling motions of boxers who'd gone down for the count and were struggling to regain their wits. "Josh speaks for me, and vice versa," she told them as she moved to the door. "However, I prefer that all questions and problems be channeled directly to me. The sooner I assume Jackson's responsibilities, the better. If any of you have a problem with that." She opened the door and indicated with her head that they were free to walk if they didn't want to play by her rules. No one moved. They scarcely breathed as she made eye contact with each of them. Finally, she took their stunned silence for assent. Her pale face broke into an angelic smile. "Oh, I'm so glad you've all decided to stay on. That's what Jackson would have wanted and expected from you. And it goes without saying, that's God's will, too." She beamed another smile, then extended her hand to Josh. Dutifully, he moved to her side and tucked her hand into the crook of his elbow. Together they left the boardroom. "That was quite a performance," Josh said as they moved through the building's exit. "Performance?" Ariel settled against the plush interior of the limousine awaiting them at the curb. "We're going home," Josh told the driver before closing the partition. He sat back against the deep upholstery and stared through the tinted window, trying to get a grip on his temper before addressing his stepmother. At last he turned his head toward her. "You could have discussed it with me first." "You sound mad, Josh. What are you mad about? Don't play your games with me, Ariel. And stop batting your eyelashes like a goddamn coquette at an afternoon soiree. That innocent act doesn't wash with me. Haven't you learned that by now?" She pursed her lips in pique. "I assume you're upset because I didn't discuss my plans with you before presenting them to the board. Have you totally lost your grip on reality, Ariel?" He was genuinely dumbfounded, and it showed. Do you really think you and I can continue this ministry? I know I can. Oh, I see. Out of the goodness of your heart, you'll carry me. Don't put words in my mouth. Why should I? Josh shot back. You seem to have all the words you need, but do you know what any of them mean? That angered her, because her lack of formal education was a sore point. You don't think I can hold this organization together? No, although I believe you've convinced yourself you can. He gave her a long, assessing look. You don't let anything stop you, do you? Not even my father's death. Seeming unconcerned, she rolled her head around her shoulders as if to relieve tension in her neck. Look, Josh, Jackson is dead and there's nothing anybody can do about it. We buried him, with more pomp and circumstance than a coronation. It got the media's attention, didn't it? Is that why we had to have the choir and orchestra and those fucking flying doves? The Vice President of the United States was there, she shouted. Are you too stupid to see what that's worth? To him, about 1 million votes, and to us, 1.5 minutes on network news, worldwide exposure, Josh. Her anger was full-blown now. Were you or any of the men on that board of directors stupid enough to think I'd squander all that free publicity? Did you think I'd be that big a fool? If so, you're the fools. I'm going to milk Jackson's death for all it's worth. It's like a gift. I didn't ask for it. He turned his head toward the window again, muttering, Didn't you? What? He didn't respond. Josh, he stubbornly kept his head averted. She pinched his arm hard. Damn it, he shouted viciously as he turned his head around. Tell me what you said. I just wondered out loud whether you might have asked for his death. She leveled a cold blue stare on him. My, you're getting awfully self-righteous lately. I figure one of us should have a conscience. You're also very full of yourself. You think I'd rid myself of Jackson just so I could have you? She asked scornfully. Not me, but maybe your own TV show. He leaned forward and whispered, What about that segment of time after you left my suite that night, Ariel? A flicker of alarm appeared in her eyes. We agreed never to mention that. No, you insisted that I never mention it, because of what the police might make out of it. Exactly, he said softly. It wasn't worth mentioning, she said breezily, dusting an imaginary speck off her black dress. At first, I thought so too. Now I'm not so sure. Maybe it was worth mentioning. You said you were going to your room to look for some sheet music, so, despite what we told the police, we weren't rehearsing and didn't need any sheet music. I wanted it for later. You came back empty-handed. I couldn't find it. You were gone about 15 minutes. I searched through everything, and I was trying to do it quietly because Jackson was asleep. Or dead. You had plenty of time to kill him. I think Cassidy would be interested to know about that 15 minutes. You can't tell him without implicating yourself, Josh. Trying to reason it through, continued as though she hadn't interrupted. You certainly had motivation. Besides Daddy being a tyrant, he was in your way. He got top billing, not you. You were no longer satisfied with taking the back seat. You wanted to be in the driver's chair. You wanted the whole ministry. Beyond your greed, you were tired of his constant browbeating about your mediocre voice, about your weight, about everything. So you killed him and used me as your alibi. Listen to me, you shithead, she said, reverting to her pre-Jackson Wilde language. Sometimes I hated him so much I could have killed him easily. But he was also the best thing that ever happened to me. If it weren't for Jackson, I'd still be hustling hash for a living, getting my ass pinched by rednecks, and living off the stingy tips they doled out in exchange for a glimpse of cleavage. I'd only be a lifer's sister instead of one of the most recognized women in America who gets cards and flowers from the president. No, I didn't kill him. But I'll be damned before I'll cry over his death or pass up any opportunities it opens up for me. I'm going to fight like hell to keep what I've got. The limo turned into the curved driveway leading up to the house. Jackson had been wise enough to know that common folks resented conspicuous wealth, so the house befitted an affluent professional. But it wasn't palatial. Josh despised it, although large and comfortable. It didn't have the quiet elegance of the home his mother had made for them. This was Jackson's house through and through. His stamp was on every room. Josh had hated every minute he'd spent under its roof. At the moment, however, he hated nothing as much as he hated himself. For while he was contemptuous of Ariel's cavalier attitude regarding his father's murder, he secretly admired it. He wished he could bounce back as easily and as guiltlessly as she. He resented her resilience and gritty ambition, but he was also jealous of them. I know you had your own plans for your life, Josh, she was saying. They didn't jive with Jackson's. Naturally, he got his way, and you're still sulking about it. You don't know what the hell you're talking about, he said. All that happened a long time before you came along. But I've heard about it, from you and from Jackson. You had some battles royal over whether you were going to become a concert pianist or join the ministry. I don't need you to remind me what the quarrel was over. Know what, Josh? Your daddy was right. You and I have cut 3 gospel albums. All of them have gone gold. The Christmas album we recorded last spring will sell like gangbusters after all this publicity. We won't have to spend 1 red cent on promotion. It'll walk out of the stores. This ministry has made you rich and famous, Josh. It's been a hell of a lot more lucrative than if you'd stuck to playing that classical crap. Think about it. The chauffeur came around and opened the door for her. I'd like to see you stay on at the Jackson Wild Ministry for your own sake, but if you decide to split, it makes no difference to me. With 1 foot on the pavement, she turned back to add, good-looking piano players come a dime a dozen, Josh, and so do lovers. As he entered the Fairmont Hotel, Cassidy was keyed up, on edge and wet. He'd had to park a block away and run through a deluge. Making his way toward the lobby bar, he removed his trench coat and shook rain off it, then combed his fingers through his damp hair. He was sick of rain. For days, New Orleans had been inundated. The weather had been no better in Nashville last week, when he'd attended Jackson Wild's funeral. Just coffee, please, he told the cocktail waitress who came to take his order. Regular O'Nolan's coffee? She asked in a thick native drawl. New Orleans, black? He'd just as well inject the caffeine intravenously. He wasn't sleeping much these nights anyway, so what the hell? He checked his watch, still 12 minutes till Andre Philippi reported for work. Cassidy's sources told him you could set your clock by the night manager. While waiting to see him, he sipped the scalding brew the waitress had brought him. He finally had a lead. He, Glenn, and the police platoon assigned to investigate the case had followed hundreds of tips that had proved worthless. But now he had a bona fide lead. He hoped to God he did. He needed to produce something. Crowder was growing impatient. He had balked at letting Cassidy go to Nashville. If you can't find the killer on your own turf, what makes you think you can find him up there? I can't justify the expense? Let NOPD send one of their own. By his own admission, Glenn's no good with people, especially with this group. He'd stick out like a sore thumb. He thinks I should go. Let me go, Tony. Maybe I'll pick up some vibes? That had won him a withering look. Vibes my ass. You'd just as well consult a clairvoyant. I've considered that too, Cassidy said wryly. He had continued to badger Crowder until he wore him down and got his permission to go to Nashville. I still think it's a wild goose chase. Maybe so, but I'm spinning my wheels here. Remember you're on a budget? He'd shouted as Cassidy rushed from his office. Regrettably, Crowder had been right. The trip had been a total waste of time. Thousands had attended the evangelist's funeral, which had had a carnival atmosphere. The sideshow had attracted curiosity seekers, mourning disciples, and media from around the globe, all jockeying for a glimpse of the coffin, which had been draped in red, white, and blue bunting and smothered with flowers. Cassidy's credentials had won him a spot near Wild's inner circle of associates and confidants. If there was a killer among them, he or she masked his treachery well, for each wore the bleak expression of someone cut adrift from the last lifeboat. None had appeared jubilant or even relieved. Besides, if someone within Wild's organization had offed him, where was the motivation? They would profit only as long as he was preaching on television and conducting his crusades and raking in love offerings from both. Jackson Wild was an industry. The lowliest gopher reaped benefits. Glenn's investigation had uncovered that Wild had rewarded loyalty well, like any other business. There was occasional strife within the organization. Personality conflicts, jealousy, bickering, and rumblings within the ranks. Even so, if one of Wild's own had pulled the trigger, the person would be cutting off his or her source of income. That didn't make sense. Perhaps there had been a contributor with a grudge, someone who had gone sour on Wild. Cassidy had subpoenaed the records. Glenn had a couple of guys plowing through them, but there were tens of thousands of people and organizations who had contributed to the ministry over the years. Only viable suspects at the funeral had been Ariel and Joshua. Cassidy had scrutinized their every move. Josh had appeared composed to the point of catatonia. Unblinking, he'd stared at the casket. It was impossible to gauge whether he was stunned by, indifferent to, or bored with the whole affair. The widow had been pious and pathetic in equal proportions. She had asked God's blessings on everyone with whom she spoke. She solicited their prayers. Cassidy pegged her as a butterfly with a steel backbone. Beneath the angelic packaging, the woman was cold and hard and probably capable of murder. The problem was, the only evidence he had on her was circumstantial. He couldn't prove her affair with her stepson, and by all appearances she had adored and now mourned her husband. Perhaps the most viable suspect hadn't been at the funeral. Following his last interview with Claire Laurent, he and Detective Glenn had discussed her at length. All they could positively derive was that she was a liar. Initially, she'd lied about the depth of her interest in Jackson Wild. The discovery of the folder proved that, but only that, she tried to keep hidden the unsavory aspects of her past, but That proved nothing except her abiding concern for her mother. As to the videotape of the crusade service, it proved she'd lied about ever having met Wilde and about being at home the night he was murdered. But it didn't place her in the Fairmont suite with the victim. It didn't connect her to a weapon. Cassidy and Glenn knew that a grand jury wouldn't indict on such circumstantial evidence. Besides, Glenn was still lukewarm on her. She's a snotty, condescending bitch, but I doubt she's a killer. I still say it's the wife and son. We know they were there. We don't know that about her. But the evidence that the detective had turned up that afternoon might be the missing clue that would change his mind about the owner of French Silk. "That little twerp over at the hotel has been lying through his teeth," he'd told Cassidy. "Looks like, want me to take it?" He was itching to. "Be my guest. If I get near him, I might throttle the little shit. Never did trust a guy with a flower on his lapel." Cassidy hadn't spared a second racing to the Fairmont in time to intercept Andre Philippi. Cassidy spotted him briskly approaching the registration desk. He tossed a couple of bills on the table to cover his coffee, picked up his trench coat, and crossed the lobby in long, purposeful strides. Andre wasn't pleased to see him, his face crinkled with distaste. "What is it, Mr. Cassidy? I'm very busy. I appreciate that, but so am I. Perhaps you could call tomorrow and set up an appointment." "I'm sorry, but I really need to see you now. I apologize for the inconvenience and promise it won't take but a minute. Do you have an audio cassette player handy?" "A cassette player?" Andre regarded him suspiciously. "There's one in my office. Why? May I?" Cassidy didn't wait for compliance. He headed toward Andre's office, trusting the little man to follow, which he did, rapidly. Upon entering the office, Cassidy went straight to the machine, turned it on, and inserted the cassette. "This is highly improper, Mr. Cassidy. If you wanted to see me..." Andre fell silent when he heard a telephone ring on the tape. He heard his own voice answer. Then the start of a conversation that began with, "Bonsoir, Andre." He recognized the voice. All right. Apparently he remembered the conversation too. As Cassidy watched, he seemed to wilt inside his impeccable black suit. Beads of perspiration popped out on his shiny forehead. His pursed lips went slack. He backed up to his desk, groping for the corner of it before plopping down. "Mon Dieu," he whispered as the tape continued to play. He removed a handkerchief from his hip pocket and blotted his forehead. Please, Mr. Cassidy, turn it off." He didn't turn it off, but he reduced the volume. He'd expected a reaction, but not one so drastic. Obviously, he had more here than he'd originally thought. His impulse was to grab the man by the lapels and shake the information out of him. It took some effort to play it cool. "Why don't you tell me about this, Andre? I'm giving you the opportunity to explain." Andre wet his lips and nervously picked at the monogram on his handkerchief. If he'd just been sentenced to death row, he couldn't have looked more distressed. "Does she know that you have this?" Cassidy's heart was drumming. He was on the brink of learning the identity of the woman on the tape. Philippi assumed he already knew who she was. "Don't blow it." Cassidy gave a non-committal shrug. "It's her voice, isn't it?" "Oh dear, oh my," Andre moaned, crumpling even more. Poor Claire. Claire had been talking to Yasmin via long distance for almost an hour. Yasmin was depressed. Claire suspected that she'd had more than a couple of drinks. "He's always in a rush," she whined. Selfishly, Claire wished that Yasmin had kept her lover a secret. Since the night she had acknowledged him to Claire, most of their conversations revolved around him and the star-crossed affair. "He's dividing his time between his family and you, Yasmin. You don't have him all to yourself. That's just one of the consequences of being involved with a married man. You must accept that or end the affair. I accept it. It's just that, well, in the beginning, our time together seemed more leisurely. Now it's slam-bam, thank you, ma'am." Claire expected that crack to annoy her volatile friend. Instead, she gave one of her throaty laughs that called to mind jungle felines. "Hardly. This past weekend he worked me over so good. Then I don't understand what you're complaining about." There was a tearful catch in Yasmin's voice. Claire had never known her to cry over anything, even when the cosmetics line chose another model to replace her. That had been the beginning of Yasmin's financial troubles. Yasmin wasn't aware that Claire knew about her present difficulties. She debated broaching the subject with her and offering assistance in the form of a loan, but knowing Yasmin's temper and pride as she did, she'd refrained. She hoped Yasmin would come to her of her own accord before her situation became desperate. "Sometimes I wonder if that's the only reason he wants me," Yasmin said in a small voice. "You know what we do in bed?" Claire saw the wisdom of holding her silence. "I know it's not that way," Yasmin hastened to say. "There's much more to our relationship than the physical part. The shitty circumstances have me upset, that's all." "What happened?" "He was in Washington on business this week and told me he could pad the trip to include 2 days in New York, But his business went longer than expected, and he got held up. We were only together for one day. When he got ready to leave this afternoon, I thought I was going to die, Claire. I did what I know better than to do. I begged him not to go. He got angry. Now I can't even call him and apologize. I have to wait for him to call me." Sitting at her drawing board, Claire rested her forehead in her hand and massaged her temples. She was both concerned and irritated. The only thing to be had from this love affair was a broken heart. Yasmin should be smart enough to see that. She should cut her losses now and stop making a fool of herself. But she wouldn't welcome hearing that or any other unsolicited advice. "I'm sorry, Yasmin," Claire said, meaning it. "I know you're hurting and I hate that. I want to see you happy. I only wish there was something I could do." "You're doing it. You're listening," she sniffed. "Listen, enough of that. I got with Leon and finalized the schedule for the shoot next week. Ready to take it all down?" Claire reached for a pad and pencil. "Ready." "Oh, wait," she said impatiently when she heard the call waiting beep. "There's the other line. Just a sec." She depressed the button and said hello. Seconds later, she clicked back to Yasmin. "I've got to go. It's Mama." Yasmin knew better than to prolong the conversation. "Tomorrow," she said quickly and hung up. Claire dashed from her office and chose the stairs in favor of the elevator. She'd been in the apartment less than a minute before running down the 2 flights to the ground level. As she raced across the darkened warehouse, she pushed her arms through the sleeves of a glossy black vinyl raincoat and pulled the matching hat over her hair. Since the bolts had already been unlocked and the alarm system disengaged, she flung open the door and came face to face with Cassidy. His head was bent against the downpour, which had already plastered his hair to his head. The collar of his trench coat had been flipped up. His shoulders were hunched inside. He was reaching for the bell. When they saw each other, one was as surprised as the other. "What do you want?" Claire asked. "I have to see you. Not now." She set the alarm, pulled the door closed, and locked it behind her. Sidestepping Cassidy, she dashed through the rain toward the rear of the building. Her upper arm was manacled by his hand, and she was brought up short. "Let me go," she cried, struggling to release her arm. "I've got to go." "Where?" "On an errand." "Now?" "Now. I'll drive you." "No." "Where are you going?" "Please, don't bully me now. Just let me go." Not a chance. Not without some kind of explanation. A lightning bolt briefly illuminated his strong features and the resolution carved on them. He wasn't going to take no for an answer, and they were wasting time. "All right, you can drive me." Still with a firm grip on her arm, he wheeled her around. His sedan was parked in the loading zone at the curb. After depositing her in the passenger seat, he jogged around the hood and got in. Rain dripped from his nose and chin as he started the engine. "Where to?" "The Pontchartrain Hotel." "Chapter 9. It's on St. Charles Avenue," she told him. "I know where it is," he said. "Why the hell are you in such a mad dash to get there? Please, Mr. Cassidy, can we hurry?" Without further comment, he pulled the car away from the curb and turned onto Conti Street. The French Quarter was quiet tonight. The few pedestrians who were out battled with umbrellas as they moved along the narrow sidewalks. The neon signs advertising exotic drinks and aperitifs, filet gumbo and crawfish étouffée, topless dancers and jazz were blurred at the edges by the rainfall. When Cassidy stopped at an intersection to wait for crossing traffic, he turned his head and looked hard at Claire. She felt his stare like a stroke of his hand across her cheek and could almost feel again his fist closing around her hair. She hadn't expected him to touch her at all, but particularly not like that. It had astonished her even more than his calling her by her first name, more than his knowing that she had attended Jackson Wilde's last crusade. Almost a week had passed since then. Wilde had been buried in Tennessee. Claire had had no more contact with either the police or the DA's office, and had hoped that Cassidy had redirected his investigation away from her. Evidently that had been too much to hope for. Now, unable to avoid him, she turned her head and met his penetrating stare. "Thank you for driving me." "Don't thank me. You'll pay for the ride." "Ah, men always exact a fee from women, don't they? There's no such thing as a favor without strings attached. Don't flatter yourself, Miss Laurent. I'm not. Isn't it the consensus among men that every woman is beautiful at 2 a.m.? Sexism in reverse. You have a very low opinion of men. You decided that before our last meeting. Haven't we exhausted that topic?" "Look," he said angrily, "I don't want anything from you except answers. Straight, no bullshit answers. That shouldn't be too difficult. What do you want to know?" "Why you lied to me." "No, wait. I'll have to be more specific, won't I? I want to know why you lied to me about meeting Jackson Wilde. You not only met him, you met him eyeball to eyeball. You shook hands with him." "I suppose I should have told you about that," she admitted contritely. "But it wasn't significant." "It wasn't," she emphasized after he gave her a sharp look. I wanted to meet my adversary face to face. That's all there was to it. I seriously doubt that. If that's all there was to it, you wouldn't have lied about it. I didn't tell you because I was embarrassed. It was silly and immature, but I enjoyed having Wilde at a disadvantage. I knew him, but he didn't know me. He thought he'd won my soul. It was a kick to think of how he'd feel if he knew he was welcoming one of his so-called smut peddlers into his flock. Okay, I'll buy that. Good. If only it weren't for the other. Other? You also lied about being in the Fairmont that night. Claire had a dozen denials poised on the tip of her tongue, but one look at his face stopped her from vocalizing any of them. He seemed too confident that he had trapped her. Until she knew what she was up against, it would be safer to say nothing. Otherwise, she might only dig herself into a deeper pit. As soon as there was an opening in the traffic, he drove through the intersection, turning left toward Canal Street. Steering with his left hand, he used his right to remove something from the breast pocket of his trench coat. He inserted a cassette into the tape player and adjusted the volume. Claire's heart jumped to her throat when she heard her voice say, "Bonsoir, André." She stared straight ahead through the rain-splattered windshield as they drove up Canal. She listened to a recording of a recent telephone conversation she'd had with André Philippi. When it was over, Cassidy ejected the tape and returned it to his pocket. He concentrated on getting around Lee Circle before continuing out St. Charles Avenue. "I didn't know you spoke French." "Fluently." "That threw me off. I didn't recognize the voice as yours." "Not until your old pal André identified you for me. André would never betray a friend. He assumed I already knew it was you. In other words, you tricked him." Cassidy shrugged in admission. "Why did you tap his telephone?" "I knew he was holding something back and needed to know what it was. It's done all the time." "That doesn't excuse it. It's a gross invasion of privacy. Does André know you trapped him?" "I didn't trap him. He got trapped in his own deception." Claire sighed, knowing how devastated he must be feeling. "Poor André. That's exactly what he said about you. Poor Claire. You two certainly have a cozy relationship, always thinking of each other, looking out for each other. How nice it is that you can go to the penitentiary together. Maybe we can arrange neighboring cells." She gave him a sharp glance, which he responded to with an abrupt bob of his head. "Well, hallelujah, I finally got your attention. Are you getting the picture now? Murder, too, carries a mandatory life sentence in Louisiana. Now, how do you feel about being a prime suspect?" To Claire Louise Laurent, threats had never been an effective deterrent. They didn't make her quail or concede. They only made her more determined to stand her ground. "Prove that I'm guilty of murder, Mr. Cassidy. Prove it." He held her stare a dangerously long time. Claire turned her head away as the car approached the hotel. "Just let me out at the curb. I won't be a minute. We're going in together." "I was only thinking of you. You're already drenched. I won't dissolve." He turned on his emergency blinkers and got out of the car. After helping Claire alight, they ducked for cover beneath the canopy extending over the sidewalk. The doorman tipped his hat to Claire. "Evenin', Miss Laurent." "Hello, Gregory. It sure is wet out tonight, but don't worry none. She got here before it started coming down. Too bad." Claire preceded Cassidy into the landmark hotel where suites were named for the celebrities who had resided in them. The narrow lobby was gracious and very European, furnished with antiques and oriental rugs redolent of courtly charm and southern hospitality. Mary Catherine Laurent was seated against the marble wall in a striped chair with gilded swans for arms. Her printed voile dress was dotted with water spots that hadn't quite dried. The brim of her pink straw hat drooped from having absorbed too much moisture. Wearing a pair of snowy white gloves, she sat with her hands clasped in her lap, her legs pressed together from instep to groin, feet flat on the floor. She looked like a young girl on her way to confirmation who'd been caught in an unexpected downpour. A suitcase stood within easy reach near her feet. The clerk on duty was a woman with a straight bob hairdo and horn-rimmed glasses. She rounded the concierge's desk at the rear of the lobby. "I called as soon as she got here, Miss Laurent." "Thank you very much." Claire removed her rain hat and squatted down in front of her mother. "Hi, Mama. It's me, Claire." "He'll be here soon." Mary Catherine spoke in a thin, faraway voice. Her eyes were looking into another time and place that no one else could see. "He said to meet him here this afternoon." Claire took the sad straw hat from her mother's head and smoothed the damp hair away from her cheeks. "Maybe you got the days mixed up, Mama." "No, I don't believe so. I'm certain I got the day right. He said he was coming for me today. I was supposed to be packed and ready. I was supposed to meet him here." Obviously flustered and disoriented, she raised one of her gloved hands and pressed it against her chest. "I'm not feeling well." Claire glanced up at Cassidy. "Could you get her a glass of water, please?" Thoroughly baffled, He was staring down at the two women while his trench coat dripped water onto the floor. At Claire's request, he asked the hovering night clerk for a glass of water. "Mama?" Claire gently placed her hand on Mary Catherine's knee. "I don't think he's coming today, maybe tomorrow. Why don't you come home with me and wait for him there?" "Here. Mr. Cassidy has brought you a glass of cool water." She folded Mary Catherine's fingers around the glass. Mary Catherine raised it to her lips and sipped. Then she looked up at Cassidy and smiled. "You've been very kind, Mr. Cassidy. Thank you. You're welcome." She noticed his wet coat. "Is it raining out?" He glanced over his shoulder toward the entrance, where the doorman was exercising admirable sensitivity in trying to appear inconspicuous. It was still raining torrentially. Cassidy replied, "Yes, I believe it is. Can you imagine that? It was so hot when I came in. Maybe I'd best go home now." She extended her hand up to him. He took it and helped her from her chair, then helplessly looked to Claire for further instructions. "If you want to go on," she told him, "I can call a cab for Mama and me." "I'll drive you." She nodded and returned the glass of water to the night clerk. "You have my gratitude. I appreciate your understanding. It's no bother, Ms. Laurent. She never causes any trouble. It's just so sad. Yes, it is." Placing an arm around her mother's shoulders, Claire guided her toward the door which the doorman was holding open for them. "Don't forget her suitcase, Ms. Laurent," he reminded her kindly. "I'll get it," Cassidy said. Mary Catherine was impervious to the peals of thunder and flashes of lightning as they waited beneath the canopy for Cassidy to stow the suitcase in the car trunk. Knowing that her mother was in another realm and virtually helpless, Claire assisted her into the back seat and buckled her in. During the return trip, only Mary Catherine spoke. She said, "I was sure we were supposed to meet today, the Pontchartrain Hotel." Claire bowed her head slightly and pinched her eyes shut, keenly aware of Cassidy and his rapacious interest in what was taking place. When they arrived at French Silk, he carried the suitcase while Claire ushered Mary Catherine inside and up to the third floor. In the elevator, Claire accidentally made eye contact with him. She looked away quickly, refusing to acknowledge the unasked questions in his intense gray eyes. Once inside the apartment, she steered Mary Catherine toward her bedroom. "I'll be back shortly if you want to wait," she said to him over her shoulder. I'll wait." She helped Mary Catherine undress and carefully replaced the outdated clothes in the closet. After seeing that she took her medication, she tucked her in. "Night, night, Mama. Sleep well." "I must have the days confused. He'll come for me tomorrow," she whispered. Smiling prettily, peacefully, she closed her eyes. Claire leaned down and kissed her mother's cool, unlined cheek. "Yes, Mama, tomorrow." She switched out the lamp and left the room, softly closing the door. She was exhausted. Her shoulders ached with tension. It seemed a long way from her mother's bedroom door to the large open living area, like a firing squad. Cassidy was waiting for her there, armed and ready. She had no choice but to face him. Steeling herself, she moved down the hallway. She didn't immediately see him when she entered the room. Thinking that perhaps he'd changed his mind and left, she experienced an instant of relief and several heartbeats of disappointment. Despite her denials to Yasmin and to herself, she found Cassidy attractive. Physically, certainly. But there was something else, his dedication, tenacity, determination. She was attracted to the same qualities as those which repelled her. She feared him. Yet he had demonstrated unusual kindness and sympathy toward her mother. As her eyes sought him through the darkness, all she knew for certain about her feelings for Cassidy was that they were ambiguous. Through the shadows, she spotted him at the sideboard, in his shirt sleeves. In an oddly intimate way, his trench coat was hanging on the coat tree along with her raincoat and hat. When he turned around, Claire saw that his hair was still wet and that he was holding 2 snifters of Remy Martin. He joined her in the center of the room and extended one of them to her. "Thank you, Mr. Cassidy. It's your liquor." "Thank you, anyway." Claire was glad that he hadn't turned on any lights. There was light enough coming through the wall of windows. Occasionally, the swollen clouds were illuminated by a flash of lightning that made the entire sky look like the negative of a photograph. But for the most part, the storm's temper was spent, leaving in its wake a heavy but non-threatening rain. Silver streams of it ran down the windows, squiggly rivulets that cast wavering shadows across her as she moved toward the windows. River was discernible only as a wide, dark band lined by lights on both levees. An empty barge was chugging upstream. The first sip of cognac seared her esophagus. The second spread a soothing warmth through her, starting with a slight sting to her lips and ending with a tingle in her toes. "At times like this, I wish I smoked," she remarked. "Pardon?" She listened to his footsteps as he approached her. "I said, sometimes I wish I smoked. This is one of those times." Turning, she found him standing closer than she had expected. His eyes were the same color as the rain slashing the windows, and they were focused on her with a breath-stopping intensity. "Smoking's bad for you?" "Yes, I know. I guess I envy the immediate relaxation it gives the smoker." She ran her fingers up the bowl of the snifter. "Have you ever seen a cigar smoker blow smoke into his brandy snifter before taking a sip?" He shook his head. "It's pretty, the way the smoke swirls around inside the crystal. The smoke is inhaled when the liquor is swallowed. It's provocative, sensual. I think it must make the brandy taste better, or maybe the cigar, I don't know." "Who have you seen do that?" "No one, actually. I saw it in a movie about Sir Richard Burton. Maybe that was a habit unique to him. Maybe it was the vogue in the 19th century. His disturbing gaze remained fixed on her face. "What made you think of that, Claire?" She shrugged self-consciously. "The rainy night, the cognac. Or were you just trying to distract me? Could you be that easily distracted?" He hesitated a moment too long before giving her a curt no. Then he tossed back the remainder of his drink and returned his empty snifter to the sideboard. When he rejoined her at the windows, he was all business. "What went on tonight? You were there, you saw, and I still don't know what happened. She flipped out, right?" "Yes, she flipped out." "Look, I didn't mean that to sound. I know you didn't. How often is she like that?" "It varies. Sometimes there's a build-up, sometimes it occurs out of the blue. Some days she's perfectly lucid. Others, like the first time you met her, she seems to be confused, senile." Her voice turned gruff. "Sometimes she's, as you saw her tonight, completely detached from this world, living in another one. What triggers it?" "I don't know." "What do the doctors say?" "That they don't know either. It's happened for as long as I can remember, and her lapses have gotten progressively deeper and more frequent the older she gets. The first I remember them, they were little more than bouts of depression. During her spells, as Aunt Laurel referred to them, Mama would retire to her room and cry for days, refuse to leave her bed, refuse to eat. Aunt Laurel and I catered to her. She should have gotten treatment when it started." Claire bristled and turned a glare on him. "That was an observation, not a criticism," he said. Claire studied him for a moment. When she was convinced that he was sincere, she relaxed her hostile posture. "I know now that she should have been placed under a doctor's care immediately, a depression that deep is abnormal. But I was a child, and for all her good intentions, Aunt Laurel didn't know how to deal with mental illness. She didn't even recognize it as such. Mama was a young woman whose love had forsaken her. Her family had disowned and disinherited her. Aunt Laurel mistook her illness as nothing more than a broken heart. A broken heart that wouldn't heal." Claire nodded. "One day Mama did what she did tonight. She dressed up and sneaked out of the house with a packed suitcase. I was very young, but I remember Aunt Laurel becoming frantic with worry until a policeman brought Mama home. He knew us, you see. He had spotted Mama walking along Canal Street, lugging her suitcase. When he approached her and offered assistance, he could tell she wasn't rational. Thankfully, he brought her home instead of taking her to the police station. She was spared that degradation." "During these spells, she imagines she's eloping?" "Yes. My guess is that before my father deserted her, he proposed that they elope. He must have gotten cold feet and left her stranded. Mama imagines that he's coming for her at the designated place. Tonight, I'm sure she took a bus as far as the trolley, then rode it the rest of the way out St. Charles to the Ponchar train." "That's always been where they were to meet?" "No. The meeting place changes. She's never quite clear on when or where she's supposed to meet her young man. Rather than facing what's obvious, she always blames herself for not getting the instructions straight." Claire turned away from the windows and looked at Cassidy. The night Jackson Wilde was murdered, Mama sneaked out and went to the Fairmont. Andre called and told me that she was in the hotel lobby waiting for her beau, so I went to fetch her. That's why I was there. After I learned what had happened, I asked Andre not to mention my being there. Since my presence there had nothing to do with Wilde, he agreed to safeguard my privacy. I'm sure that you and your colleagues got a thrill out of eavesdropping on our conversation, but you misinterpreted it." Cupping the bowl of the snifter between her palms, she drained it. Cassidy took it from her and returned it to the sideboard. "Wouldn't it be easier on everyone if you had your mother institutionalized?" he asked. Claire had anticipated the question. It had been posed to her hundreds of times over the years. Her answer was always the same. Undoubtedly, it would be easier. "But would it be best?" "I can see you've got definite opinions on the subject." Agitated, she began pacing in front of the windows. "For as long as I can remember, there have been people from the medical community, from the social services, and from law enforcement agencies trying to force me to commit her, and before that, they tried taking you away from her." Claire stopped pacing and whipped around to confront him. "You couldn't leave it alone, could you, Mr. Cassidy?" "No, I couldn't.
That's my job. Your job sucks.
Sometimes, he admitted. Instead of feeding me that Hearts and Flowers rendition of your childhood, why didn't you level with me and tell me about your run-ins with the authorities? Because they're too painful to recall, I still have nightmares about them. I dream the social workers are dragging me kicking and screaming from Aunt Laurel's house. Mama's confused and upset. I don't want to go. According to the records, little Claire Louise Laurent gave them hell. I can well believe it. Things would be going fine, she said. Then Mama would have a bad spell and do something to stir them up. What about your great aunt? You described her as a loving, caring parent? She was, but the experts, she said, emphasizing the word contemptuously, didn't think so. She was peculiar and therefore didn't fit their textbook criteria for a perfect parent. They'd come for me. I'd be taken away on 3 separate occasions. I was placed in foster homes. I ran away time after time until I exhausted them, and they let me return home. When I was about 12, Mama wandered away and was lost for several days. We finally located her in a sleazy hotel, but by then the police were involved. Human Resources got wind of it and came for me. I wasn't being brought up in a healthy environment, they said. I needed direction, stability. I swore I would run away from wherever they took me and would continue running away, and that no matter what they did, they couldn't keep me separated from my mother. I guess they finally believed me because they never came back. All her pent-up resentment was turned full force on Cassidy. I don't give a damn what the records downtown say about me. I gave them hell, yes. I would still give hell to anybody who tried to separate us. I belong with her. I welcomed the privilege of looking after her. When she got pregnant, she could have done the easy thing, and at that time the fashionable thing among the wealthy. She could have gone to Europe for a year and put me up for adoption, according to Aunt Laurel. That's what my grandparents urged her to do. Or she could have gone across the river to Algiers and found an abortionist. That would have been even simpler. No one would have known, not even her parents. Instead, she chose to have me and to keep me, even though it meant sacrificing her inheritance, her entire way of life. Your sense of responsibility is admirable. I don't feel responsible for her. I love her. Is that why you don't lock her in where she can't possibly get out? Exactly. She doesn't need locks. She needs love and patience and understanding. Besides, that would be cruel, inhumane. I refuse to treat her like an animal. She could get hurt out wandering the streets alone, Claire. She slumped down onto the padded arm of the white upholstered sofa. Don't you think I know that? Short of locking her in, I take every precaution to guard against her wanderings. Yasmin does too. So does Harry. But she has the cunning of a young girl about to elope sometimes, in spite of our diligence. She gets past us, like tonight when I thought she was safely asleep. For a long moment, conversation died. Distant thunder broke the silence, but it wasn't intrusive. Claire folded her arms across her middle and looked up to find Cassidy regarding her with that damned absorption of his. His stare made her uncomfortable for a variety of reasons, and she wondered if he was as aware of the quiet darkness as she. "Why do I always feel like you're looking at me through a magnifying glass?" she asked resentfully. "You invite close inspection. I'm not that much of an oddity, am I?" "You're an enigma. My life's an open book." "Hardly, Claire. I've had to pry every scrap of information out of you. You've lied to me every step of the way. I went to the Fairmont that night to get my mother," she said wearily. "There was no reason to tell you that. You lied about your childhood, which you would have had me believe was bloody terrific. Is anyone completely honest about his childhood? And you lied when you told me you'd never been arrested?" She dropped her head forward and exhaled around a bitter laugh. "You have been thorough, haven't you? The day we met, you told me not to underestimate you. Don't ever underestimate me either." Placing his finger beneath her chin, he tilted her face up. "Tell me about it, Claire. Why, I'm sure you already know. I assaulted a policeman." The charge was dropped. "I was only 14. What happened? Wasn't it in the records? I'd like to hear your side." She pulled in a deep breath. "A friend of mine from school was staying with me. You were hiding her. She was a runaway." "Yes," she said sharply. "I was hiding her. When the policeman came to take her home, she became hysterical. One tried to handcuff her. I tried my damnedest to stop him. Why were you hiding her? Even when they threatened you with jail, you never told the police why your friend was hiding in your house. I gave her my word that I wouldn't. But that was years ago, and she made a gesture with her hands that said it didn't matter anymore. Her stepfather was sexually molesting her. She was being raped, sometimes sodomized, every night while her mother looked the other way and pretended it wasn't happening. Muttering swear words, Cassidy dragged his hand down his face. It got to a point where she couldn't take it anymore. There was no one for her to turn to. She was afraid that if she told the nuns, or a priest, they wouldn't believe her. She was also afraid of reprisal at home. When she told me, I offered to hide her for as long as she wanted to remain hidden. Claire stared into space for a moment, recalling how furious she'd been over the futility of her own actions. 2 weeks after they returned her home, she ran away again. She must have left the city. No one ever heard from her again. You could have spared yourself a police record and told them what was happening. What good would it have done? She asked scornfully. Her stepfather was a millionaire. They lived in a gorgeous house in the Garden District. Even if someone had believed her, it would have been swept under the rug and she'd have been sent back. Besides, I had promised her I wouldn't tell. She shook her head. The consequences I suffered could hardly compare to what she went through, Mr. Cassidy. Tell me about Andre Philippi. She gazed at him belligerently. What do you want to know? You both attended Sacred Heart Academy, grades 7 through 12, Claire said. Sister Anne Elizabeth is Mother Superior? Or she was when Andre and I were students there? She tilted her head, her hair brushed her shoulder. Is it incriminating that we were classmates? Tell me about him, he said, ignoring the dig. He's a funny little man. Instantly her aspect changed. She dropped all vestiges of fun and flirtation. Even her voice assumed a hard edge. I suppose that athletic macho types like you might think Andre is funny. I didn't mean anything derogatory. The hell you didn't? Is he gay? Is that important? I don't know yet. Is he? No. In fact, he's got a schoolboy's crush on Yasmin. But he's not intimately involved with anyone, male or female. Not to my knowledge. He lives alone. I know. Of course you would. I have a file on him, he said. I have a file on all the employees of the Fairmont Hotel, even those who weren't on duty that night. Do you have a file on me? A fat one? I'm flattered. Cassidy was frowning. What about Andre's parents? What's his heritage? I couldn't tell. Is that question racially motivated? Shit, Cassidy said. No, it's not. And would you stop being so goddamn defensive? Claire weighed her options and saw the advantage in telling Cassidy about Andre. If she didn't, he'd go prying on his own. And it seemed that the more he pried, the more precarious her situation became. Andre's mother was a quadroon? Are you familiar with the term? He nodded. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman, somewhat like Yasmin. Although she was intelligent, she never graduated from high school. Instead, she trained herself in the skills necessary to her profession, which was to be a companion to men. She learned the techniques from her mother. She began taking clients when she was 15. She was a prostitute? The word offended Claire, and she let him know it. A prostitute hangs out on street corners and hustles passers-by. There's a distinction here. Andre's mother cultivated multidimensional relationships with gentlemen that often lasted for years. In return, they compensated her well. Were these gentlemen white, for the most part? And one of them was Andre's father. That's right. He was a prominent businessman who couldn't claim the child but accepted responsibility for him. Do you know who he was? Andre does, but he's never disclosed his identity to me. And even if you knew, you wouldn't tell me. No, I wouldn't. Cassidy ruminated on that for a moment. Because his father was well-to-do, Andre could attend the finest schools. Yes, but he was an outcast. The other children said unkind things about his maman and taunted him with ugly names. I was considered somewhat of an oddball, too, because I didn't have a normal family life. It was natural that Andre and I develop a friendship. His mother was devoted to him and vice versa. Just as her mother had done for her, she coached Andre on food and wine, etiquette, how to dress, how to differentiate between quality and junk, whether it be jewelry, linen, or antique furniture. Before Andre's father set her up in a house, she took Andre with her when she met her gentleman. He waited for her in the lobbies of luxury hotels where people of color weren't even allowed until the early 60s. Perhaps because he was granted that privilege, he fell in love with the hotels. To him, they were finer and more sacred than cathedrals, because not everybody could enjoy them. He had a place in them that was prohibited to other children. He dreamed of managing one. In a faraway voice, she added, I'm glad his dreams came true. What about his mother? Cassidy asked. Does she still have a clientele? No, Mr. Cassidy. She took her own life by slashing her wrists with a straight razor. Andre found her in the bathtub one afternoon when he came home from school. Jesus, if you aren't prepared for the stink, you shouldn't exhume the past. He pulled an angry frown. Do you think I'm enjoying this? If you don't, then why do you persist in dredging up the ugliness in everyone's life? It's one of the least pleasant aspects of my work, Claire. But it's still my work. Answer a question for me, she said suddenly. What? Should you be calling me Claire? They stared at each other for a long moment, the tension thick. At last he turned away from her. No, I shouldn't. Then why are you? He turned back around slowly. His eyes seemed to acquire tactile qualities. They touched her everywhere at once. You may be a liar, Claire, but you're not stupid, he said huskily. You know why? She held his stare until the pressure in her chest became unbearable. The only thing worse would have been to stop looking at him, and she couldn't bring herself to do that. She felt drawn to him, linked by invisible tethers. They had remained so still that when he finally moved, she jumped reflexively. But he only raised his hand to rub the back of his neck as though the muscles ached. Back to Andre. He called you that night and told you your mother was at the Fairmont. She nodded. It was difficult to speak. Her heart was still racing. You went to pick her up? Yes. Alone? Yes. In my car. What time was that? I'm not sure. Claire. I don't know, she cried, shaking her head impatiently. It was after the crusade because, as you know, I attended that earlier. He held his temper in check, but she could see it wasn't easy. Give me an approximate time. Midnight, maybe? No later. How did Mary Catherine get out of here without your knowing? I told you she can be very resourceful. She went downstairs, undid the locks, and disengaged the alarm before opening the door. Even during one of her spells, she can be that lucid? That functional? Claire avoided looking at him. Sometimes. Okay, so you drove to the Fairmont. I illegally parked across the street. I knew I wouldn't be but a minute, and I wasn't. I rushed to Andre's office, he handed Mother over to me, and we left. I probably wasn't there more than 2 minutes. Did anyone else see you? Other hotel personnel? I don't know. I suppose you could ask. Count on it. He shoved his hands into his pockets and stared out the rain-streaked windows. In spite of the grilling he was subjecting her to, Claire noticed that he had a very masculine profile, a manly stance from his damp hair to the toes of his shoes. You saw Wilde that night at the Superdome. Then later you were in the hotel where he was found murdered, and you took pains to keep it a secret. How many times do I have to explain? I wanted to protect my mother from gossip and speculation. Is that so difficult for you to understand? You stayed in the lobby area of the hotel? Yes. You didn't go to any other floor? No other area of the hotel? No. Did you use the elevator? No. He turned and braced his hands on the padded arm of the sofa, bracketing her hips. Leaning into her, he asked, Then why in hell didn't you tell me this sooner? If it was so damned innocent, why did you lie to me? Because you were trying to implicate me. My name was on Wilde's hit list, and you seemed to think that was important. You had that folder of clippings that I had stupidly tried to destroy. That was 2 strikes against me already. I was afraid that if you knew I was anywhere near the Fairmont that night, you'd do just as you've done and jump to the wrong conclusion. Is it wrong, Claire? Only reason you went to the Fairmont that night was to pick up your mother? Just like tonight. While you were there, you didn't have your old pal Andre Philippi sneak you into Wilde's suite. Would Wilde have lain there nude and calmly talked to me, a total stranger? How did you know he was lying down nude? Because it's been in the newspaper every day for a month that he was found nude in bed. Besides, even if I had been determined to kill Jackson Wilde, do you think I would have involved someone else? Damn it, I don't know, he shouted, his agitation plain. He hung his head between his shoulders. He was so close that she could smell the rain in his hair and on his skin. Even in the darkness she could see the growth pattern of the hair on the crown of his head. If she had turned her head the slightest degree, her lips would have brushed the temple where a vein ticked with frustration. Eventually he raised his head and looked searchingly into her eyes. It's so damn neat. You had motivation, you had opportunity, you even had an insider who could help you carry it off. Claire, you've got to admit that from where I stand, you look guilty as hell. Then why the long face? Isn't this what you wanted? I thought you'd be pleased to finally nail a suspect. What's wrong? With slow, deliberate movements, he placed his hands on her shoulders and pulled her up to stand dangerously close to him. What's wrong? I think I found the killer. He slid his fingers up through her hair and encircled her head, but I didn't want it to be you. Then suddenly his lips were pressed firmly against hers. Before Claire could recover from her initial shock, he tilted his head and deepened the kiss. An involuntary sound escaped her when his tongue separated her lips. It brought with it the taste and texture of a man, a delicious blend of cognac and brawn. Angry and aroused, he kissed her masterfully, brooking no resistance, although at first she was too dumbfounded to stop him and within seconds was too caught up in the kiss to try. He raised his head only long enough to switch angles and slide his hands from her head to her waist, pulling her against him. He was hard. Desire, like the petals of a spring blossom, opened in her midsection. She moved against him. "Oh, Christ," he muttered, and buried his face in her neck. Deftly he undid the buttons of her blouse. He unfastened the clasp of her bra and slid his hands into the loose cups. His palms skimmed over her first, then his hands caressed her. His kiss turned wilder, hungrier. Claire clutched handfuls of his shirt, because to let go would mean to topple backward, not only because he was bending her back at such a dramatic angle, but because her equilibrium was suffering the effects of his kiss, his touch. His lips tugged at hers while his tongue plumbed her mouth again and again as though searching for the answers he craved. Their bodies were combustible, each as hot as the other. Within his stroking hands her breasts were full and flushed, their centers raised and responsive. The intensity of the embrace was frightening. Claire's fiery response scared her. She imagined her control disintegrating like dry kindling being rapidly consumed by a greedy flame. Soon she would have no control left, and that was the most terrifying prospect of all. All her life people in authority had been trying to tell her what was best for her. She was conditioned to resist. "Stop." She averted her head and pushed his hands away. "It was a good try, but you won't get a confession out of me this way." He released her immediately and stepped back. He clenched his fists at his sides. His breathing was labored, his voice raspy and uneven. "You know damn well that's not why I kissed you, isn't it?" She shot back defiantly. He turned and stomped away, snatched his trench coat off the coat tree and yanked open the door. Light from the corridor spilled in, silhouetting him in a bright wedge of it. For several moments they stared at each other across the gloom. Then he stepped through the door and slammed it behind him. Claire collapsed onto the sofa arm. Covering her face with her hands, she moaned with a repentant attitude that would have made Sister Anne Elizabeth proud. Oh God, no, no. Willingly, ecstatically, she had kissed the man who could and probably would condemn her to prison for the rest of her life. She answered the door wearing a roomy t-shirt over patterned leggings. "Cassidy," she said with no little surprise. "Did you lock yourself out?" She glanced across the walkway that separated their condos, looking for a clue as to why he'd shown up on her doorstep at that hour of the night. "No. I saw your lights were still on," he remarked, as though that explained everything. "Come in." Patty Penny Peggy moved aside, and he stepped into a living area much like his own, except much better decorated and far neater. "Rough night weather-wise," she said, indicating his trench coat. "The worst of it is over, I think. Sit down. Would you like a drink?" "No, thanks. Oh." She flashed a quick, puzzled smile. "I'd offer you some grass, but I guess that wouldn't be too cool, huh?" "No." "Are you hungry? Have you had dinner?" "I don't remember," he said honestly. "I don't think so, but I'm not hungry." "Well, sit down. I'll turn on some music." "What kind do you like?" "I'm not particular." He took off his coat and tossed it over the arm of a chair, but he didn't sit down. She switched on a CD player and a Randy Travis song began to play. "Do you like country?" "It's okay." She studied him for a moment, then propped her hands on her hips. "Look, Cassidy, I'm glad you dropped by, but I'm at a loss here. What's going on?" "I came to fuck." She blinked twice, obviously taken aback. Then her lips spread into a wide grin. "Why didn't you just say so?" She pivoted on her bare heels and headed for the bedroom. Cassidy followed. Chapter 10. Ariel unwrapped a bite-sized Snickers and popped it into her mouth. Her teeth split the chocolate covering, crunched through the peanuts, and sank into the caramel and nougat. She savored the luscious combination of flavors as the candy melted and oozed on her tongue, after maximizing the greatest caloric pleasure from it. She sucked the sticky caramel off her teeth. Candy wrappers littered the coffee table in front of the divan. As a kid, treats had been prohibited on her family's budget, and Ariel had been lucky if she got a piece of stick candy every few weeks. For the past several years, she'd been making up for the deprivation she couldn't get enough. She stretched for the sheer pleasure of seeing, hearing, and feeling her silk lounging pajamas slide against her legs. The mirror across the room reflected a woman of leisure, surrounded by nice things all belonging to her. Ariel liked that. Indeed, she wanted to crow about it. The house she'd grown up in had had indoor plumbing, and that was about the only amenity it could boast. It had been distinctly ugly, the large room spartanly and cheaply furnished. She shuddered with revulsion at the memory of it. She had never invited friends over because she was ashamed of her family's old, creaky, ugly farmhouse. She was also ashamed of the people who lived there. Her brother had been meaner than sin and had terrorized everybody. Her parents had always seemed old, although now she realized that weariness had aged them beyond their years. Nevertheless, that didn't make her feel any more kindly toward them. She was glad they were long dead and buried. She wished she could bury her memories of poverty as easily and as permanently. But whenever she started feeling complacent about her present life, those recollections would emerge from their dormancy to taunt her. They reminded her of who she'd been before she threw herself on the mercy of the Reverend Jackson Wilde. Those impoverished days are over forever, she vowed as she gazed around her living room. Objects d'art filled every nook and cranny. Most of the pieces were gifts from Jackson's followers. He had frequently suggested that they give some of the things away, but Ariel had refused to part with a single item, no matter how cluttered the house became. If she had to install extra shelving or store things in the attic and under the beds, she would keep everything that came her way. For Ariel, possessions were tantamount to security. She would never be without them again. As she reaffirmed that pledge, she unwrapped another Snickers and devoured it with hedonistic relish when Josh came in carrying a cup of coffee and the morning newspaper. He noticed the candy wrappers immediately. "Is that your breakfast? What of it? Not exactly oat bran, is it?" He sank into an easy chair, placed his cup at his elbow, and unfolded the paper. "It's a miracle. We're not front-page news anymore." Watching him almost soured the candy in her stomach. Lately, Josh was about as much fun as a 40-year plague. They still made love every night. He was skilled and ardent and had an artist's sensuality. His fingertips played her body as they did the piano keys with strength and sensitivity. But half the excitement of sleeping with him had been the thrill of cuckolding Jackson. Since secrecy and guilt were no longer adding spice to the affair, the lovemaking had grown bland. Even after an orgasm, she hungered for something more. Yet she couldn't account for her restlessness and dissatisfaction. The Cincinnati crusade had gone exceptionally well. 2 TV shows had been taped and were ready for broadcast. During the tapings, the auditorium had been packed to capacity. Ariel had sung, Josh had played. Several disciples had tearfully testified to what Jackson Wilde and his ministry had meant to their lives. Then Ariel had taken the podium and begun her heart-rending sermon. It had taken days to memorize. Each crack in her voice, each gesture had been carefully choreographed and rehearsed in front of her mirror. The time and effort had been well spent. Before she was finished, there wasn't a dry eye in the place, and the offering plates were overflowing with greenbacks. Those who, weeks before, had been skeptical of her ability to continue the ministry without Jackson's stern leadership had been effusively complimentary. She'd proved them wrong. She was just as charismatic and persuasive as her late husband had been. People had flocked by the hundreds to see her, considering every word she spoke a precious gem. The world was in her pocket, so why was she feeling vaguely discontent? It just still wasn't enough. She had hundreds of thousands of followers, but why not millions? Suddenly she sat up. "I don't think so." Josh lowered one corner of his paper. "Pardon. I don't think it's so bloody wonderful that we're no longer front-page news." She swung her legs off the divan and began to roam around the room. She fidgeted, straightening tasseled cushions, rearranging crystal vases, and repositioning porcelain shepherdesses. "Well, if it makes you feel any better, here's our ad on page 15 of section 2. He turned the paper toward her so that she could see the ad. Across the top, printed in the ministry's trademark typeface, was the title of their television show. Beneath that was a full-face drawing of her holding a microphone in front of her mouth, tears rolling down her cheeks. The date and time of broadcast were printed beneath. Ariel critically studied the ad. "The Jackson Wilde Prayer and Praise Hour," she read. "Jackson Wilde is dead. Why haven't we changed the name of the program?" "To what?" "Why not the Ariel Wilde Prayer and Praise Hour?"
Why not the prayer and praise hour?
"Because that's too plain. Besides, people need an individual to identify with. You, I suppose." "Well, why not? I'm the one doing most of the talking now." Josh watched her over the rim of his coffee cup as he took a sip. "Call the damn show anything you please, Ariel. I really couldn't care less." That's readily apparent. He tossed the newspaper aside and angrily surged to his feet. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" "It means that if it weren't for me, this whole outfit would have collapsed after Jackson died. You don't have the balls to hold together a scout troop, much less a ministry like ours. It's a good thing you've got me, otherwise you'd be out hustling gigs with tent revivals. I'd be a lot happier doing that. At least I wouldn't feel like a carrion bird picking at a dead man's corpse." One carefully penciled eyebrow arched. "If you're so unhappy, you know where the door is." Josh glared at her, but, as she had known he would, he backed down. He went to the piano, and after running through several chords, he began playing a classical piece with all the verve and courage he lacked in dealing with sticky situations. When finally he had calmed down, he looked up at her, but continued to play. "You know what's really pathetic? You don't realize what a joke you are." "Joke?" she repeated, affronted. "To who? To everyone within the organization? You're blinded by your inflated self-importance. People are laughing behind your back. Why do you think 2 of the board members have already resigned? Because they didn't like having a woman calling the shots. I threatened their masculinity. Who gives a damn? We didn't need them. This ministry, which you brag about holding together, is crumbling, Ariel. Only you're too pumped up with ego to see it. He ran his hands over the keys, completing the piece, then began another. Daddy's probably sitting up there somewhere in heaven, having a good laugh on us. You've gone soft in the head. He grinned at her knowingly. You're still scared of him, aren't you, Ariel? You're the one who's scared? I admit it, he said. You don't. I'm not scared of anything or anybody. He's still got you under his thumb. Like hell. Why do you eat like a lumberjack and then go throw it up? He finished the piece on a fortissimo that punctuated his question. Ariel's cocky defensiveness wavered. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, yes, you do. You've been doing it for months. As soon as you've eaten, you go into the bathroom, you binge on things like candy bars, then force yourself to throw up. That's a sickness, bulimia. She rolled her eyes. Who are you, the Surgeon General? So I watch my weight. TV cameras add at least 15 pounds. I don't want to look like a white whale when I descend that freaking staircase. He reached up and encircled her narrow wrist, turning it up so that she could see how much his long fingers overlapped. You don't simply count calories, Ariel. You stuff yourself, then you make yourself vomit. She yanked her hand away. Well, what if I do, Jackson? Was always on my case about my weight. I had to do something to keep it off. Didn't you ever figure him out? Josh asked with a rueful smile. He was a master at preying on a person's weakness. That's how he exercised mind control. He constantly hinted that my mother was stupid, until she began to believe it. For the last few years of her life, she was afraid to offer an opinion on anything at the risk of being ridiculed. You know his bit with me. He let me know at every turn that I lacked the musical talent I craved. Every chance he got, he reminded me that I was only good enough to pound out gospel music and was mediocre at that. With you, it was your weight. He knew you were self-conscious about it, so he used that to keep you humble. He was as sly as Satan, Ariel. He was so subtle, you didn't even know you'd been gigged until you realized that your self-esteem was lower than shit. You should have ignored him when he teased you about your baby fat and your overactive sweet tooth. You were always slender enough. Now you're on the verge of emaciation. Besides, as you noted only moments ago, he's dead. He can't harp on you anymore. No, he's got you to do it for him. Josh shook his head in resignation. You're missing the point, Ariel. I'm not being critical. I'm worried about your health. Wait, Josh, I've got an idea. She reached down and mashed her hands over his, causing the keys to crash discordantly. He pulled his hands from beneath hers. You bitch if you ever... Oh, stop. I didn't hurt your precious hands. Listen what you said earlier about us not making news any longer. Well, you're right. We've got to do something to correct that. He was experimentally flexing his fingers. What do you have in mind? He grumbled. Since we got back from Cincinnati, we've been holed up here in Nashville, out of sight and out of mind. It's time we shook things up, generated some headlines. It should be made plain to the cops in New Orleans that the grieving widow and son haven't forgotten that Jackson Wilde was murdered in cold blood. Are you so sure that reminding them of that is a smart idea? She shot him an icy look. Jackson had legions of enemies. Making a steeple of her index fingers, she tapped them against her lips, one in particular in New Orleans. Tell me what it means. Cassidy was in a bad mood. Dealing with Detective Howard Glenn wasn't improving his state of mind. The day after he had accompanied Claire to the pawnshop train to pick up Mary Catherine, Cassidy had recounted to Glenn all that had transpired, all except the kiss. So she didn't deny that it was her voice on the tape? Glenn had asked. No, because she had a good reason for being at the Fairmont that night, to plug the preacher. Or to pick up her mother, as she claims. Glenn had regarded him skeptically. Look, Glenn, they couldn't have staged that business last night. Mary Catherine Laurent's mental instability is genuine, and Kiel Ms. Laurent protects her like a mama bear. He had filled him in on Claire's relationship with Andre Philippi. It dates back to childhood, so it's reasonable that he lied to protect her privacy, and that's the extent of it. Glenn had searched for a place to extinguish his cigarette butt. Cassidy offered him an empty styrofoam cup. Jesus, Glenn had said as he ground out the butt, the deeper we dig, the more interesting it gets, but we've got to dig with finesse. Meaning? I want to get to the bottom of this, too. Maybe there's something there, maybe not. But you can't approach a woman like Claire Laurent reeking of camels and tossing out obscenities. I still think it's best if you leave her to me. Oh, she finds you personally distasteful. Glenn settled his rump more comfortably in his chair and rested one ankle on the other. How does she find you, Cassidy? What are you implying? He had snapped, tossing down his writing pen. Glenn had raised his hands in surrender. Nothing, nothing. It's just that I couldn't help but notice that she's a good-looking broad. And you're not exactly a troll, all things considered. All things considered, Cassidy had interrupted tightly. I'm going to prosecute Jackson Wilde's killer, no matter who it is. Then you've got no reason to be so touchy, do you? From then on, their conversations had been strictly business. Cassidy had chided himself for swallowing Glenn's bait. He wouldn't have if his conscience hadn't been so sorely pricked by Glenn's implications, and he reckoned that the detective knew that. He hadn't brought up the possibility of a conflict of interest since, but Cassidy was certain he hadn't forgotten the exchange. This morning, Glenn was into guessing games. He'd ambled in and scattered several computer printouts across Cassidy's desk. Thousands of names were listed on the sheets, a few of which had been circled with red crayon. Cassidy randomly picked one. "Who's this Darby Moss?" "Not a name you forget, is it?" Glenn asked rhetorically. "Years ago, when I was still on a beat, I busted him for assault. He worked a hooker over pretty good, put her in the hospital. Moss flies in this slick little hustler of a lawyer from Dallas. His hometown got the charges dropped. Pissed me off good. So when his name showed up on this list of contributors to Wilde's ministry, it set off bells. I went to Dallas over the weekend and found old Darby alive and kicking. He owns 3 adult bookstores." Cassidy's brows drew together. "You don't say yeah? Regular jerk-off joints. You name a perversion. He stocks a magazine that caters to it, along with dildos, inflatable pussies, all kinds of shit. Curious, huh? When I got back, I started running matches through the computer, and all these other names sent up red flags. In one way or another, they're all dealing in the very stuff Wilde preached against." "What does that tell us? That, when they chipped in, he turned off the heat?" "Looks like. And that's not all?" He scanned the sheet until his finger landed on another name circled in red. "Here, Gloria Jean Reynolds?" Glenn smugly slipped a piece of notepaper from the breast pocket of his dingy white shirt and handed it to Cassidy. Cassidy silently read the name, then raised inquiring eyes to Glenn, who shrugged eloquently. The phone on his desk rang. Cassidy picked it up on the second ring. "Cassidy, Mr. Cassidy, it's Claire Laurent." His gut clenched reflexively. Her soft, smoky voice was the last one he had expected to hear. She was never off his mind, but the fantasies he entertained weren't always of convicting her of murder. The romp with his neighbor had provided only short-term relief. When he left her condo, he still wasn't sure what her name was, and that made him feel he was on the level of a maggot. He had used her in the worst way a man could use a woman. His only absolution was that she had also gotten from him what she had wanted, and had asked for on numerous occasions. "Hello," he said to Claire with feigned casualness. "How soon can you get here?" The question took him aback. Was she about to confess? To French silk? "What's up? That will be obvious when you arrive." "Please hurry." She hung up before saying anything more. He held the receiver away from his ear and regarded it curiously. "Who was that?" Glenn asked as he lit a cigarette. "Claire Laurent." Glenn's eyes narrowed as he looked at Cassidy through a cloud of smoke. "No shit?" "No shit. I'll catch you later." Leaving the detective, Cassidy pulled on his suit coat, hurried from his office, and ran to catch the elevator before the doors closed. He upbraided himself for his haste, but justified it by recalling her tone of voice. Although it had been as low and hushed as always, he had sensed another quality in it. Irritation, fear, urgency. Within seconds he was on his way, driving skillfully fast toward the French Quarter and cursing the traffic along the way. Just as Claire had said, he saw the reason for her call before he even reached French Silk. A throng of people, at least 200 of them, were picketing in front of her building. He had to read only a few signs to know who had organized the protest march. Damn it. He parked illegally and shoved his way through the curious onlookers until he reached a policeman. "Cassidy DA's office," he said, flashing his ID. "Why aren't you breaking this up? They've got a permit. What idiot issued that? Judge Harris," inwardly. Cassidy groaned. Harris was ultra-conservative and had been a real fan of Jackson Wilde. At least he had appeared to be to garner votes. The cop pointed out a picket that a grandmotherly type was holding aloft. "Is that catalog really that hot? Maybe I ought to get one for my old lady. We could use something to jazz up our sex life, you know." Cassidy wasn't interested. "How long have they been at this? An hour, maybe. Long as it stays peaceful, we gotta let 'em picket. I just wish to hell they'd sing another song." The marchers had sung the chorus of Onward, Christian Soldiers 3 times since Cassidy had arrived. They were taking full advantage of the media coverage, which was extensive. All the local TV stations were represented by minicams and scrambling reporters. One news photographer with a 35mm camera had climbed the lamppost across the street to get a better angle. Cassidy irritably pushed his way through the parading ranks of Wilde's disciples toward the side door of French Silk. He depressed the bell. I warned you not to come near that goddamn door again. It's Cassidy from the DA's office. Ms. Laurent called me. The same woman he'd met before pulled open the door, confronting him like a side of beef that was quivering with indignation. Her eyes were mere slits of hostility in her broad, ruddy face.
It's all right.
He heard Claire say, from behind the tattooed Amazon. She stepped aside. Thanks, he said, tersely as he came in. She grunted and closed the door behind him. Claire looked beautiful, although not in her customary composed fashion. Her cool reserve was gone. Her whiskey-colored eyes were sparkling with vexation. There was color in her cheeks. She was obviously upset, but her disheveled hair and clothing made her sexier, more exciting, more appealing than ever. Do something, mister. Cassidy, she demanded. Anything. Just make them go away. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. They've got a permit. You'll just have to tough it out. She flung her arm toward the door. While they're exercising their rights, they're violating my right to privacy. Calm down. One demonstration isn't going to significantly hurt your business. I'm not concerned about my business, she said angrily. Didn't you see the TV cameras? We're getting a free commercial out of this. But they're wreaking havoc on the Bienville house, she said, referring to the pink-walled hotel across the street. Delivery trucks can't get through. Their chef is having apoplexy. The guests are complaining, and the manager, whom I've been friends with for years, has called twice, rightfully demanding that I put a stop to this madness. Not only that, I'm afraid for my employees. When the first shift tried to leave a while ago, they were booed and hissed at like they were scum. That's when I called you. I don't want my employees affected by any of this. I'm sorry, Claire. You've got Ariel Wilde to thank. Ariel Wilde and you? Me? He repeated, flabbergasted. How the hell can you blame this on me? I was never picketed before, Mr. Cassidy. Look, I don't like this any better than you do, he said, bending down and bringing his face closer to hers. Ariel wants to make the NOPD and my office look like a bunch of buffoons. This is her way of reminding the public that we haven't solved her husband's murder case yet. She needed another dose of free publicity and chose this way to get it. Let her have all the publicity she wants. I don't care. Just leave me out of it. I don't want to be involved. Well, that's tough, because you're already involved. Because you've been lurking around here so much, Claire shouted. No, because you've lied to me from the beginning. Only to protect myself, my friends, and my family from your snooping. I'm only doing my job. Are you? That left him with nothing to say because his job description didn't include kissing the suspects he was questioning, which is what he'd been doing the last time he'd been with her. She suddenly seemed to remember that too. She took a hasty step backward. There was a catch in her throat. Just leave me in peace, Mr. Cassidy, and take all of them with you. She gestured toward the door, but before her sentence was completely formed, a brick came crashing through the window directly above them. It shattered. Cassidy looked up, saw what had happened, and threw his arms around Claire. He dived for cover behind a tower of packing crates, pressing her against his chest and bending his head over hers, protecting her as best he could from the falling shards of glass. Workers scrambled in every direction, trying to escape injury as glass rained down, splintering into tiny pieces as it struck the concrete floor. When it finally stopped, Cassidy relaxed his tight embrace. Are you all right? He swept her hair off her face, examining the delicate skin for nicks and cuts. Yes, sure, yes, I'm fine. Is anyone hurt? Her employees were slowly emerging from cover. We're all right, Miss Laurent. When Claire turned back to Cassidy, she uttered a small gasp.
You've been cut.
She reached up and touched his cheek. Her fingers came away smeared with blood. He took a handkerchief from his hip pocket and used it to wipe her fingers clean before blotting his cheek. Surrounding them were bits of glass as fine as dust and as shimmering as diamonds. Bending down, he picked up the brick that was responsible for the damage. Using magic marker, someone had printed on it, "Filthy Daughter of Satan."
All right?
Claire said softly as she read the poorly printed words. That's enough. She strode to the door, her feet crunching on the broken glass. Claire, no, unmindful of his shout, she pulled open the door, stepped onto the sidewalk, and marched up to one of the policemen. She tugged at his shirt sleeve to get his attention. I thought you were supposed to be keeping this demonstration peaceful. That brick came out of nowhere. I'm sorry, ma'am. You're sorry, but my employees could have been seriously hurt. Their permit to picket doesn't extend to throwing bricks, Cassidy said. The policeman recognized him. Hey, you're Cassidy, aren't you? That's right, and I'm here representing District Attorney Crowder. As of now, their permit has expired. Disperse this crowd, call in reinforcements if necessary, but clear this area immediately. I don't know, the cop said dubiously. The protesters were now clasping hands and praying. Cassidy was glad. As long as their heads were bowed and their eyes were closed, they wouldn't notice Claire. Judge Harris. Screw Judge Harris and his permit, Cassidy said in a low, rough voice. If he doesn't like it, he can take it up with the DA later. For now, get these people away from here before more damage is done. If somebody gets injured, Claire said, there's going to be hell to pay from Mrs. Wilde and from me. Finally reaching a decision, the cop went quickly to the man who was leading a loud, long prayer. Excuse me, sir. Y'all violated the conditions of your permit. You're going to have to disperse. The leader, who obviously liked the sound of his own voice, didn't want to be silenced. In Jesus' blessed name, he began strenuously to protest. A shoving match ensued. Cassidy swore. I was afraid of this. Get inside, Claire. This is my fight. I'll handle it. Handle it? Are you nuts? They've been misled about me. If I explain to them, a mob can't be reasoned with. He had to raise his voice to be heard above the rising shouts. Soon he'd have a riot on his hands. There she is. Someone in the crowd shouted, It's her! Smut peddler. Pornographer. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Claire held up her hands for silence, but the insults only grew nastier. Photographers nearly trampled one another trying to capture her image and voice on their videotapes. Get inside. Cassidy tried to take her arm, but she resisted. Claire Laurent is a whore. French silk is filth. Down with porn. Cassidy had to lean down in order to hear what Claire was saying to him. All I want from them is an opportunity to be heard. Damn it, now's not the time for a speech. The crowd was pressing against the human barricade of policemen who had rushed into action. Voices were raised in anger and hatred. Faces were contorted with malice. Pickets were being brandished like weapons. One spark was all that was needed to make the whole ugly scene explode. It was instantly and effectively diffused by the unexpected appearance of Mary Catherine Laurent. Beautifully dressed and coiffed, looking as though she were about to enter a courtyard for a garden party, she stepped through the door of French silk, pushing a tea cart. On it were rows of Dixie cups filled with what appeared to be red Kool-Aid. A tall, spare woman, wearing a white uniform, followed her, carrying a tray of cookies. Claire followed Cassidy's startled gape. Oh, Mama, no! Claire tried to waylay her, but she determinedly wheeled the dainty tea cart toward the surging, hostile crowd. I'm sorry, Claire, Harriet York said as she passed with the tray of cookies. She insisted on doing this and got so upset when I tried to change her mind, I thought. I understand, Claire interrupted quickly. She moved to Mary Catherine's side and placed her hand beneath her elbow. Mama, you'd better go back inside now. This isn't a party. Mary Catherine looked at her daughter with incredulity. Well, of course it's not, Claire Louise. Don't talk foolish. These people are here on behalf of Reverend Jackson Wilde, aren't they? Yes, Mama, they are. I listened to enough of his sermons to know that he'd be ashamed of his followers for conducting themselves this way. I think they need to be reminded of that. Reverend Wilde said many ugly things about you from his pulpit, but he also advocated loving one's enemies. He would never have condoned violence. She went straight to the leader of the group. Those around him fell silent, and the silence rippled outward until all the name-calling ceased. Mary Catherine gave the man a smile that would have disarmed a Nazi officer. I've never known anyone who could be cruel and unkind over cookies and punch, sir. She took a Dixie cup from the cart and extended it to him. To refuse the gesture from a woman so utterly guileless would have been bad PR for the Wilde ministry, and apparently the man realized that he was fully aware of the minicams recording the bizarre occurrence. Disgruntled, he took the cup of punch from Mary Catherine. Thanks, you're quite welcome. Harry, pass the cookies around, please. Who else would care for punch? Cassidy watched, shaking his head in disbelief. One by one, the pickets were lowered and the crowd began to disperse. They could use her at the UN. Claire stepped around him and approached her mother. Thank you, Mama, that was a lovely gesture, but you'd better let Harry take you upstairs now. I'm glad I could help. They were creating such a ruckus. Claire kissed her mother's cheek, then signaled Harry to take her back inside. An employee retrieved the tea cart. Claire asked others to collect the empty Dixie cups and napkins and to sweep up the broken window glass that had fallen onto the sidewalk. When you're finished out here, return to work, Claire told them. Let's try to make up for lost time, Mr. Cassidy. You're still bleeding? Perhaps you'd better come upstairs and let me tend to that cut on your cheek. As they rode the elevator up, she asked, Does it hurt? No. Would you admit it if it did? What was it? Athletic, macho-type image? She smiled with chagrin. He smiled back. They continued looking at each other until the elevator came to a jarring halt on the third floor. Mary Catherine was playing gin with Harry when they entered the apartment. She looked up from her hand of cards. Have they gone? Yes, Mama. Everything's back to normal, Cassidy said. Thank you for what you did, but I wish you hadn't placed yourself in danger like that. The police had it under control. Sometimes it's more expedient for one to take matters into one's own hands. "Come on, Mr. Cassidy," Claire said, steering him toward the bedroom, "blood's dripping on your shirt." "Gin," he heard Mary Catherine say as he followed Claire into a spacious bedroom. It was decorated monochromatically in shades of white and ivory. The furnishings were contemporary except for a massive armoire against one wall. Louvered shutters were drawn against the afternoon sun, which cast striped shadows across the king-size bed. He couldn't help but wonder how many men had slept there with her. She had confessed to having only a few meaningful relationships following her broken engagement, but that could be another in her series of lies. "In here," she said over her shoulder, indicating that he should follow her into the adjoining bathroom. It looked like a 1930s movie set. The walls were mirrored. The tub, set into the floor, was 3 feet deep and twice as long. As gorgeous as it was a room inhabited and used by a real person, a real woman. A peach-colored slip hung from a porcelain hook mounted on the back of the door. On the white marble vanity was a wide array of perfume bottles. A fluffy white lamb's-wool puff hadn't been replaced in the glass container of body powder, and its silver lid was askew. A strand of pearls spilled out of a satin jewelry box. 2 cosmetic brushes, a tube of lipstick, and a pair of gold earrings hadn't been put away. And the bubble-blowing necklace was also there. Everything personified Claire Laurent, beautiful, classy, elegant, sensual. Cassidy was enchanted by the saturation of femininity. Like a kid in a toy store, he wanted to touch and examine everything. "I think I've got some peroxide in here." A spring-loaded latch came open when she depressed a seam in the mirrored wall. A section swung out, revealing a medicine cabinet. "Sit down." His choices were a vanity stool with a white velvet cushion, the commode, or the bidet. The vanity stool didn't look solid enough to support him. The bidet was out of the question. He sat down on the commode lid. Claire approached him with a snowy washcloth, which she had moistened beneath the gold faucet. "You'll ruin that," he said, yanking back his head. "The blood stain might never wash out." She gave him a strange look. "Things are dispensable, Mr. Cassidy. People aren't." The cut was on the ridge of his cheekbone. He winced when she applied the cold, wet cloth to it. "Why don't you drop the Mr.? Call me Cassidy. What's your first name?" "Robert." "That's a respectable name." She dabbed the cut with the cloth, then tossed it into the basin and took a cotton ball from a crystal canister and soaked it with peroxide. "This might sting." He gritted his teeth as she swabbed the cut, but it was only mildly uncomfortable. "Too Celtic? And Cassidy isn't? I didn't want to be Bob or Bobby. Since high school, it's been Cassidy." She removed the cotton ball and took a Band-Aid from a metal box in the medicine cabinet. He watched her hands as she peeled open the sterile wrapper and protective tapes, but he looked directly at her as she pressed the bandage over the wound. Her breath was on his face. He caught a whiff of her perfume, which emanated from the cleft between her breasts that he had touched. Her blouse gaped open slightly as she leaned forward, and it took tremendous self-discipline not to peek there. "That should do." She touched his cheek. Her fingertips were cool. She turned away to replace the items she'd taken from the medicine cabinet. This was crazy. This was nuts. He would fuck up big time if he let this get out of hand. But, Jesus. He reached out and bracketed her waist with his hands, turning her around to face him again. "Claire?" She drew her hands back as though to keep from laying them on his shoulders. "You'd better soak that shirt in cold water or the bloodstain will set." "Claire." Involuntarily, it seemed, her eyes moved up from the bloodstain on his shirt to connect with his. "I don't want to talk about it," she said in that husky whisper that echoed in his dreams every night. "Don't misunderstand, Claire. It's not my standard operating procedure when questioning a female suspect to kiss her. No, no, I think you know that." His gaze moved over her, taking in her lovely face, her smooth throat, the breasts that enticed him, the narrow waist and gentle flare of her hips. Acting instinctively, his hand moved from her waist to splay open over her abdomen. Wasn't an intimate caress. Not really. There were probably 3 layers of clothing between her skin and the palm of his hand. But it felt intimate in the utter quiet of this most private room of hers. He felt overwhelmed by the wrongness of it. She was his prime suspect. It was his job to pursue criminals and bring them to justice. His career hinged on this case. It would either make him a shoo-in candidate for the district attorney's job or forever keep him rooted in the ranks of assistants. He would either earn position and power or remain just another prosecutor trying to trip up drug dealers on tax evasions. He would either be able to redeem himself or forever be condemned for that one major mistake that marred his soul like a dark blot. Now, here he was on the verge of committing another grievous blunder. He couldn't let it happen. He wouldn't be derelict in his duty again. He lowered his hands. Claire backed up as far as the dressing table. "I don't think you should touch me like that anymore. It could cost you your case." Because if I was ever indicted, Cassidy, I'd make sure everybody knew about your conflict of interests. And I'd deny it, he stated without hesitation. It would be your word against mine, Claire. No witnesses. Sort of like the Wilde murder. I can't prove that you kissed me. And you can't prove that I killed Jackson Wilde, so why don't we call it even and drop the whole thing before my life is disrupted even more? She turned and left the room. He followed her into the bedroom, where she had almost reached the door when he posed a question. Why did you contribute to Jackson Wilde's ministry? She stopped dead in her tracks. Turning to face him, she suddenly grew pale and nervously wet her lips. How did you know about that? While Cassidy stared at her, his optimism took a brutal beating. I didn't, he said quietly. Lucky guess. Claire sank down onto the end of an upholstered chaise. After a moment, she glared up at him. Very clever. Don't bother lying. I've got the records. Your name would have popped up sooner or later, and all the data will be there, so tell me the truth, okay? How much did you give him, and for God's sake, why? About 6 months ago, I sent in a contribution check for $50. Why? I had watched his program. Anyone sending in a minimum offering of $50 was entitled to receive 3 books of prayers, devotionals, inspirational anecdotes, that sort of thing. They were represented as hardbound volumes with gilt lettering and such. If the books arrived and weren't all they were cracked up to be, I was hoping to accuse him of mail fraud or whatever the appropriate charge would be. How were the books? Exactly as advertised. She left the chaise and moved to the built-in shelves, returning with the 3 volumes, which she handed to Cassidy for inspection. He was too smart not to deliver what he had promised, at least something tangible like books. She spread her arms wide. That's all there was to it. I swear, it was a test, and he passed. I'd forgotten about it. Cassidy didn't detect a sign of deceit either in her expression or her straightforward gaze. He wanted badly to believe her. But there was that other matter she still had to clarify, he said. Gloria Jean Reynolds. Claire's reaction was visible and quick, a blend of puzzlement and astonishment. What about her? She made a contribution too, considerably more than yours, $1,000. What? The question escaped her on a gust of breath. Yasmin contributed $1,000 to Jackson Wilde's ministry? Why? That's what I intend to find out. Chapter 11. When a knock sounded on Congressman Alistair Petrie's office door, he tossed down his pen and frowned. He had specifically asked not to be disturbed. I'm sorry, Congressman, his secretary said hurriedly when she poked her head through the door. There's someone here to see you. I know you requested that no calls be put through, but I thought you'd want me to make an exception. She was usually so mousy and reserved that her excitement got his attention immediately. Her lined face was flushed and there was an unusual twinkle in her colorless eyes. Whoever was paying him this unexpected Tuesday afternoon visit must be damned important. He stood and adjusted his necktie. I trust your discretion, Miss Baines. If it's someone I should see, then by all means show him in. She ducked out of sight. Alistair almost peed in his pants when Yasmin appeared in the open doorway. Like an idiot, he cut a guilty glance toward the sterling silver frame holding the photograph of Belle and the children in the place of honor on his desk. Thankfully, Miss Baines, who stumbled in behind Yasmin, was too starstruck to notice his guilty reaction. She was yammering about how surprised she'd been when the famous fashion model, her personal favorite for years, had strolled into the office and asked for an audience with Congressman Petrie. Alistair, partially recovered from his initial shock, plastered on the smile that had helped him win his first congressional seat. This is indeed an honor, miss. Just Yasmin, Congressman Petrie. It's a rare privilege to see you, too. It sounded like a cordial greeting, but it blared its double meaning to Alistair, especially with the emphasis she placed on the words rare and see. There was a sly glint in her spectacular eyes as he rounded his desk and approached her. If his gait appeared rubbery to Miss Baines, he hoped she attributed it to his meeting a star and not to his confronting a mistress obviously up to mischief. Yasmin was wearing a white dress made of some soft, clinging fabric that hugged her body. The V where it overlapped across her chest was filled with gold chains of varied designs. Her trademark bangles encircled both wrists. Gold spheres the size of golf balls dangled from her ears. A leopard print scarf as large as a tablecloth draped one shoulder and extended to the hem of her dress in both front and back. She looked fabulous, and she knew it, as cool and haughty as a temple priestess. She stood her ground and let him come to her, which he did, hand extended like a penitent. The bitch. He clasped her hand. In high heels, she was a couple of inches taller than he. He resented having to look up even slightly to meet her eye to eye. I'd love to flatter myself and think this is a social call, she laughed, tossing her ebony mane. I heard one of your campaign speeches last week. I liked what you had to say and decided to contribute to your campaign. We need more men like you in Congress. Thank you. I'm speechless, he stammered, grinning disarmingly for the sake of his still-gaping secretary. May I? Without waiting for permission, Yasmin moved to a maroon leather seating ensemble that Belle had given him for his last birthday. Of course, Yasmin. Sit down. Miss Baines, you'll excuse us, please? Certainly. Would you like something to drink? Coffee? Tea? No, thank you, Yasmin replied, flashing her brilliant smile. But you might ask my escorts if they would like something. She slid the slender strap of her lizard handbag off her shoulder and laid it in her lap. Escorts? Alistair asked thinly. Jesus, this must be a nightmare. How many people knew she was here? Had she led a friggin' parade down Pennsylvania Avenue? Bodyguards from the looks of them, Miss Baines whispered. I'm sure that because of who she is, she has to take them with her everywhere she goes. Yasmin merely smiled placidly, letting the woman draw her own dramatic conclusions. The secretary, grinning giddily, backed out and pulled the door closed behind her. Alistair's hands were clenched into fists at his sides. As he approached Yasmin, he wished he could hit her very hard across her flawless face. What the fuck do you think you're doing? He kept his volume low, but his fierce expression conveyed the full measure of his rage. He had never used gutter language in front of her except playfully in bed. But in the neighborhood where she'd grown up, that was the vernacular, and she wasn't intimidated by it. She came out of the chair like a shot, dumping her handbag onto the floor. The scarf slipped from her shoulder and also fell to the floor. What's the matter, sugar? She sneered. Aren't you glad to see me? I want to know if you've lost your friggin' mind. Are you trying to ruin me? Who saw you come strutting in here? Jesus, did the press get wind of this? He dragged his hand down his face as one horrendous possibility after another flashed through his mind like a hellish slideshow. What are you doing here? Making my campaign contribution? She unbuttoned the cuffs of her sleeves and, before he realized what she was about to do, peeled the bodice of her dress off her shoulders. It dropped to her waist, caught there by her wide belt. She smiled as she slowly withdrew her arms from the sleeves. His anger metamorphosed into lust. His eyes moved down to her thrusting conical breasts. The nipples were dark and pointed, arrogantly offered to him. I've been missing you so bad, sugar, she crooned as she slowly inched the skirt of her dress up her thighs, heart pounding, lungs laboring, palms sweating, blood rushing to concentrate in his loins. Alistair tracked the slow ascent of her hemline with his eyes. Her hosiery came to mid-thigh, where it was clipped to the suspenders of a garter belt. He groaned involuntarily when she revealed the small triangle of lace that insufficiently covered her mound and its dense thatch of curls. Christ, he muttered. Sweat was oozing from his forehead and trickling down his face. If someone walks in, no one will. Even the president couldn't get past Hans and Franz out there. I told them nobody, but no fucking body, was to come through that door. While he stood transfixed, she hooked her thumbs beneath the elastic band of her panties and pulled them down her legs. After stepping out of them, she twirled them around her index finger. You'd better sit down, sugar. You're looking a little pale. She gave his chest a light push and he toppled over backward, landing on the leather love seat. The gift from his wife. He didn't think about that. He didn't think about anything except the thundering desire in his cock. He reached for her. Not so fast. She stood in front of him, fists propped on her hips, legs slightly spread. Why haven't you been to see me, you lousy bastard? Yasmin, be reasonable, he panted. Can you imagine what my schedule has been like? I'm campaigning? For Christ's sake? With your smiling wife at your side? What am I supposed to do? Leave her at home? Yes, she hissed angrily. Wouldn't that make everyone, especially her, a little suspicious? Think about it. He reached for her again, and this time she allowed his hands to fold around her derriere. Do you think this separation has been easy for me? Christ, you're insane to come here, but you can't imagine how glad I am to see you. You didn't seem so glad at first, she reminded him. I thought you were about to have a stroke. I was shocked, stunned. This is dangerous as hell, but, God, I can smell you. He leaned forward and burrowed his face in the cleft of her thighs, nuzzling, gnawing, kissing her madly through the giving fabric of her dress. Too bad you can't bottle this. Yasmin clasped his head between her long, slender hands. Sugar, I've been miserable. Couldn't eat. Couldn't sleep. I lived for a phone call. I couldn't risk it. He raised his head to her breasts and took one of her nipples into his mouth. Yes, she moaned. Hard, baby, suck hard. He took a breast in each hand and squeezed hard while he suckled until his jaws ached. She straddled his lap and grappled with his clothes until his throbbing penis was sandwiched between her stroking hands. He shoved his hands beneath her skirt, grabbed her hips, and brought them down hard as he thrust into her. She tore at the buttons of his monogrammed shirt, then sank her long nails into his chest. He grunted with a mix of pleasure and pain and roughly scraped his chin against her raised nipples, burning them with his whisker stubble. She rode him frantically, squeezing and pulling like a tight, wet fist, like a mouth. Through the fog of passion, he dimly heard the telephone in the anteroom ring and his secretary's muffled answer. Congressman Petrie's office? I'm sorry, but the congressman is presently engaged. Alistair almost laughed as Yasmin rolled her hips forward, then backward as she crammed her breast into his mouth. I'm presently engaged, fucking my brains out with my mistress, he thought. Wouldn't that rock the foundations of the Capitol? Wouldn't his constituents be astonished? Wouldn't his foes have a field day? She came before he did. Closing her arms tightly around his head, she whispered an erotic chant in his ear, "Oh, sugar baby, oh God, oh he is so fuck," while one spasm after another gripped him deeper and tighter inside her. His climax wasn't as vocal, but was just as tempestuous. For a full 60 seconds afterwards, she clung to him, her head resting on his shoulder. When she sat up, her torso was gleaming with perspiration, the sheen enhanced by the gold chains suspended from her neck. Her tiger eyes still smoldered. She was so damned gorgeous she took his breath, what was left of it. "I love you, you son of a bitch." He chuckled, wincing slightly as he slipped out of her and realized they'd made quite a mess. "I love you too." Ever aware that there was nothing between him and ruination except a door, he wondered worriedly how long they'd been in there. Nevertheless, he couldn't hustle her out without dispensing some reassurances. "When I don't call, I'm only protecting you. You've got to believe that, Yasmin. I'm constantly surrounded by people. I can barely take a leak without somebody following me into the John. I'm working day and night when I'm here, and it's even tougher to see you in New Orleans." She cupped his face and brought his mouth up to hers for a slow, wet kiss. "I understand. Truly I do. It's just that I've been so lonesome for you. Can we spend the night together tonight?" He was torn by indecision. It might be wise to indulge her. On the other hand, the risks of getting caught in Washington were tremendous. "I really can't. I'm scheduled on a 5 o'clock plane this afternoon. There's a fundraising function tonight in New Orleans that I can't miss." "What flight are you taking?" "I'll go too. We can meet tonight after your function." Damn, the situation was getting treacherous. "I can't, Yasmin. It takes days to set up our meetings. You know that?" She looked angry and crestfallen and suspicious. Quickly, he drew her against him and kissed her again. "Jesus, I wish we could. Later in the week, I'll come to New York. Give me a few days to make the arrangements. Promise? Promise?" She pulled her dress back into place and replaced the scarf on her shoulder. Alistair's shirt was hopelessly wrinkled. He hoped it wouldn't be noticeable beneath his suit jacket. His lap was uncomfortably sticky, too, but there was no help for that. Yasmin withdrew a check from her handbag and placed it on his desk. "I hope this contribution doesn't get me into trouble." "Trouble?" He was readjusting his necktie. One's come back to haunt me. Remember my telling you that I sent an offering to Jackson Wilde under my real name?" "Yeah, so? You said you thought it might be worth a try to bribe him?" "Well, it wasn't. I lost $1,000 I couldn't afford to lose." My follow-up letter was returned with a handwritten message. "Nice try. I never knew if Wilde himself or one of his flunkies wrote it, but apparently he wasn't into taking bribes. Either that or you didn't offer enough." "Right. Anyway, Assistant DA Cassidy found out about it. He called me in New York. I admitted that I had half-heartedly tried to bribe Wilde so he'd leave Claire and me alone. He asked to see the letter, which I'd thrown away the minute I read it. That's only half of it. Unknown to me, Claire had also sent Wilde money. She chewed my ass for not telling her about my offering. I turned it around and reminded her that she hadn't told me about hers either. We had quite a row over it. What's the big deal? The big deal is that Cassidy isn't buying our explanations and is reading more into it. According to the newspapers, he's trying to scrape up a case out of nothing. Don't worry about it. I'm not. It'll blow over." She gave him a sidelong look and winked. "Besides, I had a damn good alibi the night the preacher was killed, remember?" "Right. You were in New York." "No, I was 69ing with you." Laughing, she opened his lap drawer and dropped her panties inside. "A little something to remember me by, Congressman." "I don't need anything to remember you by." He wasn't a politician for nothing, he knew when to stoke, and just how much, feigning urgency, he pulled her against him. They embraced and kissed once more. He tried to hide the impatience behind his kiss and ignore the desperation behind hers. At last, she was prepared to go. Then, with her hand on the doorknob, she turned back. "Alistair, if I ever found out you were lying to me, I'd be pissed." "Lying?" He took her hand and rubbed it against his fly. In a low voice, he said, "There are some things a man can't lie about For once she didn't welcome the chance to fondle him. When he let go of her hand, she let it fall listlessly to her side. "I just thought you ought to be forewarned, sugar," she said. "I don't get mad. I get even." Her throaty contralto had an undertone that bothered him. Before opening the door, he assumed another hearty smile for the sake of his secretary. He and Yasmin shook hands. He thanked her profusely for her financial support, even though she didn't even reside in his state. She left flanked by two bulging bodybuilders stuffed like sausages into cheap black suits. "Well, I'm flabbergasted, Miss." Baines gushed, laying a hand against her bony chest. "Can you believe that?" "No, I can't. And she's so nice. You'd expect somebody famous like her to be conceited, but she's like normal folks." Well, back to work, Miss Baines. Please hold all calls unless you hear from Mrs. Petrie. Oh, she called while you were with Yasmin. Panic and nausea seized him. I'll call her back right now." "That won't be necessary. She only called to confirm the time of your flight. She said she'd be at the airport to pick you up." "Oh, fine." He turned toward his private office, but came back around as though it were an afterthought. "Did you mention that Yasmin had come to see me?" "No, I didn't. I'll tell her tonight. I've heard Belle talk about this model. She's always saying she wishes she were that thin." Chuckling, he tugged on his earlobe in a way he knew looked boyish and endearing. "Women always want to be as skinny as models. Can't for the life of me understand why. It's so unattractive. Oh, by the way, she left a check for $500. Every penny counts, of course, but it's hardly worth making a big deal over. Probably just a publicity stunt." He went in and closed his door, hoping that he'd left Miss Baines with the proper impression, that he'd dismissed Yasmin's visit and campaign contribution as nothing but an isolated gesture from a quirky celebrity. Behind his desk once again, he opened his lap drawer and took out the panties, crushing the lace in his fist. This thing had gone too far. At some point it had gotten way out of hand. He didn't need this shit on top of all his other pressures. It was a problem that had to be dealt with soon. But how? Yasmin had already caused him more trouble than all his other mistresses put together. Until now, this extramarital affair had been worth the additional trouble. Although her veiled threats didn't really frighten him, who could predict what a volatile woman like her might do? He had to take her warnings with some degree of seriousness. If she wanted to, she could make his life hell. She had the media contacts and the high public profile to wreak havoc on his chances for re-election. She could destroy his family, damn it. He liked things the way they were, and he wanted them to stay that way. Hell, he muttered, plowing his fingers through his hair. This time he didn't see a way out. The only solution was to call quits to the affair. He'd be sacrificing some quality pussy, but the flip side to that coin was that he'd be sacrificing his lifestyle and career if he was caught. As he stashed Yasmin's underwear in his suit coat pocket for later disposal, he resolved that at his earliest opportunity, he'd tell her their affair was over. Chapter 12. Claire was fitting a pattern on one of the dress forms in her studio when the telephone rang. "Claire, turn on CNN, quick!" It was Yasmin. They hadn't spoken for several days since their quarrel when Claire had confronted her about making a generous contribution to Jackson Wilde's ministry. "What's going on?" "You'll find out soon enough, and you're going to shit a brick. Hurry or you'll miss it." She hung up. Intrigued, Claire switched on the portable TV that kept her company when she worked into the wee hours. Because Yasmin had prepared her, she wasn't surprised to see Ariel Wilde on the screen. The interviewer was asking her about the recent demonstration outside French Silk, which she freely admitted having instigated. Our adversaries would like to believe that since Jackson's death, we've retreated from the fight against pornography. Let me assure them that we haven't. This ministry under my leadership intends to double its efforts to stamp out all forms of obscene material. Reporter asked, "Why did you pick up the cause with the French Silk catalog?" "There are other publications, much more graphic." Ariel smiled sweetly. "The publishers of the more graphic magazines make no bones about being prurient. They don't try to disguise what they are. While I abhor their products, I admire their honesty. At least they aren't hypocritical, like Ms. Laurent, who doesn't even have the courage to debate me. Her catalog is tastefully done, Mrs. Wilde. It's sensual, but I'd hardly call it prurient. It pictures men and women on the verge of coitus. How lewd can you get?" Evidently embarrassed, the reporter cleared his throat. "The photos merely suggest, then you agree that the pictures are suggestive?" "I didn't say that." He hastily referred to his notes, but before he could pose another question, Ariel said, "I think it's significant that Miss Laurent's business is headquartered in New Orleans." The interviewer pounced on the bait.
Significant in what way?
Ariel pretended to reconsider. "I'd better not say anything further. My attorney has advised me to avoid this subject. However, I feel compelled to point out that one of my husband's most publicized targets is located in the very city in which he was murdered. Claire saw red. Her gasp filled the silence in the cavernous room. She found herself walking toward the TV set, although she didn't remember leaving her seat.
Are you implying that Ms.
Laurent had something to do with your husband's murder? The reporter asked. She's being investigated by the DA's office, Ariel replied evasively. Based on what evidence? None that I know of. I'm certain they're questioning her because of her background. The reporter looked at her with puzzlement. Claire Laurent, she said, is the illegitimate daughter of a mentally unbalanced woman. She lowered her eyes and assumed a sorrowful expression. With no more guidance than she had as a child, is it any wonder that her life, even her professional life, is ruled by her passions? Think about it. She obviously possesses talent. Why would she squander her creativity by making sleazy lingerie and advertising it in such a vulgar manner, and why else would she choose for her business partner a woman who, for years, has flaunted her immoral lifestyle? You're referring to the model, Yasmina? Yes. These three women, Ibs, Laurent, her mother, and Yasmin, are of such low moral character, I'm sure the same question has occurred to the DA's office as occurred to me, is publishing a filthy magazine their only crime? Claire switched off the set. If she listened to another word, she was going to implode. Rage had sent blood rushing to her head. Her earlobes throbbed with it. It clouded her vision. Ariel Wilde had unmitigated gall. How dare she say those things on a national broadcast? Heretofore, Claire had ignored her snide criticism of the French silk catalogue, but now the invectives had become personal. Ariel had slandered Mary Catherine and Yasmin and all but accused her of murder. How much longer could she stand back and do nothing? Passive resistance didn't work on the Jackson and Ariel Wildes of the world. It was time to act. She paced while weighing her options. As much as she loathed the thought of it, there seemed no way around making a public statement. When she had cooled down enough to speak, she made a telephone call. Newsroom. This is Claire Laurent. She had begun by calling a local network affiliate. Her name had been in the news often enough that it was instantly recognized. Yes, ma'am. What can I do for you? How would I go about calling CNN? We string for them sometimes. I can get their ear. If they're interested in my rebuttal to what Ariel Wilde is saying about me, have a reporter contact me. Yes, ma'am. I'm sure someone will call right away. I'll be standing by. Claire hung up, hating what she had just done. She considered privacy a precious commodity. She guarded hers ferociously, mainly for Mary Catherine's sake, but also because Claire intuitively felt that notoriety was tarnishing. In her estimation, to be on public display lessened a person's worth. Publicity seekers were beyond her comprehension. Unlike Yasmin, who thrived on being in the limelight, Claire was content to remain anonymous in the background. For that reason, Yasmin was the one whom people associated with French silk. Claire resented being forced to go public. She was also afraid. Between now and her interview, she had to think of words that would negate Ariel Wilde's statements while keeping her secrets intact. Following night, she was lying in bed watching a replay of her interview with the CNN reporter when her bedside telephone rang. At first, she considered letting it ring. Then, obstinately, she lifted the receiver but said nothing. Claire, are you there? Cassidy? Why didn't you say something? Because every time I've answered the telephone tonight, it's been someone telling me to go to hell. Wildest people? Undoubtedly. Most shout an insult and then hang up. I guess Ariel's pissed. First, that picket line of hers backfired. She got the TV coverage she wanted, but Mary Catherine made her people look like thugs. Then you really put her in her place today. I caught your act earlier. It wasn't an act. Figure of speech, he said. You articulated well. I meant every word. If Ariel Wilde or anyone in her organization maligns my mother or Yasmin again, I'll file a suit for damages that will pitch that ministry into financial chaos. You were very convincing. Thank you. But you didn't deny her veiled allegations that you were somehow involved in her husband's murder. He paused for a response, but Claire remained stubbornly silent. Eventually, he said, If you want, I can pull strings and get your telephone number changed immediately. No, thanks. The calls are a nuisance, but the novelty will wear off soon, and they'll stop. Why don't you turn on your answering machine? Principle. If I'm here, I answer my telephone. I refuse to let them rearrange my life. He said nothing for a moment, then asked, Have you had any more protesters outside your door? No, she said, smiling for the first time in 24 hours. I think Mama cured them of that. Speaking of your mother, is Harry there to watch her? She's spending the night. Why? I'll tell you when I get there. Meet me downstairs. Cassidy, I'm already in bed. I'm tired. But she was talking to a dead line. She slammed down the phone. If he wanted to see her, he could have made an appointment for the next day. She should let him stand downstairs ringing the bell to no avail. But she swung her legs over the side of her bed and went into the bathroom. It looked the same as before, yet she knew she'd never enter it again without thinking of him, disheveled and dripping blood on his shirt. He'd looked roguish and rowdy, and her feminine instincts had responded then as they did now with the memory of his strong hands resting on her waist. She had threatened him with exposure, citing how a romantic dalliance with her might hurt his cause. She had failed to tell him how damaging such a dalliance could also be to her. She dressed in a pair of jeans and a white cotton pullover, not wanting him to think she had primped in anticipation of seeing him. She took the elevator down to the first floor. He was ringing the buzzer by the time she reached the door. "You're right on time," she said when she opened it. One of my virtues. He hadn't dressed up either. She'd never seen him in anything except a suit. Tonight he wore jeans, a casual shirt, an ancient Levi's jacket, and jogging shoes. "Why did you want to see me?" "Come out here? Why? I can think more clearly out here." She looked at him quizzically. "There's too much damn ambience in there," he added brusquely. The commercial district several blocks away was in full swing, but within 2 blocks on either side of French Silk the street was dark and still. When she turned after securing the door, Cassidy was at the curb, pacing the pavement where the protesters had marched. "You look upset," she remarked. "You could say that?" He stopped and faced her. "This offering business," I explained that. "Yeah, so did Yasmin. But it doesn't seem plausible." "That's your problem." "Temporarily," he said shortly. "What time did you tell me you went to the Fairmont that night to pick up your mother?" Claire hadn't expected the sudden shift in topic. The question made her throat constrict. I told you I wasn't sure, but I guessed around midnight." "What took you so long?" "Pardon?" "Andrew Philippi says he called you at 11. "At that time of night, it takes about 5 minutes to drive from here to the Fairmont." "I know because I drove it tonight. Your trip took an hour longer than it should have." "What delayed you, Cassidy?" I said. "I got there around midnight. It might have been 11 or 11:30. I told you I wasn't sure." "You're lying." He slammed his fist into his opposite palm. Claire fell back a step. "You didn't leave for the Fairmont Hotel to collect Mary Catherine until almost midnight because you didn't speak directly to Andre until then. When he called at 11, he spoke to your answering machine, didn't he?" "You had to call him back." He came toe-to-toe with her. "You weren't here when he called at 11. You said tonight that you answer your phone if you're here, right? Andre left a message on your machine, so you'd know where Mary Catherine was when you came in and discovered her gone." Clara's heart was hammering. "I can explain that." "Save it. I'm sick of your lies. I'm right, aren't I?" He grabbed her arm and hauled her close to him. "Aren't I?" Coming into contact with the solid strength of his body startled her, but she resented his high-handedness and wriggled free of his grasp. "Yes, you're right," she flung up at him. "I have a habit of checking Mama's room when I come in. That night her bed was empty and her suitcase was gone, so I knew what had happened. I was about to go out and look for her when I noticed the message light. I called Andre back immediately. He told me he had spotted Mama in the lobby of the Fairmont, taken her to his office and given her some sherry. She was groggy and disoriented when I got there, as she often is after the worst of her spells. I drove her home and put her to bed. That's the truth." "Oh, I believe you, Claire," he said. "I just want to know where the hell you were between the conclusion of the crusade and midnight." "Did you make 2 trips to the Fairmont, one to murder Wilde and another to pick up your mother?" She said nothing. "You could drive a barge through the space of time you've got to account for," he said, raising his voice. "I went for a walk." Obviously, he'd been expecting a more elaborate lie. The simplicity of her explanation caught him off guard. "A walk?" "That's right, a long walk alone through the quarter." "At that time of night?" he asked, skeptically. "I often do. Ask Yasmin. She chides me about it all the time." "Yasmin would cover any lie you chose to tell?" "It's not a lie. It's the truth." "Why'd you pick that particular night to take a walk?" "I was upset." "Murder is upsetting." Pivoting on her heel, she stalked toward the door of French Silk. "I don't have to take that from you." "The hell you don't." His arm shot out and caught her sleeve, bringing her back around. "I'm royally pissed off at you, Miss Laurent. I should have you downtown right now being fingerprinted and fitted for jail issue. You won't look so hot in puke green broadcloth, Claire. And the undies don't come from the French Silk catalog either." A tremor of fear rippled through her. Her greatest fear was of being incarcerated. It wasn't claustrophobia that panicked her, but the loss of freedom. She wouldn't be able to tolerate the constant supervision, the inability to make choices, and the deprivation of privacy and independence. Cassidy's face was taut with anger. One lock of dark hair had fallen over his brow. His eyes shone with a demanding and piercing glint. For the first time, Claire was actually afraid of him. He might lose patience with her and make good his threat. She needed to talk and talk fast because she couldn't spend one night, 1 minute, in jail. I came home from the crusade, and what time? Nervously she ran her fingers through her hair. I swear to you, I don't know the exact time, shortly after 10, I think. I can live with that. The service concluded at 9:20. By the time he fought Superdome traffic, that would put you here around 10. Harry had stayed with Mama. When I got in, I dismissed her, although later I wished I hadn't. I was restless, couldn't sleep. I tried to work, but all I could think about was Jackson Wilde. Why? I'd seen him on TV, but that was nothing compared to seeing him in person. He was a dynamic speaker. He exuded such power, exercised such control over the minds of his audience. Even though I disagreed with everything he preached, I was impressed by the charisma with which he preached it. The people sitting around me were enthralled. Until that night, I hadn't fully grasped the strength of his influence. I became afraid that he might actually be able to destroy French silk. When I went down to the podium and looked him in the eyes, I felt like David looking into the face of Goliath. She looked up at Cassidy with appeal. You'd have to understand what this business means to me to know how I felt that night. I can only describe it as panic. Everything I'd worked so hard for was being threatened by an overwhelming force. I had visions of all that I'd struggled to build being knocked down, Cassidy said softly. I can understand that, Claire, better than you know. Then once again his eyes focused sharply on her. Did you feel so threatened that you sneaked into his hotel suite and shot him? She looked away. I told you I went for a walk. You'll have to do better than that. It's true, I felt like the walls were closing in on me. I felt smothered. Couldn't think. Jackson Wilde's words kept ringing in my ears. I had to get out. Suddenly her gaze swung back to him. I'll take you? Where? We'll retrace the route I took that night. I'll show you exactly where I went. I'll try to keep the same pace so you'll see how I missed Andre's call. Frowning, he pondered it a moment. Okay, where to? His hand was riding beneath her elbow as she stepped off the curb and crossed the street. Most of the buildings on that side of Conti Street were vacant and dark. Recessed doorways were deeply shadowed and sinister looking. Windows and doors were covered with wire mesh. Aren't you afraid to walk alone around here at night, Claire? Not at all. She looked up at him. Are you? Damn right, he muttered, casting a quick glance over his shoulder. She laughed and steered him past a dip in the ancient sidewalk. I see you know the topography pretty well. Very well. I grew up playing on these sidewalks. Pointing out a candy factory with pink awnings, she said. They make delicious pralines. Sometimes they'd give us kids the ones that got broken and they couldn't sell. We'd take a right at the next corner. They walked in silence past the gray stone building that at one time had been the Louisiana State Supreme Court. They turned right onto Royal Street, and she paused outside an antique shop. I stopped here that night to browse in this window. There was a marcasite and emerald brooch. Marca what? There it is, 3rd row down, 2nd from the left, see? Pretty. I thought so. I meant to come back and take a closer look, but never got around to it. She lingered for a few moments more, gazing at the array of beaded reticules, oxidized silver services, and estate jewelry, before continuing. Across the street, 2 policemen emerged from the Vieux Carré district headquarters of the NOPD. They nodded politely. One spoke to Claire in Cajun-accented French. His partner said, Evenin', Ms. Laurent. The first did a double take on Cassidy, but if the patrolman recognized him, he didn't call him by name. They moved past the salmon walls and green shutters of the famous Brennan's restaurant. Claire became aware that Cassidy was watching her closely. She turned the tables and began to study him. You aren't married, are you, Cassidy? Does it show? No. It's just that most wives wouldn't approve of your working hours. She kept her expression impassive, although she was glad to learn that her sins didn't include kissing a married man. I was married, he told her. I blew it. Regrets? He shrugged. Not about her. It worked out best for both of us. I guess you could say I was married to my career, sort of like you. He paused, giving her an opportunity to comment. Instead, she asked another question. Any children? No. We never got around to it. Guess that worked out best, too. I wouldn't have wanted to inflict a divorce on my kids. He stopped outside a storefront and gazed through the burglary-proof windows. A gun shop. How convenient. Is that the best you can do, Cassidy? Come to think of it, you're too smart to buy a weapon so close to home and in a neighborhood where you're so well known. She gave him a shrewd look. You checked, didn't you? Yeah. From there, they moved to a shop whose entire inventory consisted of earrings. Yasmin is one of their best customers, Claire told him as he stared in awe at the vast variety. In this elite shopping district, most of the stores were already closed. The silence on the street seemed to envelop them. Bourbon Street was only a block away, but it could have been 100 miles. Occasionally, a few piercingly sweet notes of a jazz trumpet wafted on the sultry air, but they drifted away like lost souls in search of refuge. The wrought iron grilles that surrounded the overhead balconies added to the aspect of seclusion. Filigree iron gates provided glimpses into inner courtyards where mossy fountains trickled, gas hurricane lamps sputtered, and scarred brick walls guarded secrets. They came upon a cat scrounging for dinner in a bag of garbage at the curb. Two couples wearing LSU sweatshirts staggered down the street, laughing, talking loudly and profanely, sloshing the hurricanes they'd taken out in paper cups from Pat O'Brien's. An old man with a mangy beard and wearing an unseasonably heavy overcoat nonchalantly relieved himself against the wall of an alley. An elegant elderly couple walking arm in arm passed them, saying, "Good evening." A young man wearing tight black jeans, a black turtleneck sweater, and heavy makeup swished past and made a kissing motion toward Cassidy with his glossy scarlet lips. They turned onto St. Peter Street in front of the Royal Cafe. Claire pointed out its double balcony to Cassidy. "I think it's the prettiest one in the quarter." Jackson Square was closed for the night, but the shops and eateries surrounding it were still open. "I thought about getting a cappuccino here," Claire told Cassidy as she halted in front of a small, intimate bar tucked beneath the historic Pontalba Arms apartments. Two of the outdoor tables were occupied by lovers who were engrossed in each other and impervious to the rest of the world. "But I could smell fresh beignets, so—" She pointed him toward the Café du Monde. They waited for traffic at the curb, where a solo saxophonist was playing for the money passers-by tossed into his hat, which lay on the sidewalk. The driver of a horse-drawn carriage and a sidewalk artist who had retired his pallets for the night were having a friendly argument over the football season. "I agree with the artist," Claire remarked. "The Saints have got to beef up their offensive line if they hope to get in the playoffs this year." "You could understand those guys?" Cassidy asked. "Couldn't you?" The sleepy nag harnessed to the carriage was wearing a big floppy hat with bright pink plastic geraniums encircling the crown. Claire stroked her muzzle as she stepped off the curb. "Not a word. For almost a year after I moved here, it was like living in a foreign country. It took a while for my ears to adapt to the accent. I still have trouble sometimes. You don't have any trouble understanding me. You, Claire, I have the most trouble understanding." She indicated a table on the open-air terrace of Café du Monde. He held the chrome chair out for her. A waiter in a long white apron approached, his hands outstretched in welcome. "Miss Laurent, bonsoir. How lovely to see you." "Merci," she said when he bent to kiss her hand. "And this is?" he inquired. Looking at Cassidy, she introduced Claude, the waiter. "An order of beignets, please, Claude. 2 cafés au lait." "Very good," he said, briskly moving toward the kitchen.
Obviously you come here often, Cassidy observed. It's almost been overrun by tourists, but Mama still enjoys coming here, so I bring her at least once a week. Claude delivered their order. The yeasty smell of the square, holeless doughnuts, and the aroma of the coffee made Claire's mouth water. She dug in, unabashedly licking the powdered sugar off her fingers. Looking across at Cassidy, she laughed at the powdered sugar, wringing his mouth, and passed him a paper napkin from the dispenser on the table. They demolished the beignets, splitting the third one, and sat silently sipping the scalding mixture of coffee and milk. Claire was content to sit and savor the flavor of New Orleans at its best. Too soon Cassidy got down to business. That night he began, "How long were you here? About 30 minutes, I guess?" He raised an eyebrow. "That long?" "This is the Vieux Carré, Cassidy. Like the Europeans who originally lived here, we can linger over a meal for hours. The pace is slow. When you cross Canal Street, you should leave behind the American's tendency to bustle and enjoy life. I resisted eating another order of donuts, but I did have 2 cups of café au lait and spent at least 10 minutes with each one. At her request, Claude replaced their empty cups with full ones. Watching the steam rise from her cup, Claire said, "I had a lot on my mind that night. Jackson Wilde was only one thing that was troubling me." "What else?" "Mama, I worry about who would take care of her if something happened to me. For instance, if I went to prison." She gave him a puissant look, then lowered her eyes to her coffee, which she swirled in the thick white mug. "And the new catalog was on my mind. I always want the current one to top the last, and I'm afraid the ideas will dry up. That fear is common to creative people, I suppose. And I was worried about Yasmin." "Why?" "It's personal." Her expression dared him to ask her to betray her friend's confidence, but he didn't. That was quite a walk. He leaned back in his chair and stretched out his long legs. The old jeans fitted them well, cupping his sex and gloving his thighs. Claire tried to keep her mind on what he was saying. "I suppose if I asked, Claude here would swear on his sainted mother's tombstone that you spent at least half an hour here that night. Do you think I'm lying, Cassidy?" "No," he said.
I think you brought me along tonight so I'd see how well known and respected you are in this community, and what I'm up against if I try to convict you. You're even on speaking terms with the neighborhood cops. A good defense attorney would line up all these character witnesses, and even if they couldn't swear that you were walking in the French Quarter that night, they couldn't swear that you weren't. If you were my defense attorney, is that what you'd do? Precisely. If the prosecutor didn't have an indisputable piece of physical evidence, I'd make you look like a saint and confuse the jury with facts that weren't pertinent. You know all the tricks, I see. His lips narrowed and his expression turned grim. All the tricks. There was more to Cassidy than what she knew, Claire decided. The newspapers reported on the ADA, not on the inner man. She wanted to pursue that inner man, to discover what made that introspective and regretful expression come across his face occasionally. But she had her own problems. You still believe I committed that murder, don't you? Sighing, Cassidy looked away and seemed to concentrate on the statue of Andrew Jackson astride his rearing horse, which could be seen through the closed gates of the square across the street. Then he propped his forearms on the small round table and leaned across it. Here's what I think happened. I think you planned this murder for a long time, from the time you read that Reverend Wilde was bringing his crusade to New Orleans. You bought, borrowed, or stole a .38 revolver. You went to the crusade and met face to face the man you were planning to kill. By now I know you well enough to know you'd have the integrity to do that. You'd feel like that was the honorable way to kill a man, sort of like your ancestors who met outside the city with pomp and circumstance to duel until one was dead. Anyway, you returned home and dismissed Harry. That was a gamble that didn't pay off. But at the time you figured that if she was asked, she could testify that you were home by 10 that night. You went to the Fairmont and, using Andre as an accomplice, managed to get into Wilde's hotel suite. You shot him probably while he was asleep. Then you left and returned home. But fate threw you a curve. Mary Catherine had slipped out. You got home, found her gone, and, ironically, had to make a return trip to the Fairmont to pick her up. I'll bet that wasn't too comfortable for you, returning to the scene of the crime so soon after committing it. That's not what happened at all. Do you see how many holes there are in your theory? Hell yes. It's as leaky as a sieve. That's why you're not already in jail. It took Claire a moment to recover from that remark. She asked, "How did I get into his suite?" Simple. Andre gave you a key. While Wilde was having dinner, you let yourself in, probably hid in a closet to wait. He came in, showered, and got ready for bed. You waited until you were sure he was asleep, then did him. Claire shook her head. There's something very basically wrong with that scenario, Cassidy. I would never have involved my friend in a murder plot. You might have utilized him without his knowledge. By sneaking a key from the front desk? No, by familiarizing yourself with the hotel. There are several odd angles in the hallway on the 7th floor. Maybe you made yourself invisible in one of those bins. When the maid went into the suite to turn down Wilde's bed, you sneaked in behind her while the door was open. Very creative. His eyes scanned her face. Yes, Claire? Characteristically creative? She took a sip of cold coffee, willing her hand not to tremble and reveal her nervousness. How did I know that Wilde would come into the suite alone? Or did I intend to kill Mrs. Wilde if necessary? That gave me trouble too. Until Josh and Ariel Wilde told me that they rehearsed every night. Andre could have told you what their routine was. You betted on Jackson going to bed alone. Wilde didn't like what I printed in my magazine, so he lambasted me from his pulpit. I didn't like what he preached, so I killed him. In effect, what you're saying is that I'm less tolerant and more radical than Jackson Wilde was. You're placing me on the level of the crazies who've been calling and threatening my life. Cassidy reacted like he'd been goosed. You've had callers threatening your life? You didn't tell me that? She hadn't intended to and could have bitten her tongue. Life threats over the telephone aren't to be taken seriously. He appeared to disagree. His eyes swept the area as though an assassin might be lurking in the shadows. We've been here at least half an hour, he said, coming to his feet. Let's go. He held her chair for her, then struck off down the sidewalk at a fast clip, but stopped when he realized she wasn't beside him. What? He called over his shoulder. I made one more stop before going home that night. Out there, she said, nodding toward the river. He returned to her side. Lead the way. They crossed the military memorial that connected with the paved part of the levee called the Moonwalk. Below them, the river's current gently lapped at the crushed rocks, although at present there wasn't any traffic on the river. The lights from the opposite bank twinkled on the water, which smelled, not unpleasantly, of brine and petroleum and mud. There was a humid breeze, and Claire liked the feel of it in her hair and on her skin. It was soft and gentle, everything that was good about the South. The Moonwalk was a favorite spot among tourists, with cameras, panhandlers, whores, drunks, and lovers. Tonight only a few other pedestrians were taking advantage of the view. When they walked past a couple necking on a park bench, Cassidy's expression turned irascible. Why don't you give me a break and confess? Even if I didn't do it, please, no. We get plenty of those as it is. 4 crazies have already taken credit for offing wild. Your attitude is certainly cavalier. These 4 guys are chronic confessors, he said dismissively. We routinely checked them out, but none of them was near the Fairmont that night. They reached a tacit agreement to pause and gaze out across the river. After a moment, he turned to her. Without prefacing it in any way, he said, "There's a records clerk in the courthouse. Night before last, she invited me over to her house for an evening of spaghetti and sex." He looked at her pointedly, awaiting a response. At last, she said. She certainly didn't mince words. Well, the sex part was implied. "I see. Did you go?" "Yes." "Oh, how was it?" "Terrific." It was smothered in red clam sauce. At first taken aback, she then realized that he was attempting a joke. She tried to laugh, but discovered she couldn't be blasé about his sleeping with another woman. "The spaghetti was sensational," he said. "But the sex was only so. How disappointed you must have been," Claire said tightly. He shrugged. "And a few nights before that, I slept with my neighbor. It was raunchy, and I'm not even sure what her name is." Claire's temper snapped. "Are you trying to impress me with your sexual exploits?" "I'm not a priest. I didn't ask for a confession. I just thought you might want to know." "Well, I don't. Why would I?" He roughly pulled her against him and held her head between his palms. "Because we're in deep shit here, and you know it as well as I do." Then he kissed her. Chapter 13. Kissing Claire was better than fucking a dozen other women. Her mouth was warm and sweet and snug, and he wanted to continue making love to it with his tongue for 1,000 years. But he couldn't, so he released her and stepped back. There was a slight catch in her breath, and her lips were damp and parted, but otherwise her features were composed. She was masterful at concealing her emotions. No doubt she developed that trait by having to grow up early. She'd had to deal with adult problems and make adult decisions at an age when most girls were playing with dolls and holding tea parties for teddy bears and imaginary friends. But damn it, he'd hoped to provoke more of a response than that unflickering stare. He'd flaunted 2 lovers, then kissed her intimately. Why didn't she curse him, slap him, go for his eyes with her fingernails? He'd slept with the clerk for the same reason he'd beaten a path to his neighbor's front door to seek relief from sexual frustration. Both attempts to get Claire out of his system had failed. While the clerk had been almost pathetically eager to share herself with him, he hadn't found her nakedness as sexy as his fantasies of Claire, unclothed and giving. He'd performed as expected, but only physically. His mind had been elsewhere. Now, her lack of an overt response angered him. He'd been going through hell these last few days. It was time he spread around some of the misery. "Is this when you got rid of the gun? What?" Since they hadn't spoken for several moments, the abrupt question took her off guard. "You heard me. Did you come straight here from the Fairmont and throw the gun in the river?" "I've never owned a gun." "That doesn't answer my question, Claire," he said, raising his voice. "You've got a legion of friends, any one of whom might have acquired a revolver for you. None did. I wouldn't even know how to fire one. Blowing off a man's balls at close range doesn't require sharpshooting skills." She folded her arms across her middle and hugged her elbows. "It's chilly out here. Can we go now?" He was supremely exasperated with her and the situation. Nevertheless, he slipped off his jacket and placed it around her shoulders. His hand slid beneath her hair and lifted it from the collar, then lingered. He placed his thumbs beneath her chin and tilted her head up. "If you came here at all that night, Claire, what did you do?" "I sat on one of these benches and looked at the river." "Sat on a bench and looked at the river. That's what I said." Cassidy would have given anything he owned or ever hoped to own to know the truth behind her steady amber gaze, but he didn't. And until he did, he was playing with fire every time he came near her. We'd better go. They walked in silence back to French Silk. When they reached the door, he drew her around. "Claire, I strongly urge you to retain a criminal defense attorney. How close are you to arresting me?" "Close. Your story is riddled with coincidences. If you're not outright lying, you're concealing the truth. Maybe you're covering for somebody else. I don't know, but you're not being straight with me. I know you're betting against the odds, but there's no statute of limitations on murder. As long as the case remains unsolved, I'll keep digging. Sooner or later, I'll turn up the one element that brings everything together." He paused, giving her ample time to refute him. Disappointingly, she didn't. "Hire a lawyer, Claire." She stared into space for a moment before looking up at him, her expression firmly resolved. "No, I won't do that. I have a business lawyer who handles French Silk's contracts and an accountant who takes care of the taxes. Its growth made them necessary, but I didn't like relinquishing even that much control over something that belongs to me." She drew a deep breath. I won't entrust my life to a stranger. I trust my instincts over anyone else's when it comes to what's right or wrong for me. When I was a child, social workers and judges, so-called experts, told me that the best thing for me was being separated from the people I love, while they were either dead wrong or unconscionable liars. So I don't trust the system, Cassidy. She shook off his jacket and thrust it at him. Thank you for the free advice, but I don't want a lawyer. Have it your way then, he said impatiently, but I think you're making a big mistake. At least it's my mistake, and don't leave town. The day after tomorrow, I'm going to Mississippi. That struck him like a bolt out of the blue. What in the hell for? The location shoot for the spring catalog, cancel, or postpone, out of the question. This has been scheduled for weeks. The crew has been hired. Yasmin can't undo those arrangements. Anyway, we have to shoot before fall sets in and while the foliage is still green. You can't shoot a spring catalog against an autumnal background. Interesting. But the judicial system doesn't revolve around photography sessions, and I don't coordinate my business with the judicial system's schedule. Your choices are limited, Cassidy. Short of arresting me, you've got to let me go. His hands were tied. She knew that as well as he did. Without any evidence on which to base a charge, he couldn't detain her any more than he could detain Ariel and Josh Wilde. Sensing his dilemma, she smiled. Good night, Cassidy. Damn. You're enjoying this, aren't you? His hand shot out and trapped her jaw, his fingers biting into her cheeks. Listen, he said, bending close to her face. Up till now, I've gone out of my way to give you the benefit of the doubt. No more. You got that? He leaned in closer, his voice becoming a growl. Sure, I want to fuck you, but don't let that go to your head. First and foremost, I want to prosecute and convict Jackson Wilde's killer. Don't make the mistake of forgetting that, Claire. This may only be a game to you, but from now on, I play dirty. She yanked her head free of his grip and shoved him away. Thank you for the beignets and café au lait, Mr. Cassidy. They should have been my treat. She slipped inside French silk and slammed the door in his face. He cursed expansively as he heard the bolts clicking into place. Ariel impatiently tossed aside her magazine. It was late and she was perturbed. The man in New Orleans had promised to call her tonight no matter how late. It was now well past midnight. Downstairs, Josh was playing the piano. He'd been at it for hours. That detestable classical music. She couldn't find a tune in any of it. Each song sounded like all the rest. They didn't even have lyrics, so what was the point? She couldn't figure out how anyone could become so absorbed in it. Yet, when Josh played classical piano, he forgot everything else, eating, sleeping, even sex. Not that she'd missed the sex. She was focused on more important matters now. The picket line had been a fiasco. She had wanted her people to look like crusaders on a divinely inspired mission. Instead, that crazy old broad at French silk had made them look mean-spirited and stupid. The media coverage had been extensive, but the story had been reported tongue-in-cheek. Ariel Wilde was not going to be a laughingstock. To restore her credibility, she had finagled the CNN interview, which, in her critical opinion, had gone exceptionally well. Without being downright libelous, she'd hinted that Claire Laurent was a coward who refused to debate her, that she was a prime suspect in the murder, and that she and everyone else involved with French silk were immoral scum. Luckily, a devoted follower living in New Orleans had known about Claire Laurent's illegitimacy. Ariel planned to continue hammering home the theme immorality begetting immorality. But Claire Laurent had appeared on CNN today, looking as regal as Princess Grace in her heyday and talking in that honeyed drawl that seemed to have bewitched the interviewer and probably a majority of the viewing audience. She had been articulate and straightforward without seeming abrasive. She'd dismissed Ariel as being delusional, but left no doubt that she would take legal action if the persecution continued. Twice, now she'd made the Jackson Wilde ministry look like a pack of fanatic fools. Ariel simply wouldn't have it. Anyone as cool and controlled as Claire Laurent must have secrets. Why else erect such an impenetrable shield of gentility? So, Ariel had hired someone to keep an eye on her nemesis and make daily reports. When the telephone on her nightstand rang, she lunged for it. It was the call she'd been waiting for. "We struck gold on the first try," said the man on the phone, chortling. For all her denials on TV, she's still a prime suspect. Cassidy went to see her again tonight. Ariel sat up against the pile of pillows at her back. Really? How long did he question her? They went for a long walk through the French Quarter. The more she heard about Claire Laurent's most recent meeting with the handsome, young, sexy prosecutor, the faster the wheels in her brain whirred. She was so busy analyzing the information, she almost missed the most valuable nugget. "Excuse me," she said, interrupting. "What did you say? They what?" "That's right, Mrs. Wilde. You heard me." They kissed, eagerly. Ariel listened to the entire account without another interruption. "Thank you," she said when he'd finished. "Keep me posted on developments. I want to know everything. Remember, you're my eyes and ears." As an afterthought, she added, "God bless, and I'll be praying for you." Josh strolled in as she was hanging up. "Who's calling at this time of night?" He pulled his T-shirt over his head and began undressing. "The guy in New Orleans who organized the demonstration at French Silk. What a debacle," he muttered as he wobbled first on one foot, then the other to remove his sneakers. Ariel wasn't familiar with the word debacle, but didn't like the sound of it and took his criticism personally. How could we predict that Claire Laurent's daft old mama wouldn't know any better than to go up against a hostile crowd? Josh chuckled as he slid into bed beside her. "You wanted fireworks from them and got Kool-Aid and tea cakes instead." "It's not funny," she said, slinging off the arm he'd placed across her waist, throwing back the covers. She left the bed and lit a cigarette, a habit she'd resumed since Jackson was no longer there to forbid it. She ripped open a package of ding-dongs and stuffed one into her mouth. "Tomorrow I want to take this show on the road," she told Josh around the mouthful of devil's food cake. "We'll go to several cities and hold only one service in each." Her mind was clicking furiously now. "We'll make them special. We'll call them emergency prayer meetings for the capture and conviction of Jackson's killer." Groaning, Josh laid his arm across his forehead and closed his eyes. "Ariel, these things take time to plan. You've got to rent a facility. I don't care if we conduct them on football fields," she shouted. "I want a lot of people to attend and a lot of press, and I want you," she said, turning and aiming her finger at him, to appear shattered by bereavement. "I'll have to borrow your eyeshadow. Go to hell." She got back into bed, but not until she'd swallowed 2 laxative tablets to counteract the calories in the ding-dong. "Not now," she grumbled when Josh rolled toward her and covered her breast with his hand. "I've got too much on my mind. It's just as well," he said. "You're so skinny your bones rattle when we make love." "Fuck you." "That's what I had in mind, but—" Laughing, he burrowed his head in his pillow. Ariel was too wired to sleep. She consumed such vast quantities of caffeine and sugar, it was rare that she slept more than 3 or 4 hours a night. Some of the dark shadows under her eyes weren't cosmetically enhanced. Mentally, she reviewed everything she knew about Claire Laurent. Some classy broad, she thought grudgingly tall. Naturally slender, well-dressed. Classic features. She was the kind of woman Ariel aspired to be, but she knew in her gut that it wasn't in her genes. She could try from now till doomsday and never achieve that cool elegance. You were either born with it or you weren't. Claire Laurent was taking long, leisurely walks through the French Quarter with ADA Cassidy, who had never looked at Ariel with anything except suspicion and ill-concealed derision. He seemed to know that no matter how often or how hard she washed, she never felt completely clean. He had kissed Claire Laurent. Shame, shame. The possibilities of how she could use that tidbit made Ariel giddy and almost compensated for her envy. The snooty bitch had bamboozled him. It was as simple as that. Did he think someone as hoity-toity as Claire Laurent was incapable of murder? Think again, Mr. Cassidy. However you looked at it, he'd been derelict in his duty. Tomorrow morning, even before she called a news conference to announce Ariel Wilde's prayer and praise hour's latest undertaking, she had a vitally important telephone call to make. Cassidy had been forewarned that the chief was on the warpath, so Tony Crowder's imperious summons came as no surprise. "He's waiting for you, Cassidy," the secretary informed him sympathetically. "Go right in." Cassidy assumed a casual air. "Good morning, Tony. You wanted to see me?" From behind his desk, Crowder glared at him. Cassidy took a seat, crossing his ankle over his opposite knee. "Actually, I'm glad you called me in this morning. I've got something to discuss with you. I'm taking you off the Jackson Wilde murder case. What?" Cassidy's foot hit the floor with such impact that it rattled Crowder's cup of coffee against its saucer. "You heard me. You're off it. I'm reassigning it to Nance." "You can't." "I have. Or at least I will, as soon as this meeting's concluded." "Which it is." "Like hell." Cassidy shot up from his chair. "Why are you doing this?" "I'll tell you why," Crowder thundered. "I'm catching holy hell from everybody about this. The mayor, the PC judges, especially that tight-assed Harris, congressman. Even the freaking governor has put in his 2 cents worth. I've got Jackson Wilde coming out my ass, and I'm sick of it. I want an end to it, and so far you failed to make that happen." "I'm trying," with Claire Laurent. Cassidy cautiously assessed the glint in his superior's eyes. Uneasiness crept in behind his anger, among others. "Exactly what are you trying with Claire Laurent?" "I get the impression that's a loaded question." Crowder maintained a bead on Cassidy as he reached for his coffee cup and slurped from it. "I got a call this morning from Ariel Wilde." "Okay, I get the picture," Cassidy said, breathing easier. "She reminded you that we haven't arrested her husband's killer yet, and you felt the need to chew ass. Is that what this is about?" "That's part of it, not all." "Well, Did you take Claire Laurent on a romantic moonlight stroll through the French Quarter last night? Although Cassidy's heart had dropped to his knees, he kept his expression impassive. I went to French Silk and confronted Miss Laurent with information I'd obtained from other sources. He explained about the telephone calls and the discrepancies in timing. Ms. Laurent claimed that she had filled that time by taking a walk to cool off after meeting Wilde face-to-face at the Crusade. She suggested that we retrace her steps. That included a stop at Café du Monde? Yes. And a stroll along the moonwalk? Yes. Which is probably where she disposed of the murder weapon. I mentioned that, Cassidy said defensively. And what did she say? She maintains that she's never owned a gun of any kind and wouldn't even know how to fire one. You don't have to be too good a shot to shoot off a man's balls at point-blank range. I mentioned that too, Cassidy said with a laugh. You think this is funny? No. The chuckle was my way of pointing out how alike we are. Oh yeah, I've never romanced a suspect. Cassidy's eyes snapped to Crowder's. Neither have I, he said, giving Crowder back his hard stare.
That's not what it looked like to Ariel's spy. Spy? What the hell are you talking about?
Our dear Mrs. Wilde had one of her flunkies keeping an eye on Claire Laurent and reporting anything incriminating or suspicious. So far, the only suspicious thing she's done is go out on a date. It wasn't a date. With a man who may very well have to prosecute her in a court of law. Only I'm eliminating that probability by removing you from the case. You can't take me off the case, Cassidy shouted. I told you how that walk came about. Don't play word games with me. Ariel Wilde's man was thorough. He told her every move you made, and she passed the details along to me. You gave Claire Laurent your jacket. You embraced her. You kissed her, didn't you? Cassidy gave a terse nod, according to the spy's account. It wasn't a polite little peck either. No, Cassidy said gruffly. It wasn't. Jesus. Crowder rose to his feet and banged his fist on his desk. What the hell were you thinking of? Cassidy bowed his head. Shit. After a long, still moment, he raised his head. I can see how it might have looked to someone who didn't know that circumstances. I was questioning her. Tony. You were also swapping spit, he bellowed. In a much softer, more reasonable tone, Cassidy said. I was shooting holes in her defense, trying to find the element that's missing from her story.
So you're sure there's a missing element?
Almost positive. I don't know if she's lying to protect herself or someone else, but she's not telling the whole truth. Unfortunately, I can't arrest her on a gut feeling. Unfortunately, the DA studied him with shrewd eyes that missed nothing. Are you going to sit there and tell me you don't find this woman attractive? No. Cassidy looked him straight in the eye. She's extremely attractive to me. Crowder sank back into his chair and ran a hand over his thinning hair. I should have become a dentist like my mother wanted me to. Grumbling, he added, at least you didn't lie to me, and I'd have known if you had. There've been rumors. Rumors about what? About your attraction to Ms. Laurent? Glenn complained to the PC about it. He came to me with it. Christ, Cassidy exclaimed angrily. Glenn had no right to. Damn it, he had every right. This is his case too, remember? He doesn't want it fucked up by a prosecutor with a Valentine where his head should be. He shook his head. I don't want to do this to you, kid, but you leave me no alternative. I've got to take you off the case. Don't, Tony. Cassidy left his chair and leaned over Crowder's desk. I've got to have it. I'll bring the culprit to trial and I'll get a conviction. My career's riding on it. I won't squander this opportunity. Not for anything. Not even for a woman you're attracted to? Especially not for that. Crowder studied him for a moment. You sound like you mean it? I do. Cassidy debated over whether to broach a subject that had always remained closed to discussion, however. Last night he had told Claire that from here on he was playing to win. Crowder needed to be convinced of that too. You must have wondered, Tony, why I switched from defense counsel when I came here.
I thought it was curious that you gave up a lucrative practice in exchange for the salary this parish pays you, but after reviewing your win-loss columns, I considered myself too lucky to have you on my side to start prying. Why bring it up now? Cassidy began pacing the length of Crowder's office. As you said, I had a money-making practice going. I'd racked up an impressive number of wins, some in court, others in plea bargains.
Either way, my clients were walking, and I was feeling pretty damn smug about it and very sure of myself. I know the type. Cassidy nodded grimly to Crowder's comment. A particular client retained me to defend him. He was a badass with a list of priors as long as my arm. He'd been sent up for assault but had served only a fraction of his sentence when he was released. A few weeks into his parole, he phoned me. He said I came highly recommended, said he'd heard I wasn't afraid of anything. Said he was confident I would see to it that he walked. He stopped, closed his eyes for a moment, and added, The hell of it was, Tony. I was confident of it, too. I took his case. This time he'd been charged with sexual assault, although the woman had managed to get away before he could rape her. He ceased pacing and stared out the window. The victim was in her early 20s, pretty, good figure, he began softly. My client had accosted her when she came out of her office building at dusk. I didn't have a prayer. He'd literally been caught with his pants down half a block from the scene. The prosecutor turned down all offers of a plea bargain. He wanted this guy behind bars. The case went to trial. All I could rely on was showmanship, and by then I had it down to a science, he said, making a fist and squeezing hard. I pulled out all the stops. By the time I got finished with that girl in cross-examination, the jury was convinced she was a whore who wore miniskirts to work in order to lure her male coworkers. I actually remember thinking how lucky I was that she was chesty because it substantiated my case. I made sure the jury's attention was called to her breasts. Christ! He rubbed his eyes, attempting to eradicate the disturbing mental picture of the sobbing young woman he'd stripped and assaulted on the witness stand. I crucified her, ruined her reputation, painted her up to be a cock-teaser who had teased one cock too many and, as a result, got more than she'd bargained for. He lowered his hand from his eyes and stared vacantly beyond the window blinds. It was a brilliantly orchestrated defense. I kept the media apprised of the sordid details, then played their interest for all it was worth. If the jury brought in a guilty verdict, I could always reverse my position and say that my client had been tried in the press. But they didn't bring in a guilty verdict. His voice reflected the puzzlement he still felt each time he thought about it. The jury fell for my theatrics. They acquitted the son of a bitch. You were doing what you were paid to do, Tony remarked. That doesn't excuse it. Half the law community would pat you on the back and envy your success. Success? Grossly manipulating the jury and abusing my role as defense attorney. So you went overboard, Tony said. It's been, 5 years or better? Let it go, Cassidy. Excuse yourself for that one mistake. Maybe I could, if that were all of it. Oh, hell. Crowder leaned back, preparing himself for the worst. 2 weeks after his acquittal, my client abducted an 11-year-old fifth grader off her school playground and drove her to a deserted area of a city park where he raped her, sodomized her, then strangled her with her training bra, and those were only the crimes that have legal names. The others are unspeakable. Crowder let several moments of strained silence lapse. You closed your law office after that? Cassidy turned away from the window and faced his superior. Closed the office, shut down my life, relieved my wife of the stigma of being married to me, and left town. That's when I came here. Where you been, damn diligent. A real asset to this office. Cassidy shrugged, wondering if he would ever get over his feelings of inadequacy. Would he ever win a conviction that would atone for that young girl's life? Would he ever be able to face her stricken parents and say, finally, I've made amends? Never. But he would keep trying. I won't ever be negligent in my duty again, Tony. I'll never let another psychopath slip through the cracks, never unleash a rapist murderer onto an unsuspecting public, most of whom have a misplaced trust in us and the legal system. Their trust isn't always misplaced. Every now and then we get the bad guy. Cassidy put all his powers of persuasion into his gaze. I'm not going to let you down, Tony, because I can't let myself down. I swear I'll deliver Wilde's killer, no matter who it turns out to be. Tony gnawed the inside of his cheek. Okay, I'll give you a couple of more weeks, he said impatiently. But consider your head on the chopping block with the axe hanging over it. I understand. Now that the matter was settled, Cassidy saw no need to linger. Both would be uncomfortable if he groveled with gratitude. He headed for the door, but Crowder halted him. Cassidy, I have to ask. If you uncover that missing element that indisputably links Claire Laurent to the murder, will it be a problem for you to prosecute when a conviction would mean mandatory life imprisonment for her? Cassidy searched his soul, but he already knew the answer. Absolutely not. I'd do it with no qualms whatsoever. As he left the office, he pledged to uphold his promise to Claire, to Tony, and to himself. Under no circumstances would he let his personal interests interfere with his professional duty. He left the district attorney's building and crossed the street to the police department. Howard Glenn was seated behind a battered, cluttered desk, reclining in a swivel chair, a telephone receiver cradled between his ear and his shoulder. Cassidy came to a halt at the very edge of the desk, his stare boring into Glenn. We'll talk later, Glenn said into the receiver, then hung up. Cassidy said, the next time you have a complaint about me, don't tattle. Come straight to me with it, man to man. I'd extend you that courtesy. I thought my superintendent. You thought wrong. Cassidy said harshly, I'm in control of my emotions, of my dick, and of this situation, and it pisses me off that you presume to have my hand slapped. Don't do it again. If you've got any problems with me, let's hear them now." Glenn maneuvered his cigarette from one corner of his mouth to the other while carefully gauging the ADA. "I've got no problems." "Fine." Cassidy checked his wristwatch. "It's almost noon. I'll meet you after lunch in my office and we'll discuss our next course of action." Chapter 14. The chimes of St. Louis Cathedral rang out as the bride and groom emerged beneath a hail of rice and good wishes from friends and family. Bridesmaids in frothy pink gowns gleefully battled over the tossed bouquet. The bride paused to kiss her weeping mother goodbye, while the grinning groom, impatient with the seemingly endless round of farewells, scooped the bride, lace gown, tulle veil, and all into his arms, and carried her to the long white limousine awaiting them. From behind the iron picket fence that enclosed Jackson Square directly in front of the cathedral, Yasmin watched the romantic scene with a volatile mix of yearning and cynicism. That morning, she'd read in the society page that Congressman and Mrs. Alistair Petrie would be attending the late afternoon wedding mass. Yasmin, who had arrived in New Orleans the night before, had walked from French Silk to the cathedral and posted herself behind the fence with the hope of catching a glimpse of her errant lover. Although she'd notified him of her arrival, he hadn't contacted her. She had expected him to arrange an evening of lovemaking before she had to leave for the location shoot in Mississippi. She had kept a vigil over her telephone but hadn't received a call last night or today. "Guess he was too busy getting ready for the wedding," she muttered angrily as she watched the procession of well-turned-out guests file through the tall, narrow cathedral doors. But when she spotted him, her anger evaporated and her heart twisted with love and longing. He epitomized the American dream, a handsome, charming, successful man with an adoring wife for garnish. Yasmin had seen Belle Petrie only in photographs. Alistair's wife was slight and blonde, pretty in a pale, aristocratic sort of way, and not nearly as vapid as Yasmin had imagined. At the sight of Belle and Alistair together, all the blood in Yasmin's body seemed to rush to her head. It pulsated through her veins with envy. She felt it pounding in her brain, against her skull, the backs of her eyes, her eardrums, as Alistair moved among the crowd, shaking hands and smiling. He appeared not to be as miserably unhappy as he claimed to be. On the contrary, he seemed complacent and content. A man who had the world wrapped around his little finger, nor did Belle appear deprived of anything, especially marital bliss. Yasmin could barely contain herself. Her first impulse was to rush through the gates and brutally attack the man who had turned her into a woman so desperate and jealous that she was reduced to spying. Imagine the shock of the formally attired, bejeweled wedding guests if she were to publicly expose Alistair Petrie, the best among them, as a lying adulterer. Could she ever regale them with lurid accounts of what he did in bed? But she couldn't cause a scene without exposing herself as a jealous fool, and she wasn't prepared to do that. She was clinging tenaciously to a few shreds of pride, even though it would have been immensely satisfying to witness Alistair's mortification. She was somewhat mollified when he spotted her. He did a comical double-take. His smile collapsed. Appalled disbelief caused his features to go slack. For several moments his jaw hung open, making him look stupid. As she moved along the fence, Yasmina kept her stare fixed on his fearful eyes. When she passed through the gate, he looked ready to bolt. She took perverse pleasure in moving straight toward him. His tongue darted out to moisten his lips. She got close enough to see sweat popping out on his forehead. At the last possible moment, she angled off, walking away from him at no wider a margin than 10 degrees. She took Chartres Street uptown. Although she wanted to gauge Alistair's reaction to the close call she'd given him, she didn't glance back once. Claire and Mary Catherine were eating dinner when she arrived at French Silk. Claire apologized for not waiting for her. "There's so much to do before leaving tomorrow. I wanted to get dinner out of the way early." "Doesn't matter. I'm not hungry." Yasmin didn't break stride until she reached her bedroom door, which she soundly closed behind her to discourage a visit from Claire. Having reached the sanctity of her room, the tears that she had stubbornly withheld welled up in her eyes. For the next hour and a half she vacillated between red rage and black despair. One minute she fantasized killing Alistair slowly and painfully while his wife watched. The next she fantasized making love to him until thoughts of all else were obliterated. Emotionally spent, she lay on her bed, her forearm over her eyes. There was a discreet knock on her door. "I don't want to talk right now, Claire," she called out. "I wouldn't have bothered you, but something just arrived for you." "What?" She lowered her arm and sat up. "A delivery?" "Yes." Yasmin padded barefoot to the door and opened it a crack. Claire extended her a long, slender, flat box. Ignoring Claire's sympathetic expression, she took the box, thanked her, and closed the door. The box contained a single sterling rose nestled amid green tissue paper. It was a perfect, flawless bloom of smoky lavender petals. The sweetness of the gesture pierced her soul like a thorn. Mewling with heartache, She cradled the rosebud against her chest and fell back on the pillows, weeping. Several minutes later, the ringing telephone roused her. She rolled toward the nightstand and lifted the receiver. "I just got it," she said, knowing even before he identified himself who the caller was. "Darling." The sound of his voice precipitated another bout of tears. "I thought you'd be furious with me for stalking you," she said. "I was at first," he admitted. "You looked like you'd just swallowed a golf ball when you spotted me through the fence." If the bride had reached out and grabbed my nuts, I couldn't have been more astonished. They laughed together softly. Then he said, "I can't blame you for spying, Yasmin. I've been a pig. My time and energy have been consumed by my re-election campaign. I'm so damn busy, everybody pulling on me in 1,000 different directions. I've neglected you out of necessity. But what I'm saying is, I'm sorry. Be patient with me, darling. When the election is over, things will be different. You'll see." "You and Belle look so happy together, Alistair," she remarked as she slowly wound the telephone cord around her finger. His apology had sounded sincere, but she couldn't dismiss the happy picture he and his wife had made as they stood hand in front of the church. "I suppose she is happy," he said. "She doesn't have the same passions that I do, that we do. Since I stopped making love with her, she doesn't even miss it. All she ever wanted was a successful husband and beautiful children. She's got that. She doesn't know what real passion is. God," he moaned, "there's no comparison between you, Yasmin. You've got to know that." "No, there's no comparison. She's got you and I don't. I reside with her," he said evenly. "She doesn't have my heart. It's not her I think about every hour of the day. I want to be with you right now." "I'll meet you," she offered eagerly. "I can't. We're involved in this wedding shit for the rest of the evening. Following the reception, there's an after party and an even more intimate gathering after that. It's essential that I mingle with these people. They're influential. 3/4 of the money in Louisiana is represented here tonight. I only sneaked away long enough to order the rose for you and to call." "I'm leaving tomorrow, Alistair," she said, trying to keep the whine out of her voice. "I'll be in Mississippi for at least a week." After a slight pause, he said, "Next Thursday night. Can you make a round trip to New Orleans?" "Yes. Rocherne is only a 2-hour drive from here. It'll be a long night for me, but I've got to see you." "Thursday, then." After finalizing their plans, Yasmin said breathlessly, "I can't wait. Neither can I, but right now I've got to go. Belle will start missing me. This call was supposed to be a quick business call." "I love you, Alistair." "Oops, there she is. She's signaling for me to rejoin the party. See you next Thursday." He didn't even say goodbye before hanging up. Dejectedly, Yasmin replaced the telephone. For a long while she sat on the edge of her bed, staring vacantly, immobilized by despair. Never in her life had she felt more blue. Even the rose could no longer cheer her. She'd hugged it so tightly, it was already beginning to wilt. She finally mustered enough energy to move to her dresser, where she gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Even the crying hadn't marred the perfection of her face. She studied her image objectively, then asked, "Why the hell are you putting yourself through this, you dumb bitch?" It wasn't fair. Alistair was at a party, laughing, drinking champagne, dancing, surrounded by people who thought he was bloody marvelous. Here she was, Yasmin, goddess of fashion runways and magazine covers, weeping alone. What's wrong with this picture? She asked her reflection. Men were bastards, all men, from the abusive father who had deserted her mother when Yasmin was still in diapers, to her current lover. They were sorry, low-down, scummy sons of bitches who rarely had to account for their actions. Seldom did one get his just desserts. Of course there were exceptions. Once in a blue moon one got the punishment he richly deserved. Like Jackson Wilde, Claire was clearing away the dinner dishes when she heard Mary Catherine cry out. Dropping the sponge into the sink, Claire ran from the kitchen into the living room. Mary Catherine was sitting in an easy chair reading the evening edition of the Times-Picayune. All the color had drained from her face. Her hands were trembling. "Mama," Claire cried in alarm, "what is it?" She rushed to Mary Catherine and caught the newspaper as it slipped from her lifeless fingers. "My God," Claire whispered after reading only a few paragraphs of the front-page story. She lowered herself onto the arm of her mother's chair. "Does Mr. Cassidy think you killed Reverend Wilde, Claire?" "He's only doing his job, Mama." "Did he kiss you?" "What does it matter?" Claire asked bitterly. "It's been reported that he did." Mary Catherine covered her face with her hands. "This is all my fault. My sins are reflecting on you. If I hadn't sinned, Mama, stop that." Claire drew her mother's hands away from her ravaged face. "You were young, you fell in love and gave of yourself. You weren't the sinner, you were sinned against. But it says in the newspaper that because of your upbringing you would try seducing the prosecutor to stay out of trouble. Oh, Claire, I'm sorry. I never wanted anyone to judge you by what I did." "This," Claire said, flicking her hand at the newspaper, "is the handiwork of a wicked, vicious, spiteful woman. Ariel Wilde is trying to make me look guilty in order to turn the attention away from herself. Mrs. Wilde doesn't know you or me. What difference does it make? What she thinks of us? Let her believe what she wants to. But other people, Mr. Cassidy, her face reflected her torment. In a fast, hushed voice, she whispered, if only he'd come for me as he said he would. I was there on time with my things. I'm sure it was today he said we were to meet. But he wasn't there, and listen, Mama. Claire hastily hunkered down in front of the chair and clasped Mary Catherine's hands. I just had a wonderful idea. Why don't you come to Mississippi with us tomorrow?
Mississippi?
Yes. For a vacation? Wouldn't you enjoy a few days away? Mary Catherine's troubled face began to relax. Claire pressed her point. Harry can come along to keep you company while I'm working. Please come. I want you there with me. Mary Catherine coyly laid her hand against her throat, looking as flustered as a wallflower who's just been asked to dance. Well, Claire Louise, if you really need me there? I do, Mama. Claire stood and assisted Mary Catherine to her feet. She whisked the newspaper out of sight. Start choosing what you want to take with you. I'll call Harry and have her spend the night here. We'll get an early start in the morning. I've rented a van, so there'll be plenty of room. We'll stop for breakfast somewhere along the way. Oh, this will be a lovely trip. It's been ages since we went away together. Yes, ages, Mary Catherine said as she drifted toward her room. I'll take that new afternoon dress. By all means. You look beautiful in that shade of blue. As soon as Mary Catherine disappeared into her room, Claire snatched up the evening newspaper and read the infuriating article. It was trash, but it effectively planted in the reader's mind that Claire Laurent, publisher of the scandalous French silk catalog, was a hussy who had tried seduction as a means of avoiding a murder rap. Claire tried to locate Cassidy by telephone but was unsuccessful. After cooling down a bit, she reasoned that it was just as well she didn't speak with him. He wouldn't be enjoying the notoriety either. It would be better for them to handle this situation individually rather than as a team, which would only fuel Ariel's hints of an unethical and highly improper affair. She called Harriet York, informed her of the change in plans, then checked with the proprietors of Rosashuren to make certain they had another bedroom available. As soon as Harry arrived, Claire left her to help Mary Catherine pack while she went downstairs to her workroom to place a long-distance call. She caught her business attorney in New York on his way out to dinner, but he patiently listened while she read him the majority of the newspaper article. I warned her not to slander me again, Claire told him when she finished reading. She's waving a red flag in my face, daring me to sue her. That's what worries me, the lawyer said. She wants to prolong her feud with you and take advantage of the publicity it generates. She's got nothing to lose by pursuing it. You, on the other hand, abhor publicity, unless you want your private life exposed even more than it already has been. I don't. Then I advise you to ignore her. Damn, she muttered. I know you're right, but I hate to back down. What good are ultimatums if you don't follow through? It's like celebrities who threaten to sue the tabloids for the half-true stories they print. The litigation only creates more adverse publicity. It's a no-win situation. Unless you want all your dirty laundry aired publicly, your hands are tied. But how can I allow her to go on saying anything she pleases about me and my family? You can't have it both ways, Claire. If you even hint at whitewashing what can or cannot be said to the media, you've got to be prepared for the backlash. Ariel Wilde could then say you stand for the First Amendment rights of free speech and free press only as long as they benefit you. Claire sighed. I never thought of it from that angle. I wouldn't be surprised if that's her ultimate goal, the lawyer said. She'd love to see you eat your words on this censorship issue. They discussed it for a few minutes more before Claire said, I really don't have a better alternative than to continue ignoring her. That's my advice. She's a nuisance, but she can't really harm you. It's not me I worry about. I couldn't care less what Ariel Wilde or anyone else says about me. It's Mama. When anyone slanders her, I come out slugging. She and Yasmin are the only family I have. We're a tight little group who stands together or not at all. I know that. That's why I was so puzzled by that other matter. What other matter? Then he broke the really bad news. The two Mrs. Monteith were almost interchangeable. Grace's hair was a shade darker burgundy than Agnes's, but beyond that there wasn't much difference between the two buxom women. They were sisters-in-law. They explained to Claire as she checked into the bed and breakfast house known as Rosashuren. Our husbands were brothers, you see, Agnes told her. We lost them within months of each other. Rather than get into a squabble over who had inherited what in this house, we decided to pool our resources. Grace contributed. Each of us loves to cook. It only made sense to capitalize on our hobby. The place wasn't fit for guests, though. So we sold off part of the acreage and from that revenue hired a fancy decorator to redo the house from top to bottom. Well, she certainly did a wonderful job, Claire said, glancing around the wide foyer. The house had been refurbished to antebellum splendor. He, Agnes said in a stage whisper while bobbing her purplish eyebrows, although he was prissier than most females I know. Agnes, Grace admonished with a giggle, which she tried to cover with her veined, age-spotted hand as she imprinted Claire's credit card. Agnes said, "Your rooms are ready for you. Juice, cold drinks, and snacks of fruit and cookies can always be found in the kitchen if someone misses the regular meals. Breakfast is served between 7 and 8:30, but there's always a fresh pot of coffee on the sideboard in the dining room. Lunch is an informal cold buffet. Tea and finger sandwiches are available from 3:30 until 5. We open the bar at 5, but except for the wine we serve with dinner, there's an extra charge for liquor. One has to mix his own, and we trust our guests to keep their own tabs. Dinner is the only formal meal. It's served at 7:30. Claire liked them and hoped that no one on the crew would take advantage of their hospitality or naivete. "We'll try to keep to your schedule," she told them. "However, if we get behind, I'll appreciate a little flexibility." "Of course, dear. You're our first working guests. We've been beside ourselves with excitement. The only thing better would be having a movie filmed here." Agnes gushed. "And we love your catalog," Grace said. "When it arrives in the mail, we fight over who gets to look through it first." "I'm glad to hear that." Claire was glad that a smile was called for. She couldn't have kept a straight face under punishment of death. "From what I've seen so far, your home will make a beautiful backdrop for our photos." She'd been impressed since leaving the highway and following the tree-lined gravel road to Roja Sharon. Although the growing season was waning, the lawn and flower gardens surrounding the house were still green and lush. White lawn furniture was grouped in the shade of sprawling trees. The house itself looked like a wedding cake. The bricks had been painted a pale, creamy pink. The 6 fluted Corinthian columns and all other trim were white. There was a deep, wrap-around veranda shaded by a second-floor balcony. Claire was very pleased with Yasmin's choice. "We want to make your stay enjoyable," Grace told her. "Remember, this is our home. As our guests, you have the run of the place." A commotion out on the veranda drew their attention to the front door. A short, wiry young man in a white linen suit and yellow polo shirt flung open the screen door and made a grand entrance. "Claire!" he gasped when he saw her. "My God, this is positively fab! Darling!" He kissed her cheeks in turn, then held the light meter, which was suspended from his neck by a black cord, up to her face, and checked the reading. "Oh, this is going to be so sweet. I can't wait to begin. If I don't expire from the freaking heat first. How do you natives stand it?" "But the house is fab, really, it is." Yasmin said as much. "But you know how that bitch is prone to exaggerate." Leon was one of the most sought-after fashion photographers in New York. His flamboyance was championed only by his talent with lighting and lens. When he wasn't pitching temper tantrums or gossiping bitchily, he could be quite amusing. Leon hadn't yet stopped talking. "The staircase is to die for. We must have one of the girls languishing on it as though in a swoon." He struck a pose. "Eyes at half-mast, you know. I'll shoot it from above. Perhaps in the late afternoon with sunlight striking just the right spots." "Yes, yes," he said, clapping his hands. "Someone with lots of hair fanning out behind her head, moist tendrils clinging to her cheeks." "Oh, God, I'm getting chills just thinking about it." The rest of the entourage trailed in, dropping onto pieces of furniture like wounded soldiers. "Jesus, it's hot," one of the models said as she lifted a mane of streaked blonde hair off her neck. There were 4 female models and 2 males. Yasmin had used them in the catalog before. It was a convivial group, and they were all on a first-name basis: Felicia, Dana, Liz, and Allison. They were young, nubile, and gorgeous. Kurt, the dark, brooding male model, wore his luxuriant black hair shoulder-length. He could look either sleek and European or dangerous and untamed. Other man, Paul, was blond and blue-eyed. His types were the boy next door and the button-down yuppie. The stylist, in charge of wardrobe, was known throughout the fashion industry simply as Rue. She was a middle-aged crone who had coarse features and a voice like a cement mixer. She was never without a black, acrid cigarette dangling from her lips. The makeup artist was a quiet Asian woman with porcelain-like skin and expressive doe eyes. The hairstylist, paradoxically, had virtually no hair. It had been cut very close to her scalp. She compensated by wearing earrings that dangled to her chest. Leon's assistant, as pudgy and pink as a newborn, was a self-effacing young man who rarely spoke and constantly remained in Leon's shadow. "Perhaps we should all get settled into our rooms," Claire said. "As soon as you're unpacked, I'd like to have a meeting with Leon and Yasmin to review the shot list." Monteith summoned 2 valets to help with the luggage. Before everyone scattered, Claire spoke above the noise. "Models, before dinner, I'd like you all to go to the Winnebago for a fitting. Rue has already tagged the garments with your names. The models divided themselves up two, and two. Claire didn't know who was sleeping with whom and made a point not to find out. Too much gossip could jeopardize the camaraderie on a location shoot. If there were any mini-dramas played out during the course of their stay, she'd rather not know about them. Mary Catherine was sharing a room with Harry. Leon and his assistant had a room. Claire and Yasmin were doubling in another. Rue, the hairstylist, and the makeup artist had opted to sleep in the Winnebago. Claire was glad. Otherwise, there might not have been a vacancy for her mother and Harry. Thankfully, she could concentrate on her work without having to worry about Cassidy questioning her mother. That had been her main reason for hustling Mary Catherine out of New Orleans. Chapter 15. Claire was up early and, over coffee, consulted with Leon, Rue, and Yasmin about the shots they had scheduled for that day. "What would you think of using that old-fashioned vanity table in our bedroom for one of the interior shots?" she asked Yasmin. Yasmin responded enthusiastically. "We could shoot the model from the back, looking into the mirror, and it could reflect one of the guys watching her through the balcony doors. We could close those gauzy curtains so you'd see only the silhouette of a man. It'd be a good shot to feature that backless bra you designed, Claire," Rue said around a rattling cough. "Leon? Sounds fab, but let's wait for a cloudy day to do the interior shots. I want to take advantage of this glorious sunshine while it lasts." The weather cooperated with Leon's wishes. Consequently, the morning sessions went well. By noon, they had completed 3 shots. "We'll resume after lunch," Claire told everyone as they trooped up the front steps toward the welcome shade of the veranda, where Agnes Monteith was waiting with a cordless phone. "A call for you, Miss Laurent, a Mr. Cassidy. I told him we were serving lunch, but he was insistent. Yes, he would be." Frowning, Claire took the phone, but waited until everyone was inside before saying anything. "Hello, Cassidy." Her voice didn't convey any friendliness. "How's Mississippi? Hot?" "No hotter than it is here?" "Oh, don't sound so innocent. I'm catching hell from Crowder about that newspaper story. You saw it before I left New Orleans, according to Ariel Wilde. I'm quite a tart, aren't I?" Much ado about one little kiss. It hadn't exactly been one little kiss, but Claire refrained from pointing that out. "You should have thought of the consequences before you kissed me." "I thought about them." At the time, the consequences didn't seem to matter a whole hell of a lot. Breathless and feeling overly warm, Claire sank into the nearest wicker chair, wishing she could think of something to say that would fill the awkward silence. Cassidy said, "Ariel called Crowder even before she went to the press. Apparently she's got somebody tailing you." The thought of someone, a stranger, covertly watching her made her feel like she needed a bath. Damn her. Why can't she just leave us alone? Why can't you? Look, the last couple of days haven't exactly been a picnic for me either. "I don't suppose Crowder was too happy with you," she remarked. "He threatened to take me off the case. You don't want that, do you?" "No. How is Crowder responding publicly to the newspaper story?" "He's denying everything." "How can he?" Claire exclaimed. "It's their word against ours that I kissed you. Who is Joe Public going to believe, a religious nut or the district attorney? Crowder would lie to protect you?" "Not me. He'd lie to protect the office. He's a politician first, and supports the establishment as fiercely as you oppose it." Claire was trying to assimilate it all when a chilling thought occurred to her. "In order to get back in Crowder's good graces, you almost have to indict me. That's the only way you can prove to Joe Public that you're unbiased and that my seductive powers have no influence over you." "Hell no," he said with asperity. "It's nothing like that, isn't it?" "All right, to some extent that's true. But it has nothing to do with politics and Crowder. The only person I have to prove something to is myself. I asked for this case. I demanded it. And now that I have it, it's my responsibility to bring Jackson Wilde's killer to justice." In a softer voice, he added, "No matter who it is. That's why what? That's why I obtained a search warrant for French Silk this morning." His statement produced a severe and gut-wrenching reaction. The thought of her personal things being handled by strangers was untenable. "You can't do that to me, Cassidy. I'm sorry, Claire, but I can. I have. In fact, I'm due there now." He hung up without saying goodbye. As she rejoined the group for the cold buffet, she stubbornly maintained her smile and tried to act nonchalant, but apparently she didn't fool anyone. Mary Catherine pulled her aside. "Is everything all right, dear? You seem upset." Affectionately, she squeezed her mother's hand. "I'm fine, Mama." The call was from Mr. Cassidy, wasn't it? "Did he ask you about Reverend Wilde again?" "No, nothing like that. Are you having a good time?" "What kept you and Harry occupied this morning?" Mary Catherine launched into a lengthy description of her activities. Claire found it difficult to concentrate on what her mother was saying. She made appropriate remarks in all the right places, but her mind was on the police search of her private property. God only knew what her employees would think. Later, she would call and assure them that the search was nothing to be alarmed about. She executed her duties that afternoon, but her mind kept returning to the strangers in uniform who were pawing through her, Yasmina's and Mary Catherine's bureau drawers, rifling through their official papers, rummaging through their closets, and manhandling their personal things. She would never forgive Cassidy for this. "Honey, do you know where my gold cuff links are?" Alistair Petrie emerged from his dressing area with his shirt tails flapping. He and Belle were due at a campaign fundraising dinner party in half an hour. They were running late. He'd arrived home from his afternoon campaign speech with barely enough time to shower and change before charging out again to face another crowd of potential contributors and voters. "They're here on my dresser." Belle was seated on the tufted velvet stool in front of her dressing table, pulling a hairbrush through her blonde page boy. It was the same page boy she'd worn since high school and was kept silky and sleek by expensive hot oil treatments and monthly trims. "Did you have a chance to catch me on the tube?" he asked, as he approached her, buttoning his shirt. "No, darling. I was busy getting ready for tonight. I'm sure you were a smashing success." He reached around her for the cufflinks. 2 TV stations. He yanked his hand back as though it had been bitten by a cobra. His cufflinks were nestled in a tiny heap of lace that he immediately recognized. His stomach quickened. For several unendurable moments he was afraid he was going to be sick all over Belle's jars of beauty creams and bottles of perfume. His eyes connected with hers in the mirror. Very coolly, she finished clipping on a pair of diamond earrings. "I found those in the pocket of a suit jacket I sent out to be dry cleaned. It's a wifely little habit of mine to check your pockets before sending things out. You should have known that and been more careful." "Belle, you what, Alistair?" She swiveled around on the stool and gazed up at him with an expression too sweet to be sincere. "You've taken to wearing women's underwear?" She picked up the strands of elasticized lace that supported the small triangle. "What's the term for that predilection? Cross-dressing?" Now that he had recovered from the initial shock of seeing Yasmina's G-string panties on his wife's dressing table, he started to get angry. Other men had affairs and never had to account for them. Why was he always having to play the penitent? "Don't talk down to me, Belle." "Well then," she said, snapping the elastic like a slingshot before letting the garment drop back onto the vanity, "the only other conclusion I can draw is that you're having an extramarital affair." She stood up and brushed him aside. Of all her affectations, this haughty act grated on his nerves the most. With a few practiced gestures and calculated words, she could make him feel gauche and stupid and small. He was a United States congressman. By God, no one, not even his wife, was going to humiliate him. He would never confess to having a mistress, much less beg forgiveness. Belle withdrew a fluid chiffon dress from her closet and stepped into it, working it up and over her willowy hips. "Do me up," she said, after pushing her arms through the sequin sleeves. After he zipped the dress, she turned to face him. "I'm not stupid enough to think you're faithful to me. Of course you've had other women. You have one now and you'll have others. That's not the issue." "Then why bring it up?" he asked belligerently. She could have discreetly disposed of the panties and avoided this ugly scene. He took heat all day from a dozen different sources. He didn't need to catch shit at home, too. "I brought it up to point out your appalling stupidity." Alistair saw red. "Now, just a goddamn minute, She held up both hands. "Spare me your righteous indignation, Alistair. You can't afford it. Listen to me and heed what I say." Her eyes narrowed. "If I found out that you're unfaithful to your wedding vows, others will find out. You've been incredibly stupid and alarmingly careless. Sooner or later the odds will catch up with you, just as I did. Throughout the campaign you've wooed the public well. You've cultivated a strong, solid constituency." She paused to draw a breath. "How do you think the Bible thumpers like Jackson Wilde's followers would regard you if it was revealed that you're an adulterer? Even dead, Wilde is a hot item. We can still use his influence. You've been vocal in your criticism of local law enforcement for failing to find his murderer. But it could all be for nothing if your Christian image was exposed as fraudulent. Are you willing to sacrifice thousands of votes for a few hours of—" She flipped her hand out, indicating the panties on the vanity. It's called fucking Belle." He took delight in the sudden blanching of her face and the stiffening of her spine. "And if you weren't so prissy in bed, I wouldn't." "Don't." She aimed her index finger at the center of his chest. "Don't turn the blame for this on me. This is your mistake, Alistair. And I'm informing you now that I won't suffer the consequences of it. I like being Mrs. Alistair Petrie, the congressman's wife. That's what I intend to continue being. But if you get caught, if you're exposed as a cheating, lying husband, Don't expect me to attest to what a wonderful, loving husband and father you are. I won't be made to look a fool. Furthermore, she continued, lowering her voice to a more confidential pitch, you know what it'll mean if I withdraw my financial support from your campaign? Alistair felt the blood draining from his face. Belle smiled. No one knows yet that were it not for my legacy, you wouldn't have won your first congressional seat. And without my contributions, you won't win this one. Think about that. The next time you get the urge to fuck, as you so charmingly phrase it, exercise your marital rights. She tapped the front of his starched shirt with her well-manicured nail. Making me unhappy would be extremely ill-advised, Alistair. End the affair, immediately. She came up on tiptoe and gave his lips a soft kiss. You'd better finish dressing, or we'll be late. Be sure to allow a few minutes to say goodnight to the children. At the bedroom door, she paused and nodded toward the vanity, and kindly dispose of those, so I never have to look at them again. Alistair was simmering, and there wasn't a damn thing he could do about it. On the surface, they had a perfect marriage. As long as things went Belle's way, life was harmonious, but he suffered no delusions about her. She looked as fragile as a greenhouse orchid, but if crossed, she could be as vicious as a vampire bat. She was too self-contained to enjoy good, earthy sex. She liked things neat and tidy, organized, well-planned, and controlled. It wasn't that he had a lover that had upset her. In truth, she was probably relieved that she didn't have to be inconvenienced so often. What had angered her was the timing of the affair and his failure to conceal it. Belle wasn't running the show. That's what had her pissed. He approached the dressing table and picked up the lace panties. Too many times his affair with Yasmin had separated him from his better judgment. He shuddered to think of some smart-ass reporter getting wind of his affair with the famous black model. But what was he supposed to do? Survive only on the sterile, uninspired sex of his marriage bed, go completely underground until after the election? It was impossible to keep a low profile during a political campaign. He was like a lightning rod for attracting attention, and he needed that constant public exposure to win voters. The two interests were incompatible. Something had to give. He couldn't have everything. As he fingered the lace and thought back to that bizarre afternoon in his Washington office, a smile slowly lifted his lips, and he chuckled. Who says? The diner was as gloomy as Cassidy's mood. It was one of those family-owned joints that offered cops a discount in return for meager protection and lousy tips. Detective Glenn had suggested it. It was his kind of place, grimy and depressing. Cassidy wished he were anywhere else, discussing any other topic than the one that had occupied them through uninspired burgers, greasy fries, soggy coconut pie, and countless cups of oily coffee. You know, I've been thinking, Glenn said as he lit the next in an endless chain of cigarettes. Could be one of these gals had a thing going with Wilde. A thing of a romantic nature. Did you ever think of that? No, Cassidy said, offended at hearing Claire referred to as a gal. Whatever made you think that? That Yasmin's a hot number with a string of boyfriends a mile long. Who's she seeing now? Hasn't been a romance reported in over a year? Strange, huh? You think she was seeing Wilde? Glenn shrugged. Maybe those offerings she gave him were payment of a different sort. You've had too much nicotine, Cassidy said sourly, fanning the polluted air in front of his face. Well, after what we found today, I'd believe just about anything about her. He whistled. Pretty weird shit. Cassidy said nothing, but continued to fiddle with the broken napkin dispenser at the end of the booth. And the Laurent broad didn't come off smelling like a rose either, did she? No, Cassidy replied quietly. She didn't, but what we found still doesn't prove anything.
No, but it's getting closer. Glenn slurped his coffee. What Crowder think? You told him, didn't you?
Yeah, I reported back.
And?
He said for us to take the ball and run with it, Cassidy mumbled reluctantly. So, Cassidy raised his head and looked at the detective across the chip table. So are you going to sit there looking like you've lost your last friend? Or are you going to get your head on straight, your dick under control, your ass in gear, and run with it?